In the Great Qin Dynasty, Qingyang County, as the midnight bell tolled, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chun Fan gripped the knife tightly in his hand, yet his fingers trembled uncontrollably. This tremor stemmed not only from the fear within, but also from the frailty of the body he now inhabited. 3 days prior, Chun Fan inexplicably found himself transported to this unfamiliar world, having taken over the form of a mere night watchman in the Demon Suppression Department of Qingyang County. Nestled in the southwestern corner of the Great Qin Dynasty, Qingyang County was bordered by the formidable 10,000 Great Mountains. Unfortunately, the once mighty Great Qin Dynasty was now in decline, and the suppressed demons began to stir, occasionally encroaching upon the territory of Qin from the fringes. Their singular pursuit was the consumption of human flesh. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, countless demonic beings lurked, descending from their lofty abodes to wreak havoc, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Although the court established a 100-household office of the Demon Suppression Department here to combat the demons, the threats from the mountains remained insurmountable. The personnel of the Demon Suppression Department frequently suffered casualties, and those with connections were reluctant to serve in such perilous conditions. Yet, despite the high mortality rate, the department could not afford to lose manpower thus. Individuals like Chun Fan, lacking any influential backing, found themselves with an opportunity to join. On the day of his arrival in this world, while patrolling with his colleagues, they encountered a demon, resulting in the brutal demise of his companions, their flesh devoured. Chun Fan was injured and on the brink of being taken by the demon when he was rescued by members of the Demon Suppression Department. With his parents deceased and no one to attend to him, he lay unattended in bed for 2 days. Today, however, he was forcibly dragged from his slumber by the department's personnel and brought to the office. Now, with old wounds unhealed and his body in a state of utter weakness, he stood in the grand hall of the Demon Suppression Department, trembling, yet dared not sit down to rest. The rules here were stringent, and, as a lowly night watchman, he had no place to find respite. To dare sit would invite severe punishment. Chun Fan gritted his teeth against the pain that coursed through him, perplexed as to why he had been summoned to the department in the dead of night. Regrettably, in his short time at the department, as a newcomer of low rank, he had made no friends and was left in the dark regarding any recent disturbances. Just as his legs quaked and sweat dripped from his brow, a figure strode into the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Fan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "I pay my respects to Captain Li." The highest authority in the 100-household office of the Demon Suppression Department was Captain Li Tong, who commanded 100 men. Following him were 2 captains, each leading 50, and beneath them were the smaller leaders overseeing groups of 10, like Chun Fan. The captain was, in essence, Chun Fan's superior. The individual who entered was none other than Captain Wang Yin of the Demon Suppression Department. Upon entering, Wang Yin did not spare him a glance. He simply plopped down and commanded, "Chun Fan, you are to head to the southern cemetery at once." A malicious glint flickered in his gaze as he added, "If you fail to uncover the root of the corpse puppet's disturbances, come back with your head in hand." The southern cemetery? Corpse puppets causing mayhem? Chun Fan's heart raced at the mention. The southern cemetery served as a repository for unclaimed and homeless corpses, a charity of the government. However, a series of bizarre incidents had recently transpired. 7 corpses had vanished under mysterious circumstances, only to reappear as vicious, bloodthirsty corpse puppets. Innocent villagers had suffered massacres, leaving scenes of utter horror. Clearly, demons were at play. Attempts by the Demon Suppression Department to investigate had ended in silence, with no reports of return, leaving the county in a state of panic. The department had cordoned off the cemetery, refraining from further investigation. Now, Wang Yin was sending a gravely injured individual like Chun Fan to probe the case, which was unmistakably a death sentence. What had he done to offend him? "Captain, according to the law, we night watchmen are not permitted to investigate alone. A superior officer must accompany us," Chun Fan stammered, suppressing his anger and humiliation. "The law?" Captain Wang Yin scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke, and with a brutal kick to Chun Fan's chest, he bellowed, "You, a mere night watchman, dare speak of law to me?" Caught off guard, Chun Fan fell to the ground, racked with pain. The ability of the Demon Suppression Department to combat demons stemmed from their cultivation of techniques. Those who practiced privately faced severe repercussions. Only within the department could one train openly. Not only did the department provide techniques, but it also offered various weapons, elixirs, and talismans, significantly enhancing their combat prowess against demons. However, these resources required rank, status, and merit to obtain. Individuals like Chun Fan, at the bottom of the hierarchy, could only practice the most basic demon-subduing blade technique. Advancement came only through merit and success, but in the current climate, achieving such goals was far from easy. Even if one succeeded, the spoils were often hoarded by superiors, leaving the underlings to bear the blame. It was evident that Captain Wang Yin intended for Chun Fan to take the fall, leading him to his demise in the cemetery. Though Wang Yin was preoccupied with his ambitions, he still possessed the strength to nearly shatter Chun Fan's ribs with that kick, a testament to his formidable training. Those who had cultivated their abilities were no longer ordinary individuals. It was said that those of higher realms could easily split mountains and divert rivers. Should Chun Fan dare to resist, Wang Yin could end him with a single blow, and no one would raise a voice in protest. All Chun Fan could do was press his hands onto the ground, kneeling in submission, suppressing the fury and violence within. "I will obey your command and head to the cemetery at once." Wang Yin sneered. "You truly are a wretched creature, unable to learn from past mistakes. Now go." Gasping for breath, Chun Fan crawled step by step to the entrance, finally propping himself against the door to stand upright before stepping outside. He heard Wang Yin's voice behind him. "There's a demon corpse outside. Be sure to bury it while you're at it." Through gritted teeth, Chun Fan responded, "Yes, my lord." As silence descended behind him, he gradually made his way away. On the road, Chun Fan walked silently, his frail form resembling a specter. He released his grip, and the blood flowed from his punctured fingertips, yet he felt nothing. Transported to this damned world, devoid of status and power, he felt as if he were nothing more than mud beneath the feet of others. Even aware that he was being sent to his demise, he found himself powerless to resist. Going to the cemetery was undoubtedly a path to death. Refusing would provoke Wang Yin. To send someone to keep an eye on him to run would also lead to certain death. What was he to do? At that moment, a figure appeared ahead, and upon seeing Chun Fan approach, he casually instructed, "Take care of that demon corpse." Without awaiting a response, he turned and left, deeming a dead body unworthy of his effort. As Chun Fan moved closer, he indeed found a corpse lying on the ground. It was a dog demon, towering almost to the height of a human, with a physique resembling one, yet possessing the head of a dog. He extended his hands, positioning them beneath its feet, intending to drag it from the doors of the demon suppression department. However, upon contact with the bloodied hands and the dog demon, a series of notifications flashed in his mind. A demon has been discovered. Devour. Yes, upon devouring, you may acquire the demon's abilities. Plunder. Yes, upon plundering, you may gain the demon's lifespan. Subdue. No, upon subduing, you may earn the demon's loyalty. Please choose. Devour, plunder, subdue? Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. Devouring demons to grow stronger. Had my golden finger finally arrived? Chun Fan was elated, desperately suppressing his joy. In this world where not only demons devour humans, but humans can also consume one another, the struggle for survival as an ordinary person was exceedingly arduous. A mere order from a high-ranking official could lead one to their demise. Yet now, with the advent of his golden finger, hope glimmered before him. He could finally aspire to live with dignity, rather than being treated like a dog. However, within the Demon Suppression Bureau, he had to conceal any signs of his newfound ability. Should someone detect an anomaly, he would be in grave peril. For the time being, he disregarded the prompts echoing in his mind, continuing to drag the corpse of the dog demon outside the bureau. He painstakingly transported it to the nearby morgue. Demonic beings exude a malevolent aura that can erode human vitality, rendering their flesh and blood unsafe for ordinary contact, which could lead to illness and deformity. After slaying a demon, the bureau would salvage any usable parts of its body, necessitating careful processing before cremation and burial. Even then, such burial sites would be barren, impassable for common folk. The task of handling the remains was deemed undesirable, and thus, the bureau assigned this duty to newcomers like Chun Fan, who lacked the means to oppose them. Upon reaching the morgue, he found it desolate in the dark of night. Lighting an oil lamp, he secured the doors and windows, ensuring solitude to delve into the study of his golden finger. Chun Fan examined the mental prompt closely. The ability of this golden finger allowed him to consume demons, thereby acquiring their powers. It also enabled him to siphon off a demon's lifespan, Ultimately, he could subjugate demons to obey his commands, but only while they were still alive. Each demon offered a choice among these three options. It appeared that as long as he could continuously acquire demons, he could grow ever stronger, becoming the master of the world rather than being treated as refuse, subject to the whims of others. With the corpse of the dog demon at hand, he faced a decision, to devour or to siphon. Which option should he choose? Chen Fan pondered. Currently, his greatest threat was being coerced by the high-ranking official Wang Yin to investigate the corpse puppet case. Even with his golden finger, he lacked the immediate power to confront Wang Yin. He needed time to develop. Therefore, what he most urgently required was the ability to protect himself and survive the corpse puppet case. The dog demon was a low-tier creature, possessing strength and keen senses, but lacking formidable abilities. Should he devour the dog demon, he would likely only gain enhanced olfactory capabilities, which would not resolve his immediate predicament. He needed combat readiness. Siphoning the demon's lifespan would be the preferred choice under normal circumstances, as who would not desire a longer life. As he contemplated, he noticed an additional prompt following the lifespan siphoning option. The siphon lifespan cannot be applied to your own, but can be infused into martial arts to enhance one's cultivation. Chen Fan was taken aback, then filled with joy. Although it could not extend his own life, it could bolster his martial prowess. Was that not a means to augment his combat effectiveness? Without further hesitation, he mentally commanded, siphon the demon's lifespan. Instantly, the corpse of the dog demon shriveled, resembling a desiccated husk, reduced to mere skin and bones. In his mind, a new prompt appeared, siphon lifespan from the dog demon, 18 years. Current remaining lifespan, 43 years, can be enhanced post-initial stage. Martial arts, demon-slaying blade technique, can be infused. As a low-ranking member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Chen Fan's sole martial art was the demon-slaying blade technique. To learn a more powerful skill, one needed to either be promoted or achieve merit. Even this technique, he could only claim to have become proficient in through constant toil, lacking any other options. He directly chose, infuse for 1 year. Promptly, a new notification materialized in his mind. After a year of relentless practice, your demon-slaying blade technique has reached a high level of proficiency. Your martial arts realm has slightly improved. Your physique has become significantly stronger. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed his once frail body had gained strength. The pain in his chest from Wang Yin's earlier kick had completely vanished. Could he use the lifespan infusion method to recover from injuries in the future? He drew his blade and executed the demon-slaying blade technique. The movements felt remarkably fluid. No longer requiring conscious thought, the technique flowed effortlessly from him. Was the effect of a year of training truly this potent? His elation grew, further amplified by the knowledge that his martial arts realm had also seen improvement. In the Demon Suppression Bureau, advancing even a single rank in martial arts could lead to promotion. Presently, he was merely an ordinary person with basic blade skills, relegated to the lowest tier of laborers. However, should he manage to break through his martial arts realm, he could ascend to the rank of a minor officer, gaining a position of authority, which would render him less vulnerable to Wang Yin's capriciousness. As his martial arts realm advanced, he would ultimately seize control of his destiny. His fate would be his own. Chen Fan was invigorated, declaring, infuse for 10 years. The prompt swiftly emerged. You have expended 10 years of lifespan, dedicating yourself to mastering the demon-slaying blade technique. Through your diligence, your blade skill has greatly improved. Your martial arts realm has advanced. Your body has grown even more robust. Soon after, he felt the changes in his physique. Previously emaciated, he now appeared fuller and healthier, the result of labor and insufficient sustenance. His blade skills became even more adept and swift. Upon reflecting on his transformation, he could not help but lament how arduous it was for an ordinary individual to cultivate martial arts. The infusion of a demon's lifespan to enhance martial skills felt almost like cheating. The time he had infused was solely devoted to practice, free from distractions, and his body had no need for rest or nourishment. Yet after a decade of training, he had only become stronger and more proficient without breaking through the first stage of martial arts. Nonetheless, this was to be expected, without advanced martial techniques or medicinal aids. It was overly ambitious to hope for a breakthrough through sheer effort alone. Moreover, cultivation realms did not equate to everything, particularly in the early stages. Upon entering the skin refinement stage, while strength would significantly increase and one would become resilient against blades, it was only relative to ordinary people. Unless one reached an extraordinary realm, evading a multitude of attackers would remain a daunting challenge, let alone facing demons. With the remaining lifespan of the demon now sparse and further enhancement of the demon-slaying blade technique limited, Chen Fan resolved to conserve it for the time being, hoping to later acquire a more powerful technique before utilizing it. After all, given his current capabilities, hunting demons was no easy feat, and the Bureau had changed significantly. Slaying demons was no longer as straightforward. He needed to be judicious with the siphon lifespan. Having gained some measure of self-preservation, it was time to visit the charity graveyard. After thoroughly disposing of the dog demon's carcass, Chen Fan set off towards the cemetery in the southern part of the city. Chapter 3. The canine demon in the Ancestral Hall in the southern part of the town lies the Ancestral Hall, a desolate place designated for the resting of the deceased. Naturally situated in a remote area. With the emergence of the corpse puppets, no one dares to tread here anymore. When Chen Fan arrived, it was the darkest hour of the night. The atmosphere was eerie, and even with his robust physique, he could feel an unsettling chill. The Demon Control Bureau had hastily cordoned off the area with ropes and wooden barriers, yet everyone knew that such measures were futile. They could neither prevent intruders from entering nor hinder the entities inside from escaping. Steadying himself, Chen Fan grasped the long knife tightly. In this world, he had only encountered monsters, but had never heard of the existence of spirits. Without ghosts, his blade would still prove useful. If there were spirits, then he could only count himself unfortunate. He pushed aside the ropes and stepped cautiously into the hall. Inside was enveloped in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Chen Fan produced a fire starter, and after a flick, it ignited, casting a dim glow. Using the weak light, he located an oil lamp affixed to the wall and lit it. Even though the oil lamp's glow was faint in the oppressive darkness, it allowed him to discern the surroundings. The hall was devoid of any decorations, stark and simple, featuring only a row of tables upon which rested wooden coffins. However, the coffins were in disarray, some planks strewn on the ground, others stained with dull blood. Yet, within them, there were no corpses to be found. Chen Fan scrutinized the scene, searching for any potential clues. As he continued to gaze, his eyes widened in alarm. Something was terribly amiss. According to the intelligence he had received, corpses here transformed into puppets overnight, slaying the night watchman and then racing to the nearest village to wreak havoc, resulting in the slaughter of a significant portion of its inhabitants. Upon the arrival of the Demon Control Bureau, the puppets vanished without a trace, and many villagers had similarly disappeared. Survivors claimed they had been killed and taken by the puppets. Subsequently, the Bureau sealed off the hall and ordered an expedited investigation into the puppet case to locate the hiding puppets. However, investigators either perished or sustained injuries, leaving no one brave enough to continue the inquiry, which led to a mere nobody like Chen Fan being dispatched to the scene. According to the Bureau, this area had been sealed off for quite some time. The body should have been interred in the cemetery, and thus, there should be no presence of either people or corpses. Yet, Chen Fan discerned numerous signs of human activity, and they were recent. There were remnants of food on the ground. When he squeezed them, moisture was still present, indicating they had not been there long. The dust on the ground bore disordered traces, still fresh, clearly indicating recent activity. Moreover, the number of individuals involved seemed considerable. Who could have ventured here? Could it be related to the puppet case? Why had previous investigators not mentioned any of this? As he pondered, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker. Chen Fan's body tensed, and with a powerful push, he pivoted, his enhanced physique allowing him to swiftly shift his stance to face whatever had materialized behind him. The wind rushed past the spot where he had been standing, landing on the ground with scarcely a sound. Upon focusing, he found a corpulent canine demon before him. The creature rose from all fours to stand upright, its muscular limbs and rotund belly reminiscent of a human form, yet its sharp claws, grotesque canine head, and menacing teeth unmistakably revealed its demonic nature. The canine demon appraised Chen Fan, drool dribbling from its maw. Not bad, not bad, it spoke. The provisions sent this time are quite pleasing, a robust specimen. Surely full of flavor, far superior to the last feeble delivery. Chen Fan's heart sank upon hearing its words. A talking demon was already considered a lower-tier creature among the supernatural. Those unable to speak were merely beasts, not even regarded as kin by their kind. Yet, this lesser demon was still far more formidable than Chen Fan, a mere enforcer of the Bureau. They were not only physically powerful and agile, but also retained the sharp claws of animals and possessed the ability to communicate and walk like humans, along with their inherent supernatural abilities. In the past, a single encounter would have spelled doom for Chen Fan. However, having gained over a decade of prowess through his unique abilities, he was not without the means to fight back. Yet, what startled him further was the implication of the demon's words, referring to him as the delivered provisions, igniting a troubling suspicion that someone might be colluding with demons. But there was no time for contemplation. He drew his long knife, positioning it defensively before him. The current scenario dictated a fight to the death. He would rather perish than become a demon's meal. The canine demon grinned. The struggle of the prey makes for a more delectable feast. The blood flows hotter and tastes better. Those who succumb in fear are utterly unappetizing. Let us see how you fare. With that, it leaped forward, its powerful limbs propelling it toward Chen Fan, its glistening claws aimed directly at his chest. Though the demon's speed was formidable, Chen Fan's years of training were not in vain. He sidestepped deftly, countering with a slash of his knife. The demon had underestimated him, believing that aside from a few powerful humans, the rest were weak and easily dispatched. It had toyed with previous enforcers, and it assumed this encounter would be no different. Yet, to its surprise, this human reacted swiftly, evading its claws and landing a cut upon its flesh. Although the demon's hide was tough and sinewy, Chen Fan's blade managed to carve a gash, revealing the blood and flesh beneath, causing blood to flow freely. A fierce glint flashed in the demon's eyes. While the wound was not fatal, being injured by a mere human was an affront it could not tolerate. It emitted a low, rumbling growl, its eyes darkening with rage. You dare to wound me. Very well. I shall bind you to a tree and savor you piece by piece. Chapter 4. Breaking through the skin refinement stage. Defeating the canine demon. Upon finishing its words, it no longer held back, collapsing its body into a formidable canine form. This primal stance allowed it to unleash its full potential. The powerful muscles of the demon's thighs tensed as it forcefully propelled its hind legs, charging directly at Chen Fan. This time, its speed was even greater, a ferocious storm of fury. Despite Chen Fan's preparedness, focusing all his energy on the demon, he could not evade in time. He hastily raised his long sword, blocking the demon's sharp claws. Though the claws were deflected by the blade, the sheer force still sent Chen Fan staggering backward several paces, leaving his arm numb and his chest tight with pressure. His strength was insufficient, utterly overshadowed by that of the demon. After being knocked back, Chen Fan executed a backward somersault, crashing through the window. The confines of the room were too narrow, and the demon's speed left no room for maneuvering. He had to escape to the open wilderness, where he could find space to evade. The demon paused momentarily, then leaped through the window after him. Determined to devour the human who had wounded it, no one could save him now. Once outside, Chen Fan exerted himself to increase the distance between him and the demon, dodging while seeking opportunities to counterattack. He lacked the capacity to confront the demon head-on. The inherent advantages of these creatures were overwhelming. Great strength and impenetrable hides made it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon them with his blade. It was no wonder that one needed to transcend the martial arts realm to contend with such beings. Even though he only possessed the most rudimentary skill of the skin refinement stage, he could now directly confront the demon rather than merely evade. However, had anyone else witnessed the scene, they would likely have been astounded. An ordinary person, without having transcended the martial arts realm, was managing to withstand the demon for this long, a miracle indeed. Most would have been torn apart with a single encounter. The demon, too, felt vexed. The human before it, though evidently weak, was agile and wielded a remarkably sophisticated swordplay. Not only had he lasted this long, but he had also inflicted numerous wounds upon the demon. Though the injuries were minor, the blood loss was significant, and the pain intensified its fury, making it yearn to tear him apart immediately. As Chen Fan's steps began to falter, his chest heaving heavily, the demon thought to itself, he cannot hold on much longer. It will be soon. Salivating at the prospect, it envisioned feasting on his tender innards. Indeed, Chen Fan could not endure for much longer. Despite having mastered the demon-slaying sword technique and possessing a robust physique, he bore numerous wounds from the demon's attacks, his frail body sustaining far more damage. Blood loss blurred his vision, and the strength in his limbs began to wane. If he did not find a solution, he would perish at the hands of the demon. It was time to act. Failure meant death. A resolute glint appeared in Chen Fan's eyes as he gambled everything. If it came to it, he would rather end his own life than be devoured by the demon. Infusing all remaining lifespan into the demon-slaying sword technique. When he first acquired the golden finger at the demon-subduing office, he speculated that infusing martial arts would allow his injuries to heal. Now was the moment to test that theory. Indeed, a prompt appeared in his mind. Remaining lifespan, 7 years, infusing. Over 7 years, you diligently practiced the demon-slaying sword technique, and finally, you have perfected it. Your technique now possesses a slight advantage over demons. Your physical abilities have improved. Your martial arts realm has ascended to the first level of skin refinement. Upon reaching this stage, your strength has significantly increased, and your skin is now resistant to ordinary blades and swords. All demon lifespan has been expended. At that moment, under the night sky, Chen Fan's previously unsteady form became as steadfast as a mountain, his grip on the sword transforming from trembling to steady. His injuries vanished, and his body brimmed with newfound vigor. His skin became smooth yet resilient, radiating a newfound luster. Indeed, his hypothesis was correct. The infusion restored all his injuries, and with prolonged training, he had become even more formidable. He gazed at the canine demon before him, once a seemingly invincible adversary, now instilling in him a newfound confidence and victory. The demon, too, was taken aback. The human who had appeared on the verge of collapse had suddenly regained his composure and seemed to exude even greater strength. Shaking its head in confusion, it questioned whether it was merely an illusion. Then, it noticed Chen Fan, who had previously circled to evade, now advancing toward it. How absurd. This mere human was not only refusing to flee, but daring to approach. Without further contemplation, the demon tightened its hind legs and charged at Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan did not retreat. Instead, he swung his long sword with finesse, deftly parrying the demon's claws. With a sweeping arc, the blade struck the demon's rotund abdomen. Though the demon's hide was tough, Chen Fan's sword sliced through, creating a deep gash that exposed its innards. The demon emitted a bone-chilling howl, collapsing to the ground, desperately clawing at its belly to prevent its insides from spilling out, drenched in blood. It could hardly comprehend how the prey it had intended to devour had suddenly turned the tables, nearly fatally wounding it with a single strike. The demon's eyes reflected terror as it gazed at the advancing Chun Fan, pleading, "Please, spare me. If you kill me, my kin on the mountain will not forgive you." Chun Fan regarded it coldly, surprised to witness fear in a demon, that it could beg like the frail humans. He preferred the brash demeanor it had displayed moments ago. He crouched down, seized the demon's head, and forcefully turned its eyes toward him. "Speak honestly about what you know, and I might consider allowing you to reunite with your kin." The demon's heart leaped with joy. This human was surprisingly gullible. Once it returned to the mountain and healed, it would bring its brethren to eradicate Chun Fan's entire family. With malice brewing in its mind, it wore a sycophantic expression, promising to divulge everything. Chun Fan tightened his grip on the demon's face. "Now, this is the obedience I wish to see. Tell me, who are you? Why have you come here? Do the people of Qingyang County conspire with your kind?" Chapter 5. Devouring the Canine Demon. New abilities in the face of imminent death. The previously ferocious canine demon now drooped its head in despair, dutifully divulging all the information it possessed. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, countless demons resided. The deeper one ventured into the mountains, the mightier the demons became. The canine demon clan, being the weakest among them, inhabited the outskirts of the mountains. Adjacent to Qingyang County, the entire clan's strength was relatively modest, yet when compared to ordinary humans, their power was indeed formidable. Originally, they thrived at the foot of the mountains, unable to confront the more robust demons residing within, leading a bitter existence. For reasons unknown, these demons could not depart the mountains to encroach upon the territory of Qingyang County. Thus, they were relegated to a life of hardship in the remote mountains. However, in recent years, they suddenly gained the ability to descend from the mountains. Although they still felt discomfort in human territory, their powers were suppressed, with stronger demons facing even greater constraints. Yet, they could indeed enter, resulting in calamity for the villages bordering Qingyang County. When powerful demons encountered feeble humans, the villagers became mere prey for these creatures. The canine demons had never encountered such easily obtainable quarry. Descending from the mountains felt akin to entering paradise. Despite the relentless efforts of the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate the demons, as time progressed, an increasing number of demons descended, and their strength began to escalate. Initially, it was solely the canine demons, but now even mightier demon clans were beginning to emerge. The Demon Suppression Division found themselves overwhelmed, suffering mounting casualties. Meanwhile, the Great Qing dynasty, once prosperous, was now beginning to weaken. Officials, seeking to protect their own interests, painted a facade of peace, neglecting to report the true situation. In this remote town of Qingyang County, calamities both natural and man-made converged. The canine demon's presence at the ancestral hall was orchestrated by the clan leader's directive, commanding it to guard the premises and devour anyone who appeared, ensuring none could escape. It had already feasted upon several individuals. However, the specific reasons for its watch were beyond its comprehension. As for the corpses mentioned by Chun Fan, it had never encountered such a phenomenon and was hearing of it for the first time. Instead, it had recently witnessed some commoners confined in the mountains, presumably as sustenance for newly born canine demons. The source of these commoners was unclear, but they were certainly not captured by the canine demons descending from the mountains. Moreover, it had observed individuals meeting with the clan leader, though these individuals were shrouded in obscurity, rendering identification impossible. It seemed the collusion between humans and demons was indeed a reality, contemplating the notion of humans collaborating with demons to offer commoners as sustenance. Chun Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Were these creatures truly human? As for the corpse case, Chun Fan was uncertain of its details. If the canine demon had never seen a corpse puppet, could the village slayer indeed be one? Had the missing commoners truly been abducted by corpse puppets? Chun Fan was engulfed in a haze of confusion, realizing that the depths of Qingyang County were profound. The true faces of those in power remained shrouded in mystery. With unknown participants in this dark affair, was the corpse puppet case merely a ruse, with someone seizing the opportunity to abduct commoners? Might the commander of the flag, Wang Yan, be involved? If he were the true culprit, he would be deserving of a most dire fate. After the canine demon had shared all it knew, it gazed longingly at Chun Fan, pleading, "I've disclosed everything I know. May I return to my kin now?" Chun Fan regarded its canine visage with a smile, reassuring. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall indeed allow you to reunite with your kin." The canine demon grinned broadly, ingratiatingly responding, "Indeed, indeed. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." It clutched its belly, where the powerful vitality of the demon had staunched the bleeding from its gaping wound. Struggling, the canine demon rose, stating, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Chun Fan nodded gently, as the dawn began to break, signaling the end of a perilous night. "Daylight has arrived. It is time for you to depart." The canine demon, still dazed, suddenly saw a flash of glimmering steel. As a blade, swift as lightning, cleaved through the air, severing its head from its body. Even as its head fell to the ground, its formidable life force allowed it to utter one final statement: "You are untrustworthy." Chun Fan sheathed his blade and responded coolly, "I keep my promises. I shall hunt down your kin, one by one." ensuring you all reunite in the afterlife. You need not thank me. All demons must perish. I stand by my word. At that moment, a notification appeared in his mind. 1 canine demon slain. Would you like to devour plunder? Choose wisely. Upon the demon's demise, the option for subjugation was indeed absent. Chun Fan contemplated for a moment. He understood the benefits of plunder. Without the longevity gained from plundering demons, he would have perished long ago. Now, having eliminated a formidable canine demon and transcended his martial realm to reach the skin refinement stage, he could now serve as a minor flag officer in the Demon Suppression Division, significantly enhancing his power. However, he had yet to experience the effects of devouring and subjugating. Subjugating a demon required it to be alive, but for these man-eating creatures, even if he could subjugate them, he had no desire to keep such beings close. Any demon that had tasted human flesh would find only death in his presence. Now, he had the option to devour the demon to acquire its abilities, and he wondered if this would prove more beneficial. With newfound strength for self-preservation, he decided to experiment with devouring a demon. Having made his decision, he promptly chose to devour. Choosing to devour a demon grants you its abilities. Target for devouring, canine demon. Devouring complete. Acquired demon ability, spiritual nose. The core ability of the canine demon clan, highly sensitive to sense, can be enhanced using demon longevity. After the prompt appeared, Chun Fan felt the sense surrounding him sharpen into clarity. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything around him through the sense. The fragrant aroma of fresh grass, the stench of the canine demon, and the essence of birds soaring through the air were all distinctly discernible. He could even detect the moisture of the nearby stream. This truly was the power of a canine nose. Moreover, this ability could be enhanced. In the future, he would surely be able to sense something from miles away. Though he currently possessed no demon longevity, would there be a shortage of demons in the vast 10,000 Great Mountains? He had meticulously noted the lives of the canine demon clan. He had also extracted their location from the previous interrogation. Soon, he would systematically hunt them down. Chapter 6. The exchange of techniques. Mountain-splitting blade. As dawn began to break, Chun Fan disposed of the corpse of the dog demon, carefully wrapping its head before returning home. Although his body had fully recovered, with no injuries to speak of, his attire was tattered and torn from the demon's claws. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he made his way to the Gongshu department, in the back courtyard of the Demon Suppression Office, where merits could be exchanged for rewards. After a lengthy wait, a figure slowly entered. This was a middle-aged man clad in a green official's robe, sporting a long beard and slightly bulging eyes. He appeared to be responsible for the affairs of the Gongshu department. Upon seeing Chun Fan, he glanced at his warrior attire and casually inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chun Fan stepped forward and placed the dog head on the table. "I am a warrior of the Demon Suppression Office, and I have brought the head of a dog demon to exchange for merits." The man regarded Chun Fan with a hint of surprise. It was uncommon for a mere warrior to procure the head of a dog demon. Initially, he had assumed Chun Fan was a lowly messenger, but now he recognized the significance of the situation. He unwrapped the bundle, examining the dog head closely. The demon had evidently died not long ago, as the blood had yet to fully congeal, indicating it had likely been slain the previous night. Whether Chun Fan had slain the demon himself or had assistance, it was clear he was no ordinary warrior. With a smile, he addressed Chun Fan. "Indeed. This is a dog demon. What is your name? I shall record your merit." "The name is Chun Fan, a newly appointed street patrol warrior as of March." The official flipped through a roster and located Chun Fan's name, marking it with a note. "On this day, the slaying of one dog demon, with the head as proof." He then asked, "As a minor demon, this grants you a small merit. Will you save it for future promotions, or exchange it for techniques or weapons?" The purpose of the Demon Suppression Office was to subdue demons, and all who killed demons were rewarded with merit. Recently, as demons grew stronger, slaying them had become increasingly challenging, resulting in greater rewards. Many had perished in their efforts to earn merit through demon slaying. Killing a minor demon counted as a small merit, which could accumulate. Warriors could advance to a junior rank without merit, provided they had achieved a breakthrough in their martial arts. However, ascending from junior to senior rank required not only a breakthrough, but also accumulated merits. Specifically, a minimum of 5 small merits to qualify. Given the ferocity of the demons, slaying 5 was no easy feat. Furthermore, merits could be exchanged for techniques, elixirs, weapons, and talismans that enhanced combat capabilities. In some cases, merits could even serve as a means to mitigate punishments, except in cases of treason. It is no wonder that so many coveted merit. At present, Chun Fan was most in need of techniques. By slaying demons and seizing their lifespans, he could rapidly cultivate his techniques to perfection, representing the swiftest path to enhancing his strength. Thus, his desire for techniques was paramount. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will not save it. I wish to exchange it for techniques." Upon hearing this, the official escorted Chun Fan to a study, pointing to a row of bookshelves within. He said, "The techniques available for small merits are here. You may choose one to exchange." He did not leave, but remained at the door, clearly supervising Chun Fan's selection. Chun Fan surveyed the study, noting that the most extensive section was dedicated to techniques available for small merits. The shelves were filled with various tomes, while several locked cabinets likely contained higher-tier techniques that required greater merits for exchange. Approaching the shelves, he began to peruse the titles with rapidity. Each book was encased in a box, revealing only a brief description on the exterior. Breath cultivation technique, a foundational breathing technique that slightly enhances endurance and recovery speed. Iron garment technique, covers the body with energy to resist ordinary blades and strikes. Stone crushing fist, a display of brute strength, capable of shattering blue stones when mastered. Silk binding leg technique, utilizes soft force to deflect attacks, focusing on the lower body. Grass on the wind, enhances agility and speed for short bursts, ideal for stealth in mountainous terrain. Water cutting blade, a technique that flows like water, suitable for group combat. Mountain splitting blade, concentrates all strength into a single strike, capable of breaking armor and bones. Each technique stirred Chen Fan's interest. Those that others lacked the time or aptitude to master would be within his grasp. Should he successfully cultivate these techniques, his strength would undoubtedly soar. The diversity of techniques was remarkable, encompassing internal and external skills, swordsmanship, and agility. Mastering them all would eliminate any weaknesses he possessed, suppressing his excitement. He realized he could only select one technique for now. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the mountain splitting blade. Following his encounter with the dog demon, he recognized that the primary challenge in combat against such foes was their formidable defenses. Had he faced an opponent with the same strength as the dog demon, they would have succumbed to his blade long before. However, the dog demon's resilience allowed it to disregard injuries. Had Chen Fan not recently broken through to a higher level, he might very well have been the one to fall. The mountain-splitting blade excelled at penetrating defenses, making it the technique he needed most at this juncture. While other techniques held merit, they would have to wait until he could slay more demons to exchange for them. Presenting the box to the Gongshu official, he stated, "I have chosen this technique." The man examined the box, retrieved a key, and produced the booklet for the mountain-splitting blade, handing it to Chen Fan. "You may only copy this here. It cannot be taken outside. The copied technique must be cultivated privately and cannot be shared. You are aware of the rules of the Demon Suppression Office." Chen Fan scoffed inwardly. Indeed, the regulations stipulated that techniques could not be disseminated beyond the office, only accessible to its members. Any violation would lead to the retrieval of the techniques, and both the leaker and practitioner would face the loss of their cultivation and imprisonment for life. Yet, it was common knowledge that many officials sought to pass these techniques to their families. In recent years, as the grading dynasty declined, this practice had become semi-public, with numerous noble families mastering techniques originating from the Demon Suppression Office. Only those on the lower rungs of society faced stringent restrictions, entirely cut off from such knowledge. He chose not to elaborate further. The truth was evident to all, but what could be done? Merely nodding, he replied, "Rest assured, I understand the rules." Following this, he accompanied the official to a designated area where he began to transcribe the mountain-splitting blade. Chapter 7. The 100 House Approval. Becoming a minor flag, the mountain-splitting blade contained few words, mostly outlining methods for cultivating and harnessing energy. Chen Fan swiftly transcribed the text and returned the original to the minor official. After securing the scriptures, the official locked the study and led Chen Fan outside. Chen Fan, having exchanged for the cultivation method, tucked it into his bosom and retrieved a few taels of silver from within, placing them into the official's hand. "This time, I have troubled you greatly, a small token of appreciation, though it hardly conveys my respect. May I ask how to address you, sir?" His salary at the Demon Suppression Division was meager, barely accumulating a tael of silver each month. However, now that he had gained strength, he no longer regarded such trivial sums with concern, preferring instead to forge connections with those of potential future assistants. The minor official grasped the silver, feeling a surge of joy. In the Demon Suppression Division, strength was paramount. Those who could fight were valued. Individuals with connections, but lacking in power, could not serve as the backbone of the division, relegated instead to clerical duties. This was, after all, a martial institution, akin to an army. The incompetent could jeopardize the entire force, facing real threats from malevolent entities. Few with connections dared to take such risks. Individuals like Chen Fan, capable of achieving merit, were best left unoffended. Those with strength or strong backing commanded respect. To dare extort them would invite retaliation. Generally, no one paid him heed. But encountering someone now made him smile broadly. "I cannot address you as sir. I am merely a functionary. My surname is Luo Yonghui." Chen Fan recognized that he would often return to this place, necessitating a cordial rapport with those in charge for future benefits. "Luo, the overseer, as a warrior. I should indeed address you as sir." Luo Yonghui responded with a smile. "With your ability to vanquish malevolent beings, your rise is surely imminent." He studied Chen Fan, unable to discern whether the demon had fallen to Chen Fan's prowess or if it had been slain by another and then presented to him for credit. His words bore a hint of inquiry. Chen Fan did not conceal the truth, attributing his success to luck. The dog demon was formidable, And its defeat was no small feat. Luo Yonghui's pupils contracted. He had recently seen Chen Fan's details on the roster, merely 16 years old, with a humble background, orphaned, and having been a warrior for less than 6 months. Yet he was now capable of slaying demons? Was he a martial genius, or was there someone powerful backing him? Regardless, at such a young age, his potential to slay demons was boundless. He needed to cultivate a good relationship with him. Luo's smile broadened. Having slain the dog demon, your strength must have surpassed the boundary. We should hasten to the 100 House for confirmation, and once confirmed, you can ascend to a minor flag. When you return, I will prepare the benefits of the minor flag for you. In the 100 House, being a minor flag was quite significant. After all, each 100 household had only 10 minor flags, which constituted an official rank, entering the roster of those who received state provisions, requiring personal confirmation from the 100 House leader. Elevation to the total flag would necessitate the validation of the 1,000 household division. Once he became a minor flag, Wang Yin could no longer freely assign tasks to Chen Fan. Chen Fan clasped his fists in acknowledgement, stating he would seek out the 100 House leader at once. Luo feigned annoyance. What overseer? If you think highly of me, call me Brother Luo. Taken aback, Chen Fan realized that Luo was keen on his potential and wished to befriend him. Brother Luo, that is too kind. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Luo laughed heartily. That is certainly the case. You attend to your business first. I shall treat you to dinner tonight, and we will enjoy ourselves. Excellent. Chen Fan bowed in farewell and departed to find the 100 House leader, Li Tong. Upon reaching the innermost courtyard of the 100 House, Chen Fan noted that Li Tong had come to Qingyang County alone, without family, conducting his daily affairs within this space. He rarely visited the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division, while the total flag, Wang Yin, frequented it, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe he was the 100 House leader. As Chen Fan approached the courtyard entrance, he addressed the guard stationed there. I am the warrior Chen Fan, having just broken through to the skin refining stage. Here to request verification from the 100 House leader. The guard, taken aback, regarded Chen Fan with surprise. It had been years since a warrior successfully achieved a breakthrough. This young man, strikingly handsome, had done so. Yet this was official business. Despite his curiosity, he did not delay, promptly escorting Chen Fan into the courtyard, instructing him to wait while he entered the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, he emerged accompanied by a man, none other than Li Tong, the 100 House leader of the Qingyang County Demon Suppression Division. Li Tong was tall and imposing, exuding authority even in the armor he donned, resembling a military general more than a bureaucrat of the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Fan hurried forward, declaring, Warrior Chen Fan, I pay my respects to the 100 House leader. Li Tong scrutinized him. Chen Fan had been at the Demon Suppression Division for half a year, often patrolling the streets and handling arduous tasks. Yet he had encountered Li Tong a few times. In Li Tong's memory, Chen Fan had appeared frail and timid, but now he was vibrant, handsome, and robust. Had he misremembered? Sensing Chen Fan's aura and observing his complexion, Li Tong nodded, recognizing the characteristics of the skin refining stage. However, according to protocol, verification was still necessary. He gestured towards a stone mill within the courtyard. That is what I use to strengthen my bones. The smallest weighs precisely 1,000 pounds. The hallmark of the skin refining stage is the ability to lift 1,000 pounds, with skin as tough as jade, impervious to blades. Your skin must surely be sound. Simply lift the stone mill 10 times to pass verification. Chen Fan approached the cluster of stone mills, noting their varying sizes. The smallest was less than half the size of the largest, sparking a sense of awe regarding Li Tong's strength. The smallest weighed 1,000 pounds, and the largest was likely much heavier. These were tools Li Tong used for his own training. The disparity in their true capabilities was something Chen Fan could not currently compare to. This realization tempered the inflated confidence he had gained after acquiring his abilities. He understood that his current strength was still insufficient and required time to develop. He must not become complacent. Calming his mind, he positioned himself before the stone mill, inhaled deeply, and lifted the smallest stone mill. Although he did not find it exceedingly strenuous, he feigned exertion on his face. After gritting his teeth and lifting it 10 times, he set the mill down, panting heavily. Li Tong clapped his hands in approval. Well done, Chen Fan. You have successfully passed the verification. From this moment on, you are a minor flag. Shortly, take my hand token to the Department of Needs to receive your flying fish uniform, the embroidered spring blade, and the benefits of your new rank. Chapter 8. Appreciation from the 100 households. Resisting Wang Yin, was it true that he had passed the examination and become a little flag bearer? Chen Fan was elated and bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your cultivation, my lord. Li Tong nodded, remarking that if Chen Fan worked diligently, his youth and aptitude would surely yield great potential. He encouraged Chen Fan to serve the court in the Demon Suppression Division well, assuring him that rewards would follow. With a righteous expression, Chen Fan declared, I only know to serve my lord. Your commands are my only directive. Li Tong laughed heartily, saying, Oh you. Such words are unnecessary. We all serve the court and heed its commands. We must possess loyalty without personal motives. It would be unwise to say such things publicly, lest outsiders misinterpret. Chen Fan, undeterred, retorted, "This is my sincere sentiment, and I would proclaim it anywhere. I fear no ridicule. My lord bears a heavy responsibility as the steadfast protector of Qingyang County, ensuring peace. If I do not serve you, whom shall I serve? I heed no one but your words." Li Tong could only respond with resignation. "Enough of that. I am but an ordinary man. Spare me the grandiose titles. You have just been promoted. Take this bottle of qi-gathering pills. One a day will enhance your inner energy." He summoned a guard to fetch a vial of pills and handed it to Chen Fan. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall certainly serve you diligently." Chen Fan knew the vial was worth a minor feat, requiring the defeat of a dog demon to obtain, and as a mere little flag bearer, he could only exchange for one vial per month. Now, Li Tong had freely bestowed it upon him. Li Tong surveyed him with satisfaction. Now that Chen Fan was a little flag bearer, he could command 10 men and handle cases independently. "Have you decided which general flag you wish to serve?" Li Tong inquired. As a 100 households official, he had 2 general flag bearers under his command, each overseeing 5 little flag bearers. One of the general flags was Wang Yan, who had joined the Demon Suppression Division 2 years prior. Though his capabilities were limited, his deep connections allowed him to act arrogantly and escape accountability, as no one dared defy him. The other general flag, Yu Wei, was a long-standing member of the division, having served quietly for years without seeking to advance his position, making him more approachable. Chen Fan had no desire to serve under Wang Yan. He viewed Wang Yan as a bitter rival, and it was clear that Wang Yan regarded him with disdain, having never acknowledged him as an equal. Yet, now that Chen Fan was a little flag bearer, he was aware that Wang Yan understood the animosity between them. But he refrained from voicing his thoughts, stating instead, "Wherever my lord wishes me to go, I shall follow your arrangements." Since Li Tong had inquired about his intentions, it was evident he had a plan in mind. Li Tong smiled approvingly. "Indeed, we all serve the court. Go to Wang Yan. He recently injured a little flag bearer and requested assistance." "At your command," Chen Fan replied. "I shall remember your advice to observe closely." "Understood?" Li Tong seemed to harbor intentions regarding Wang Yan, and Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. This was excellent news. Wang Yan had long acted with arrogance due to his connections, and it was only natural for Li Tong to have reservations about him. Now that Chen Fan had revealed his potential, he was qualified to participate in the unfolding drama. Bowing, he affirmed, "I understand, and I will heed your counsel," learning and observing closely while following General Wang. "I take my leave." Li Tong nodded. "Well done, Chen Fan. You may go. If you need anything, seek me directly." After leaving the courtyard, Chen Fan pondered and made his way to the main hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Yan frequently occupied this space, and upon entering, Chen Fan encountered several colleagues. Some greeted him warmly, while others stared in disbelief, clearly surprised that he had returned alive. Only a select few were privy to the events of the previous night. Most assumed Chen Fan was merely recuperating at home. Chen Fan responded to the greetings, maintaining his guise as a strong man, unaware that he was now a little flag bearer. As he entered the hall, Wang Yan, seated in a position of authority and leisurely sipping tea, glanced up. Initially taken aback, his expression quickly soured, and he slammed his cup down onto the table. With a darkened visage, he thundered, "Chen Fan, I ordered you to investigate the corpse puppet case, yet you audaciously disregarded my command and failed to report to the mortuary. The Demon Suppression Division cannot tolerate insubordination. Seize him." A subordinate stepped forward, extending a hand to apprehend Chen Fan. This man had previously delivered the dog demon's body to Chen Fan and was evidently a trusted underling of Wang Yan. He believed himself superior, having spent considerable time within the division, and intended to subdue Chen Fan swiftly to prevent any rebuttal. As he grasped Chen Fan, intending to force him to the ground, he found his grip met with unexpected resistance, as if he were clutching leather. No matter how forcefully he tried, he could not budge Chen Fan. With a swift motion, Chen Fan shook him off, sending him crashing to the floor. Meeting Wang Yan's astonished gaze, he inquired, "I do not recognize the words of General Wang. You claim to have sent me to investigate, but I fail to recall such an order. Is there a written directive? Furthermore, as a mere strongman, I possess no authority to investigate. I wonder why General Wang would assign such a task to me. Is this not against protocol?" Chen Fan suspected that the corpse puppet case was likely a fabrication, and he had no desire to entangle himself in it or squander his time. Wang Yan faltered, then seethed with rage. Only he and Chen Fan had been present the previous night. He could claim whatever he wished. In truth, he had never intended for Chen Fan to investigate, but had merely sought to send him to his demise. He had not anticipated Chen Fan's return, thinking he had hidden away. Now, confronted with Chen Fan's boldness, Wang Yan's fury escalated. "A mere strongman dares to disregard hierarchy. I am an officer, and you are a subordinate. I command you to live or die at my whim. You dare speak of rules to me. Capture Chen Fan for defying his superior. His offense is unforgivable. Do not hold back." Wang Yan bellowed. Chapter 9. The savage beating of Shao Qi. Behind Wang Yan, a figure emerged, his distant nephew, Wang Xing. At this moment, the gathered crowd in the hall looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the cause of Wang Yan's fury. It seemed he intended to resort to extreme measures against Chen Fan. Most present were strongmen themselves, feeling a sense of shared sorrow. If Wang Yin could wantonly dispose of Chen Fan, how could they not be viewed as mere servants to be trampled upon? Wang Yin was known for his tyrannical demeanor, often resorting to violence against his subordinates. However, he answered only to Li Tong, the head of the 100 households, and as long as Li Tong intervened, no one could confront him. Even those who harbored grievances against him had to remain silent. No one dared to speak up as Wang Xing approached, intent on eliminating Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed, addressing Wang Yin with a sardonic tone. "Oh, how grand your authority is, Captain Wang. A mere captain, and yet your temper is so inflated. The true head of this 100 households is Lord Li Tong, not you. Your threats to beat or kill me are quite laughable. If anyone is to punish me, it should be Lord Li. And what gives you the right to dispose of me at will? You wish to put Lord Li in jeopardy? Even if Lord Li were to punish me, I would accept my fate. But you, Wang Yin, are unworthy of such power." Wang Yin's rage intensified upon hearing these words, veins bulging on his forehead. Although older and of a stronger background than Li Tong, his rank was inferior, and his abilities weaker, forcing him to remain beneath Li Tong's shadow without promotion. This was a sore spot for him, one that no one dared mention, until Chen Fan had the audacity to bring it up in front of so many. Overcome with fury, his face flushed, he bellowed, "Wang Xing, strike him without mercy." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They never expected Chen Fan to be so audacious, challenging Wang Yin without a hint of fear. His words pierced Wang Yin's pride, something they would only dare whisper about in private. Wang Xing, sensing his uncle's true rage, felt a surge of malevolence. With a powerful push from his feet, he launched himself at Chen Fan, arms outstretched like the talons of a hawk. His fingers, now elongated, glinted with a cold iron hue as he tore through the air with a sound reminiscent of an eagle's cry. "Die!" he shouted, the wind from his approach tousling Chen Fan's hair. The spectators hurriedly retreated, some of the strongmen's garments ripping from the force of the gust. In that critical moment, Chen Fan deftly flicked his wrist, and his sheathed black wooden sword seemed to come alive. The end of the sheath coiled around Wang Xing's right wrist, twisting and locking his left elbow with a precision that made a sickening crack echo through the air. Wang Xing's eyes widened in horror as his arm, once as firm as iron, was shattered by the sheath, eliciting a pained howl. Chen Fan stepped forward, pressing down with the sheath, forcing Wang Xing to kneel heavily upon the ground. The impact resonated painfully through his knees, sending shockwaves of agony throughout his body. "You," Wang Xing stammered, blood rushing to his head as he looked up into Chen Fan's icy gaze. The unsheathed blade now rested against his throat, the menacing aura seeping from the sheath more terrifying than the blade itself. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, unable to contain their astonishment at Chen Fan's explosive display of power. Was this truly the same Chen Fan they had known, docile and reticent? They had interacted with him, witnessing only his rudimentary skills. The last encounter with a demon had left him utterly humiliated. Yet now, he stood defiantly against Wang Xing, a master of the realm. The crowd speculated wildly. Could it be that he had been concealing his true prowess all along? How could he have reached such heights in mere months? Wang Xing had trained for years, and yet was utterly outmatched. Chen Fan's talents were indeed extraordinary, and the intricacies of his demon-slaying techniques hinted at a decade's worth of mastery. Yet, the one most shaken by this revelation was Wang Yin. He was well aware of Wang Xing's abilities, neither particularly strong nor weak, but skilled in his own right. Now, seeing Wang Xing so easily subdued by Chen Fan left him reeling. Wang Yin, a master of the second realm of martial arts, could see that Chen Fan's skills had reached perfection, a level only achievable through years of diligent practice. This was inconceivable. He had records indicating Chen Fan's humble origins and lack of martial training. How could he have developed such formidable skills in such a short span? Wang Yin's mind raced. Whether Chen Fan had hidden his strength or found some fortuitous breakthrough, his potential was a threat that could no longer be ignored. He had to eliminate this burgeoning danger before it grew into an insurmountable issue. With a thunderous voice, he declared, "You little wretch, how deeply you've concealed your true self. Not only do you defy your superiors, but you also attack your peers with such brutality. You must be punished for your transgressions." Chapter 10. I will eventually end your life with a thunderous roar. Wang Yin's voice resonated like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the bone refinement realm was unleashed, sweeping outward like a surging tide, rendering the onlookers breathless. Burning blood palm, Wang Yin bellowed, his right palm transforming into a crimson hue reminiscent of a searing iron brand. The intense heat distorted the air around him, as if it had been thrust into a blazing furnace. Observing closely, one could see the intricate trajectory of his palm technique, the gusts of energy howling as they surged towards Chen Fan. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and he dared not hold back any longer. With a metallic clang, his long knife shot forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, gleaming coldly as he poured all his strength into a desperate strike against Wang Yin's blood-red palm. when their attacks collided. A sharp sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the air. Wang Yin's palm felt as though it had been forged from steel, unyielding and impervious, sending a jolt of numbing shock through Chun Fan's arm. Despite his heightened vigilance, he realized just how severely he had underestimated the formidable prowess of a master at the bone refinement level. Indeed, the disparity between realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The individual of a higher realm possessed an overwhelming advantage over the one below. Though Chun Fan wielded his knife with all his might, it shattered like brittle wood upon impact. Blood gushed from the wounds on his hands, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him unable to grip anything. In contrast, Wang Yin's gaze fixated on the crimson mark on his palm, a twisted smile of sadistic delight emerging on his previously stoic countenance. Very well, such potential, he mused, slowly extending his hands. As he channeled his energy, the crimson hue intensified, and the air around his palms warped grotesquely. Today, you shall witness what it means for bones to be as strong as steel. With a mighty roar, Wang Yin unleashed an overwhelming force from his palms, charging directly towards Chun Fan. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a clear voice rang out. Why is Commander Wang so furious? Before the words had fully settled, a figure appeared before Chun Fan like a specter. Calmly, he extended his hand, seemingly casual, yet precisely intercepting Wang Yin's formidable burning blood palm. The hand appeared ordinary, soft and rounded, yet it absorbed the searing heat of the attack without so much as a scratch. A tremendous force erupted from this newcomer, sending Wang Yin staggering backward. He stumbled several steps, ultimately collapsing into a chair behind him with a heavy thud. Wang Yin's expression soured, his hands quickly retreating behind him, filled with resentment and fear as he glared at the newcomer. This individual was none other than Li Tong, the 100 household of the Demon Suppression Office. Standing tall in battle armor, his demeanor remained unperturbed, as if the recent events were merely trivial distractions. Chun Fan sighed in relief. Li Tong's presence indicated that he was to monitor Wang Yin's actions, aligning himself against the latter. Naturally, Chun Fan needed to offer his allegiance, solidifying his position and loyalty. Having already been at odds with Wang Yin, Li Tong's support alleviated any fear he had. This emboldened Chun Fan to confront Wang Yin directly, testing the latter's strength while gauging his own capabilities for future encounters. It was crucial to understand the strength of one's adversary. Otherwise, seeking revenge could lead to one's demise. However, after the clash, Chun Fan realized he was indeed outmatched. Li Tong's arrival had been anticipated. Prior to entering the hall, he discreetly sent a familiar strongman to inform Li Tong of the conflict, hoping for intervention. Only after ensuring this did he dare to confront Wang Yin. For being killed by him would be utterly ridiculous. As expected, Li Tong arrived in the nick of time, effortlessly repelling Wang Yin. Yet, Chun Fan suspected that Li Tong had been observing the situation beforehand, ensuring the conflict escalated, eager to witness Wang Yin's response and gauge his own strength. Nevertheless, he respectfully bowed to Li Tong. Greetings, my lord. The onlookers, equally awestruck by Li Tong's prowess, followed suit, exclaiming, Greetings, my lord. Only Wang Yin wore a grim expression, seated with hands clasped behind him, inquiring, What brings you here, Lord Li? The scene was peculiar, with Li Tong, 100 household, standing in the hall while Wang Yin, a commander, remained seated. One looked up, the other down, creating an odd tableau. Yet, Wang Yin's predicament was one of silent suffering. He had not been in the position long and rarely displayed his strength, yet his power was undeniable. Wang Yin had always believed there was a slight disparity between their strengths, but he now realized that was a misconception. The earlier strike from Li Tong shattered all illusions. The seemingly mundane palm, devoid of fury, stood in stark contrast to Wang Yin's arrogant and domineering burning blood palm. Yet it had shattered Wang Yin's bones with a force so tremendous that he was compelled to channel his true energy into the ground, leaving him bloodied and unable to stand. Desiring not to reveal his frailty before the members of the Demon Suppression Office, he remained seated, desperately trying to recover from his injuries. Before Li Tong could speak, Chun Fan interjected. Commander Wang carries himself with such arrogance, yet when 100 household visits, he remains seated. One might mistakenly think you are the 100 household, and Lord Li is the commander. Wang Yin could not refute this. The truth was evident. He had failed to show proper respect to his superior, and sitting down to welcome Li Tong would only serve to tarnish his reputation further. Yet, he faced a dilemma. The energy clash in his legs rendered him incapable of standing. Unable to explain, he chose to maintain a facade of arrogance. Wang Yin glared at Chun Fan, directing all his fury at him, blaming the latter for his current predicament. Overwhelmed by fear of Li Tong's strength, he shifted his ire onto Chun Fan. Yet, Chun Fan met his gaze unflinchingly, eyes filled with provocation and mockery. Their eyes locked. Both conveyed a singular sentiment. I will eventually end your life. Chapter 11. Wang Yin's machinations. Li Tong remarked indifferently, given the commotion in this grand hall, how could I possibly refrain from coming? General Wang, do enlighten us. As a general, how could you allow such a disgraceful scene to unfold among your subordinates? Are you not concerned that people will accuse us leaders of lacking discipline? If this news spreads, the reputation of our demon suppression office will certainly suffer. Wang Yin's expression faltered. Today's events were undeniably unseemly. Yet, he retorted, Chen Fan is a man of concealed strength, harboring malicious intentions and disregarding the law. This mere brute dares to confront me, a general, in public. Such audacity cannot go unpunished. If I do not subdue him, it will tarnish the name of our demon suppression office. Li Tong cast a sidelong glance at him. Since Chen Fan is not under your command, any mistakes he commits should be addressed by his immediate superior or reported to me. It is not your place to deal with him. Moreover, I have verified that Chen Fan has broken through to the next realm and is now at the skin training stage. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Office, I have promoted him to a junior officer. If you wish to oversee him, he shall be placed under your command. Should he err in the future, you will be responsible for his discipline. However, I do not wish to witness any unfounded accusations against colleagues. If you claim someone has issues, present evidence. Do not simply slander others without basis. Is that understood? He surveyed the crowd, addressing them all. Although his words were directed at everyone, it was evident he was singling out Wang Yin. Wang Yin understood this perfectly, his face turning a deep shade of anger. He had always been proud and haughty. Yet today he had suffered a defeat at Chen Fan's hands and been publicly humiliated by Li Tong. His frustration simmered, especially since Chen Fan had not only become a junior officer but was now under Li Tong's command, clearly a thorn in his side, and he had no recourse. Though Wang Yin held some influence, he could not oppose Li Tong's rightful decisions regarding personnel. Li Tong had left him no room for maneuver. With a disdainful huff, he ceased his arguments and coldly stated, Since you have arranged it this way, I shall naturally abide by your orders. Seeing Wang Yin relent, Li Tong chose not to engage him further. With the recent surge in demonic creatures in Xinjiang County, the pressure on the Demon Suppression Office was immense. We must unite and support one another in the days to come. Now, you may return to your duties. I have matters to attend to, he concluded, vanishing from sight without a sound, demonstrating his remarkable agility. As the crowd watched him depart, their envious gazes turned toward Chen Fan. It was clear that Chen Fan had secured the favor of the influential Li Tong, not only providing him with support, but also effectively suppressing Wang Yin. Everyone understood that given Chen Fan's age and the strength he exhibited, it was only natural for Li Tong to take him under his wing. Yet, jealousy brewed within them. Several of Chen Fan's acquaintances, also strongmen, became elated at his newfound status, believing that by associating with him, they too had indirectly allied with Li Tong. They eagerly anticipated the opportunity to flatter Chen Fan. Wang Yin, having lost all face, was in a foul mood. Noticing that the crowd lingered, eager for entertainment, he bellowed, What are you all doing here? Get back to work. While Chen Fan had the audacity to confront Wang Yin directly, his peers did not dare to do the same. At Wang Yin's roar, they scattered like startled birds, hastily departing. In an instant, only Wang Yin and Chen Fan remained in the grand hall. While the injured Wang Xing had been taken away for treatment, with a forced smile, Wang Yin addressed Chen Fan, You've concealed yourself quite well, haven't you? Pretending to be weak yesterday, and I didn't even see through it. Now that you've joined my ranks, it's fortuitous that Li Tong holds you in such high regard. I have a case of a missing person. The daughter of the county lieutenant has vanished from her home without a trace. Since you are so capable, I shall assign this case to you. You must find her. He continued ominously. As a strong man, you were not permitted to handle cases alone. But now that you are a junior officer, you can investigate independently. This case is assigned by your superior. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? If you wish to decline, you could always seek Li Tong's intercession, and I would have no choice but to comply. Chen Fan had no intention of refusing. As Wang Yin noted, becoming a junior officer permitted him to undertake investigations independently. The case Wang Yin offered was undoubtedly significant, but refusal was not an option. The rules of the Demon Suppression Office dictated that assigned cases must be accepted. Rewards were given for successful resolutions, while failure resulted in punishment. Seeking Li Tong's intervention would only serve to bolster Wang Yin's position, and Chen Fan was far too astute to make that mistake. Calmly, he replied, As the general commands, I shall dutifully comply. Wang Yin suddenly erupted in laughter. Excellent, Junior Officer Chen. I wish you swift success in solving this case. He produced a document, drafted the order, and handed it to Chen Fan. The case files are in the office. You may review them. I await your good news. Chen Fan had indeed heard of this case, though he had not paid much attention since his junior officer had not been assigned to it. In Xinjiang County, apart from the county magistrate and deputy, the county lieutenant held the highest position. He commanded the county's military forces, though they were few, numbering only around 100. The captains, constables, and all military personnel fell under the county lieutenant's authority. In such an unstable region, his word could sometimes carry more weight than that of the magistrate. The county lieutenant had 2 sons and a single daughter, whom he cherished dearly. With her sudden disappearance, he had dispatched all available constables and officials to search for her, yet to no avail. Initially, the case bore no relation to the Demon Suppression Office. Ordinary cases were typically handled by the county's captains. Only cases involving demonic entities warranted the involvement of the Demon Suppression Office. However, In his fury over his daughter's disappearance, the county lieutenant resorted to torturing his servants for information. One servant reported hearing strange animal sounds coming from the young lady's chamber at night. The county lieutenant seized upon this as evidence of demonic interference, leading him to turn to the Demon Suppression Office for assistance. Despite their involvement, the officers from the Demon Suppression Office also failed to unearth any leads or locate the missing young lady. The county lieutenant, a man of martial background with a fiery temperament, vented his frustrations on the investigators. Many constables were left injured. And while the officers of the Demon Suppression Office were not directly harmed, the mounting pressure of failure drove the county lieutenant to frequently lodge complaints, accusing them of negligence and demanding punitive measures against them. As Chun Fan accepted the case, he realized that Wang Yin might very well attempt to sabotage him. Hoping to incite conflict between Chun Fan and the county lieutenant, he surmised that Wang Yin would relish any opportunity to see the two clash, ideally resulting in a physical altercation. Even if no conflict arose, the inability to solve the case would entrap Chun Fan, leaving him unable to escape the situation. Chun Fan mused to himself, Wang Yin is indeed a cunning adversary. Chapter 12. The case of the missing county magistrate's daughter. Chun Fan stepped steadily into the study, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of documents, finally resting on the file-marked case of the missing county magistrate's daughter. Within its pages lay a detailed account of the case. The daughter of the magistrate, a refined young lady, was akin to a delicate flower, nurtured with utmost care. Rarely did she step beyond the confines of her estate, and whenever she did, a retinue of attendants shadowed her closely. Most often, she secluded herself in her attic, that small sanctuary serving as her entire world. A few days prior, sunlight gently streamed through the attic's window, and she lay peacefully in slumber as she always did. The maid stood vigil outside, scarcely daring to breathe. However, as time slipped away, the stillness within the attic remained unbroken. Growing increasingly anxious, the maids hesitated before finally rapping on the door. One knock, two knocks. The sound echoed through the silent corridor, yet no response came. The maids could no longer contain their concern. They hastily summoned assistants and together forced the door open. Upon entering, they found the room devoid of its occupant. The young lady had vanished without a trace. From that day forth, the magistrate was consumed by anxiety. Akin to ants on a hot pan, he mobilized all his connections and resources, launching a widespread search throughout the county. Every street, every alley, every corner was meticulously scrutinized. Yet the familiar figure remained elusive. The household was in disarray, with the mistress collapsing repeatedly from worry over her daughter. A young maiden, yet to be wed, had simply disappeared, her fate unknown. If she had fallen into the hands of brigands, the mere thought of such a possibility was enough to shatter the hearts of her parents. Now, with neither a living soul nor a corpse in sight, the case seemed ensnared in an endless darkness, devoid of clues. Had she been abducted, or had some other calamity befallen her? No one knew. The file contained only a mention from a servant who had, by chance, heard strange animal sounds emanating from the attic, as if some malevolent creature lurked. The Demon Suppression Office, upon receiving the report, promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. However, after a thorough search, no trace of any creature was found. Where did that mysterious sound originate? Was there truly some supernatural entity at work? Chun Fan furrowed his brow as he gently closed the file. This case was indeed perplexing, leaving one grasping for understanding. Given the magistrate's status and influence, there must be skilled individuals within the household. Yet, to abduct a living person from the depths of the estate without alerting anyone was no simple task. Unless, of course, the perpetrator had already transcended into a realm of supernatural prowess. But if such a powerful being existed, capable of acquiring anything in the world with ease, why risk the peril of stealthily capturing a young woman? Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Office, the most knowledgeable institution regarding such entities in the Dane dynasty, had failed to uncover any traces of them. All these factors rendered the case increasingly enigmatic. Chun Fan carefully stored the file away, contemplating that since he had undertaken this case, he would commit himself fully. The first step was to visit the scene of the incident and inspect it personally. As he stepped out of the Demon Suppression Office's grand hall, a few individuals hurriedly approached him. The leader, lips parting as if to call out Chun Fan, abruptly swallowed the words, a flicker of tension and reverence flashing in his eyes. Little Flag. Chun Fan's lips curled into a gentle smile. The individuals before him were former colleagues. In the past, they had patrolled the streets together, following their old superior in investigations. Though they had not faced life and death together, a bond had formed. Their former superior had been gravely injured by a demon and reluctantly left the office, leaving these few adrift, struggling for survival within the Demon Suppression Office. Now, witnessing Chun Fan's promotion to Little Flag, they saw a glimmer of hope and were eager to follow him. Little Flag, we want to stick with you. Iron Xingtong was the first to speak, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had been the strongest among them and shared the closest relationship with Chun Fan. His tone bore an urgency, as if fearing rejection. Little Flag, we all saw how you decisively dealt with Wang Yin and the 5 stars earlier. You were incredible. Indeed, those two have always bullied us. And today was truly satisfying to see you put them in their place, little flag. Yes, even Master Bai who came to support you. Who could possibly stand in your way now in the Demon Suppression Office? Little flag, with your exceptional talent. You are destined to become a Master Bai who in the future. Please accept us. We will follow you faithfully from now on. Absolutely, where you point. We shall not dare to stray. The group chimed in, their words laden with flattery and hope. Chen Fan raised his hand slightly, signaling for silence. His voice gentle yet resolute. Brothers, I am honored by your esteem and willingness to follow me. From now on, we shall be like family, sharing fortunes and bearing hardships together. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in cheers, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Little flag, we are with you for sure. Chen Fan nodded slightly, methodically issuing instructions. I will head to the equipment department to collect the attire and weaponry for little flags. You all should go to the study to have your names registered in my team roster. Once everything is completed, we shall reconvene at the nearby tea house and set off together to investigate at the magistrate's residence. Everyone agreed enthusiastically and hurriedly went about their tasks. Chen Fan watched their departing figures, feeling a sense of gratitude. His time in the Demon Suppression Office had been brief, and his foundations were still shaky. Now, having become a little flag, he had worried about finding capable aides. The allegiance of these brothers was like timely rain, alleviating his urgent needs. For them, it meant finding new support and opportunities for advancement. For him, it meant acquiring a few reliable subordinates. Truly a win-win situation. Chen Fan turned and strode towards the equipment department. Inside, Manager Luo was leisurely seated in a grand chair, a cup of fragrant tea in hand, with an ancient tome spread out before him. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, he quickly rose, a broad smile lighting up his face. Brother Chen, I suppose it's time to address you as Little Flag now? Chen Fan returned the smile, his tone humble. Brother Luo, I prefer being called Chen brother. Little Flag feels a bit distant. Manager Luo clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight. I knew Brother Chun was extraordinary. It was only a matter of time before you were promoted to Little Flag. Come, sit down and try this exquisite jade dew tea I just acquired. This tea is made from the tender buds picked at dawn by the tea maidens. And its flavor is exceptional. Chen Fan waved his hand, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Thank you for the kind offer, Brother Luo. However, I have just assumed my position and received a case to investigate, so I must depart shortly. I came to collect the equipment for Little Flags. But Manager Luo firmly grasped Chen Fan's arm, insisting he remain seated. There is always time to enjoy tea. Just sit for a moment. I will fetch your equipment right away. Chapter 13. Investigating the case and visiting the county lieutenant. A moment later, Mr. Luo emerged, cradling an exquisite box in his hands. He gently placed the box on the table and slowly opened it. Brother Chen, everyone is here. Inside were standardized outfits, identical in design, differing only in size. However, I have selected the most suitable one for your physique. At the bottom of the box lay a set of flying fish attire, crafted from premium silk. The fabric delicate and smooth to the touch. The color was dark yet regal, as if infused with the depths of the night. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with intricate silver threads, depicting vividly lifelike flying fish. Above it rested an embroidered spring knife. Chen Fan cautiously grasped the knife. Feeling its substantial weight, perfectly balanced, and far superior to the one he had previously wielded. With a swift motion, he drew the blade. A crisp sound resonating as it slid from its sheath, glimmering with a cold light. The blade sparkled under the sun, exuding an aura of sharpness. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. His skills demanded a fine weapon, and although the embroidered spring knife was standard issue, its quality was exceptional and aligned with his expectations. Beside the knife lay a compact hand crossbow, forged from fine steel, its surface smooth and gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its design was clever, easily concealable on the arm, and difficult to detect unless one looked closely. The trigger bore exquisite engravings, both beautiful and practical. This crossbow was powerful, capable of delivering a formidable threat when least expected. Additionally, the box contained a vial of energy-replenishing elixir, round and full, its crystalline hue emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. This elixir was a reward for his advancement. Previously, Li Tong had gifted him one, and now he had another, surely aiding him in his swift ascent to the next realm, bone refinement. Finally, Chen Fan donned the flying fish attire, rising with renewed vigor. The outfit fit him impeccably, accentuating his stature. With the embroidered spring knife in hand, he stood tall, his sharp brows and starry eyes rendering him a handsome youth, akin to a gallant hero. At that moment, he shed all remnants of previous awkwardness and youthfulness, exuding confidence and grandeur in every movement. Mr. Luo gazed at Chen Fan, unable to contain his admiration. Brother Chun, with this attire, should you visit the brothel? The girls would surely flock to you. I truly envy you. Once you are done with your tasks, let us celebrate your promotion at the brothel tonight. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan replied with a smile, Thank you, Brother Luo, for your kind invitation. I shall see you at the brothel tonight. I won't disturb you further, and I bid you farewell for now. Mr. Luo waved his hand with a smile. I am free all day. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Go ahead with your work, and I shall see you this evening. Chen Fan turned and strode confidently out of the Office of Needs. He knew that ahead lay a case shrouded in mystery. But at this moment, clad in the flying fish attire and wielding the embroidered spring knife, he was ready to embrace the challenges that awaited him. Upon meeting with a few subordinates, they regarded Chen Fan with envy. All were strong men, with more experience than Chen Fan, having been at the Demon Suppression Office longer than he. Now, the youngest among them, Chen Fan, had broken through to the skin refinement stage, becoming a junior officer and earning the recognition of 100 households. Meanwhile, they remained at the lowest tier. Seeing Chen Fan in his flying fish attire, brandishing the embroidered spring knife, exuding an imposing presence, they could only feel envious, aspiring to follow his lead in the future. Chen Fan, not one to be coy, asked, "Does anyone have any leads on the case of the county lieutenant's missing daughter? Share any information, no matter how trivial." The group exchanged glances. Tai Xingtong spoke up. "Junior officer, we have only heard about this case from others. A few days ago, the county lieutenant was frantically searching for his missing daughter, causing quite a stir in the town. Many voiced their opinions, yet none dared provoke the enraged county lieutenant. However, after so long, there are still no leads. Frankly, I believe this case is impossible to solve. It has been so long. She could very well have been murdered and buried somewhere in such a vast Qingyang County. Do you think we can dig 3 feet into the ground?" He cautiously added, "Junior officer, your inquiry about this case means." Chen Fan, aware of his curiosity about whether he had taken on the case, did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, Wang Nian has entrusted this case to me." The group gasped. "Junior officer, you cannot take this case. Those responsible for it have been driven to madness by the county office. In desperation, they feign illness to avoid it, and the county lieutenant has even reported them to the Demon Suppression Office, accusing them of neglecting the investigation. It's been so long. She has probably decayed by now. If you take on this case, where will you search for her? When the county lieutenant holds you accountable and Wang Nian pulls some trickery, you will surely face consequences." Yes, junior officer, do not fall for this trap. Why not pretend to be ill? Or go speak with the 100 households." Chen Fan shook his head. "I have already accepted the case. Discussing it further is futile. If any of you do not wish to assist in the investigation, feel free to leave. I shall not hold it against you." Tai Xingtong gritted his teeth. "What do you mean, junior officer? I shall accompany you through fire and water, let alone a mere missing persons case. Rest assured, I will help you find her." "Indeed, junior officer, we will follow you without hesitation." Aside from their camaraderie with Chen Fan, they were optimistic about his future. With their commitment already made, it would be unwise to retreat now, as indecisiveness would earn them no favor. All were at the bottom rung, and having encountered an opportunity to rise, they would not let it slip away. Chen Fan nodded appreciatively. "Your faith in me is heartening. I shall reciprocate by treating you all to a grand feast after the case concludes." He organized his subordinates, assigning some to gather intelligence while others sought out local informants to assist in their search for clues. Each would carry out their duties with utmost diligence. Chen Fan then set off toward the county lieutenant's residence with Tai Xingtong. The sun shone brightly on this day, and the pedestrians on the street ambled leisurely, seemingly untouched by the demons lurking beyond the town. As Chen Fan walked, his tall and slender figure stood out among the crowd. The patterns on his flying fish attire seemed to come alive under the gentle sunlight, and the long knife at his waist added an air of sharpness. Deep in thought about the case, his phoenix-like eyes bore a serious expression, enhancing the authority of his handsome visage, attracting furtive glances from young women along the way. Before long, they arrived at the county lieutenant's residence, easily identifiable as the grandest mansion in Qingyang County. Although the county magistrate held the highest office, being a transient official, he resided within the county office. In contrast, the county lieutenant, as a local power, resided in the largest and most luxurious house. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Fan needed no words. His flying fish attire served as his credential. The doorman, upon seeing him, recognized him as a member of the Demon Suppression Office and promptly welcomed him in, notifying the county lieutenant of his arrival. Shortly after, a middle-aged man strode out with purpose. Chapter 14. Confrontation with the county constable. A towering figure appeared on the porch of the county constable's residence, reminiscent of a formidable black tower. This individual was Zhao Meng, the constable of Qingyang County. His expression was stern, with short whiskers protruding from his rugged cheeks like steel needles. His imposing physique resembled a bear poised to strike in the wilderness. And although the blade at his waist was sheathed, it emanated an unmistakable air of menace. The deep-set hollows beneath his eyes were accentuated by dark circles, a testament to his prolonged sleeplessness, evidently due to the distress caused by his daughter's disappearance. Zhao Meng strode purposefully from the entrance towards Chen Fan. At first, a flicker of hope glimmered in his gaze as he regarded Chen Fan, akin to a drowning man spotting a distant piece of driftwood. However, this spark was fleeting, swiftly replaced by shadows of discontent. His eyes scrutinized Chen Fan's youthful visage, and disappointment burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. Was this yet another junior officer? So young. Surely he was here merely to gain experience at the demon-subduing department. to embellish his credentials. Zhao Mang's voice emerged low and hoarse, tinged with skepticism and disdain. Chen Fan stood tall and upright, exuding vitality and confidence. His handsome countenance and deep, luminous eyes resembled cold stars, presenting the image of a promising young talent. Yet, his youthfulness still bore traces of innocence, leading to inevitable doubts about his capabilities. Zhao Mang scoffed inwardly, contemplating, this lad seems rather accomplished, but at this critical juncture, what good is mere appearance? The paramount concern is to solve the case and rescue my daughter. The previous junior officer sent to investigate was equally unreliable. Having spent days on the case with no progress, ultimately retreating under some pretext, feigning illness. Having navigated the intricacies of Qingyang County for many years, he was well aware of the situation. He had anticipated that after providing benefits to the chief of the demon subduing department, a capable officer would be dispatched, preferably a senior captain or even 100 households leader, yet here stood merely a child. Years of experience in the bureaucratic arena led him to ponder that Chun Fan's youthful appearance must imply he had risen to the position of junior officer through family connections or some minor accomplishment. This thought intensified his dissatisfaction, making him feel as if the demon subduing department had entirely disregarded him, sending a mere child to handle important matters. Zhao Mang's anxiety was palpable, and his frustration blazed within him. Although he understood the vast power of the demon subduing department and recognized the futility of opposing it, he felt confident in dealing with a junior officer. After all, he was the local authority in Qingyang County. No one dared to treat him with such dismissiveness. With this in mind, Zhao Mang took a decisive step forward, his broad hand slicing through the air like a fan, aiming to intimidate this presumptuous youth. Chen Fan, keenly perceptive, sensed the hostility before Zhao Mang could strike. Observing the constable's aggressive stance, he smirked inwardly, deftly pivoting with a light step, evading Zhao Mang's assault like a willow swaying in the breeze. He landed gracefully, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Zhao Mang, his voice steady and commanding. County Constable Zhao, I am Chun Fan from the Demon Subduing Department, here on official duty to investigate. If you have any issues, you may address them with Captain Wang. However, I believe the safety of your daughter is of utmost importance at this moment. Zhao Mang's hand grasped at empty air, causing him to stagger slightly before regaining his balance. He was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly youthful and inexperienced Chun Fan possessed such swiftness. Internally, he marveled, realizing that this young man was not merely a FAAD, but had evidently transcended the initial stages of training. This junior officer appeared to be genuinely deserving of his title. Quickly, Zhao Mang suppressed his earlier disdain. After exhausting every means without any leads on his daughter's whereabouts, despair surged within him like relentless waves. The demon subduing department was his last hope, and he had no choice but to place all his faith in Chen Fan. In an instant, Zhao Mang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his face brightening with a warm smile as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly commendable, young hero Chen. I shan't say much more. I, Zhao Mang, have some connections in Qingyang County. Should you assist me in finding my daughter, I assure you of my deepest gratitude." Chun Fan modestly smiled in return, replying, "The title of hero is too grand for me. Rest assured, County Constable Zhao, since I have come at your behest, I will exert every effort to locate your daughter. There is no need for excessive formality. I would like to inspect your daughter's chamber first, as it may yield vital clues." Zhao Mang eagerly gestured, his face a tapestry of urgency and hope. Yes, yes, yes. The investigation is paramount. Young Officer Chen, please follow me. With that, he led the way, guiding Chun Fan and Tai Xingtong through the entrance, across the spacious front courtyard, past the tranquil middle courtyard, and directly to the innermost rear courtyard. As they proceeded, Chun Fan silently marveled at the impressive residence of a county constable in such a remote locale. He couldn't help but ponder the opulence and grandeur of the estates belonging to affluent families. In the rear courtyard, a delicate pavilion stood resolutely in the fading glow of the setting sun. This was the abode of Zhao Mang's daughter. It was a two-story structure, accompanied by a small garden adorned with flowers and leisure amenities like swings and pavilions. Tall walls encircled the garden and pavilion, providing seclusion. This is the chamber of my daughter. Since her disappearance, I have thoroughly searched this place, yet found no suspicious signs, Zhao Mang lamented, his brow furrowed with worry and fatigue. He raised his hand and slowly pushed open the garden gate, entering the courtyard with Chen Fan. As they walked, Zhao Mang pointed out various corners, detailing the situation. He guided Chen Fan through the premises, narrating the specifics of what had transpired. Everything remains as it was on the day of her disappearance. I have expressly instructed that no one disturb the items inside, maintaining their original state for the investigation. Though he, as the county constable, typically did not engage in investigations, he was well versed in the importance of preserving the scene, having managed the constabulary for years. You may examine everything freely, as long as you do not disturb the arrangement of the items, he added. Although he was reluctantly placing his hopes on Chen Fan, he was still cautious and did not dare to rely on him entirely. Had there not been significant events unfolding in the capital recently, he would have sought the assistance of skilled investigators from the demon subduing department long ago. Now, With no experts available, he could only look to Chun Fan for help. Chapter 15. The fog of the disappearance case. Chun Fan nodded subtly, delving into the investigation with meticulous attention. Deep down, however, he harbored little hope for conventional methods of solving the case. Whether it was County Lieutenant Zhao Meng or the other members of the Demon Suppression Division, they had undoubtedly scoured the area thoroughly. Their failure to uncover any clues left Chun Fan acutely aware that he possessed no extraordinary talent for detective work. If they could not find anything, neither would he. Yet, he possessed a unique ability that set him apart, the spiritual nose. This power, acquired from the canine demon, significantly heightened his olfactory sensitivity, enabling him to detect exceedingly faint scents. In this world, due to the existence of demons, no one dared to keep pets. Whether cats, dogs, birds, or fish, the notion of pet ownership was utterly forsaken. Anyone caught harboring a pet faced dire consequences. Not only would the animal be put to death, but the owner would also find themselves imprisoned. After all, no one could predict if one day these creatures might transform into demons and turn against their masters. A fate that had precedent. Thus, the idea of utilizing a dog's keen sense of smell to locate a person was utterly dismissed. In the case of the missing county lieutenant's daughter, the authorities would only mobilize the county's soldiers and constables, never considering the use of dogs in their search. This thought never even crossed their minds. Chun Fan's spiritual nose, however, was precisely what was needed in this scenario. The case at hand was not merely about solving a crime or determining a murder. It was about finding the missing daughter of the county lieutenant. Regardless of her fate, it was crucial to attain a resolution. With possession of a personal belonging of the county lieutenant's daughter, he could trace her through the lingering scent. This necessity was the reason for Chun Fan's presence at the scene. He needed to procure a personal item from her chamber. Naturally, he would not reveal his capabilities, as such knowledge would undermine his advantage. Thus, he needed to feign a thorough investigation, later claiming to have discovered a clue, when in reality, he would rely on his spiritual nose to locate her. Accompanied by Zhao Meng, Chun Fan meticulously explored the courtyard and attic, posing questions whenever doubts arose. Zhao Meng suspected the involvement of a demon, though the rationale behind this suspicion remained unclear. After surveying the scene, Chun Fan found, as he had anticipated, that no clues were evident. He maintained his composure, remaining unflustered, which in turn elevated Zhao Meng's opinion of him. Reflecting on the records detailing the demon's activities, Chun Fan inquired further. The documentation provided only a vague overview. Many details were too sensitive to commit to paper and could only be clarified through first-hand accounts. Zhao Meng furrowed his brow, admitting that he had initially used this pretext to enlist the Demon Suppression Division's assistance. However, subsequent inquiries had unveiled potential traces of demonic presence, albeit with vague clues that left everyone uncertain. He fervently wished to avoid the emergence of a demon. After all, if his daughter fell into human hands, a beautiful woman might endure a tragic fate yet still survive. Survival meant a chance to rescue her. However, if a demon were involved, it was universally acknowledged that to demons, humans held no distinction of beauty or ugliness. They were merely sustenance, destined to be consumed. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down Zhao Meng's spine. At this juncture, he recognized the grim likelihood that his daughter would not be found, and thus, he openly expressed his suspicions of an insider within the household. Chun Fan nodded in understanding, aware that in cases of inexplicable disappearance within the home, the first suspect must always be a traitor within, followed by the possibility of external intrusion, particularly in Zhao Meng's residence, where, as a county lieutenant, security was stringent. It was exceedingly difficult for an outsider to abduct someone amidst the layers of protection. This was the reason for his immediate, thorough examination of all individuals within the household, seeking any signs of treachery. However, after an exhaustive search, including interrogating and even executing several servants, he found no evidence of collusion between the household staff and outsiders. Until a servant revealed having heard an animal's cry one night emanating from the young lady's attic. You are aware, Chen Xiaoqi, that no one in Qingyang County keeps pets, and the young lady's chamber is situated deep within the house, with no animals wandering about. How could there possibly be the sound of an animal? Chun Fan concurred, recognizing that due to the threat of demons, any animal discovered in the county would face immediate execution. Zhao Meng hesitated for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, continued. Later, one of the young lady's maids recalled that on a particularly bright moonlit night, while passing by the young lady's window, she thought she saw two shadows inside. Believing she was mistaken, she never mentioned it to anyone. One of the shadows was notably larger, not resembling that of a woman. Yet, when the Demon Suppression Division had conducted their previous investigation, no signs of demons had been detected, leaving everyone uncertain whether a demon was indeed responsible. The mere suggestion of a male presence in an unmarried woman's room, even if it was merely a figment of the maid's imagination, could irreparably tarnish the young lady's reputation if word got out. Zhao Meng appeared to be forthright, offering all he knew without reservation. Is it possible that a man was present in her chamber? These matters had not been documented in the records, leaving it unclear whether Zhao Meng had neglected to inform the Demon Suppression Division or instructed them not to record such occurrences. If a man had truly been present, many assumptions would have to be reconsidered. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan asked, "What do you think, County Lieutenant? Did your daughter have any acquaintances among the men?" Zhao Meng understood the intent behind Chen Fan's question and did not withhold information, recognizing that there was little left to conceal. "I comprehend your meaning, Chen Xiaoqi. I have investigated this matter. My daughter rarely ventured out, and when she did, she was always accompanied. She has not formed any romantic attachments, and I must admit, if my daughter were indeed involved with someone, I would support her. For now, my only wish is for her safe return, regardless of who that person may be." This revelation surprised Chen Fan. He had initially assumed the county lieutenant's daughter had eloped, but was left with new uncertainties after Zhao Meng's declaration. He refrained from further inquiry, realizing it was unnecessary to delve into excessive speculation. The priority was to locate her swiftly. Bowing slightly to Zhao Meng, he stated, "I now have a clearer understanding of the case and some thoughts in mind. I shall not intrude further, and I will endeavor to resolve this matter promptly. I will take my leave for now and return with good news." Zhao Meng grasped his hand, earnestly imploring, "I entrust everything to you, Chen Xiaoqi." Chapter 16. The Power of Devouring and the Mysterious Village. After bidding farewell to Zhao Meng, Chen Fan departed, and Zhao Meng returned to his residence only after escorting him to the gate. Concealed within Chen Fan's palm lay a delicate flower, a trinket that Zhao Meng had mentioned his daughter cherished and frequently adorned herself with. Seizing the moment when Zhao Meng was unguarded, Chen Fan stealthily pocketed the flower. He was determined to keep his abilities hidden. Thus, he could not take it openly, but rather had to seize it discreetly. For this treasure would aid him in locating the individual he sought. As he stepped out of the county magistrate's residence, the vermilion doors slowly closed behind them with a dull thud. Chen Fan maintained a serene demeanor and whispered to his companion, "Tai Xingtong, proceed to the Demon Suppression Division and inquire if there are any leads from the others. I have other matters to attend to." Tai Xingtong complied and swiftly vanished into the street. Chen Fan understood that the subsequent events must remain concealed from others. The deeper he buried his trump card, the more advantageous it would be in critical moments. Thus, he sent Tai Xingtong away before turning towards a narrow alley. The alley was dark and damp, with walls overrun by moss. The uneven stone path was perilous, and one could easily stumble if not cautious. After ensuring no one was around, he cautiously retrieved the flower from his bosom. Under the dim light, the flower emitted a faint glimmer, its petals seemingly infused with the essence of its owner. "Spirit knows," Chen Fan silently intoned, and in an instant, he felt a peculiar force surging within him. The world around him appeared to lift like a sheer veil, allowing a tide of fragrances to wash over him. Some scents were pungent and acrid, reminiscent of charred wood freshly pulled from the hearth. Others were faint and delicate, akin to the first dew on morning petals. Some exuded enchanting aromas, reminiscent of blossoms in full bloom during spring, while others were repugnant, akin to stagnant sewage long uncleaned. Such was the marvel of the spirit nose. Once activated, his sense of smell became extraordinarily acute, enabling him to discern even the faintest of scents with clarity. Frowning slightly, Chen Fan focused intently, bringing the flower closer to his nostrils, inhaling deeply. The myriad scents on the flower were complex and varied, evidently tainted by many individuals. Yet, he understood that since this was an item frequently worn by the county magistrate's daughter, the most potent aroma must belong to her. He closed his eyes, his nostrils flaring gently, capturing every nuance of the fragrances, etching them firmly in his memory. Subsequently, Chen Fan began to meander around the magistrate's residence. Since the magistrate's daughter had gone missing within the estate, her scent must have diffused outward from there, its source undoubtedly within the confines of the residence. With each deliberate step, he utilized the spirit nose to meticulously discern the surrounding aromas. The streets were bustling with people, the clamor of vehicles and horses mingling together, creating a cacophony of scents that complicated his task. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained undeterred, steadfastly focusing on the familiar fragrance. At last, near the rear gate of the estate, he detected a familiar scent that mirrored the most potent aroma from the flower. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Fan's eyes as he followed this scent. Striding purposefully forward, along the way, he alternated between halting to crouch down, pressing his nose close to the ground for a thorough sniff, and quickening his pace, fearful of losing the elusive scent. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the city gates. There, the guards stood idly, conducting cursory checks on passers-by. Blending into the crowd, Chen Fan successfully exited the city. It was no wonder Zhao County Magistrate had turned the town upside down in his search, for the individual he sought had already slipped beyond the city limits. As he pondered, Chen Fan realized the vastness of the area beyond the city. Even if Zhao County Magistrate wished to search, he lacked sufficient manpower. Upon leaving the city, a series of scattered villages came into view. These hamlets, in close proximity to the county, experienced fewer disturbances from demons and remained relatively lively. Farmers toiled diligently in the fields, while children played joyfully at the village entrance, creating a scene of tranquility. Yet, Chen Fan was acutely aware that the further he ventured outward, the more dire the circumstances became. He pressed onward in the direction of the scent, and as he distanced himself from the county, human presence dwindled, and the villages grew increasingly dilapidated. Some rooftops had collapsed. Walls were riddled with cracks, and the yards were overrun with weeds, epitomizing desolation. Closer to the 10,000 Great Mountains, the devastation wrought by demonic creatures intensified. Once vibrant villages now harbored only the infirm and the elderly, their eyes filled with fear and despair as they struggled to survive in this land ravaged by monsters. Chun Fan journeyed westward, towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, acutely aware that as he pressed on, the familiar scent grew stronger, indicating he was drawing nearer to his objective. At this juncture, the surroundings were utterly devoid of human life. The villages lay abandoned in silence. Occasionally, the calls of unknown birds echoed across the desolate fields, adding to the prevailing sense of desolation. Eventually, guided by the scent, he reached a village that lay closest to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once a bustling settlement, it had become a ghostly remnant after a horrific massacre years ago, when demons, having broken free from their chains, descended upon the unsuspecting villagers. In a single night, the defenseless inhabitants were devoured, their blood staining the earth, leaving the village desolate and forsaken. Since that fateful day, the Grading dynasty established a demon suppression division in Qingyang County, enlisting troops to bolster defenses against further incursions. Yet, even with these measures, the specter of the demons loomed like a sword, perpetually hanging over the people. Now, as Chun Fan gazed at what should have been an abandoned village, he was astonished to witness a scene of unexpected vibrancy. Shadows flitted about, laughter and cheer resonated amidst flickering flames and rising smoke. A chill ran down Chun Fan's spine. Something amiss was afoot. Using the overgrown weeds surrounding the village's cover, he concealed himself and stealthily approached. As he drew nearer, the scent that mirrored the flower intensified, solidifying his conviction that the county magistrate's daughter was indeed within this village. Uncertain of her fate or circumstances, he pressed on, and as he neared the village, the sight that met his eyes caused his pupils to constrict in astonishment. Chapter 17. The Mountain-Splitting Blade. Fulfillment. The night descended heavily, like a thick black curtain, weighing down upon this once tranquil village. Now, it had devolved into a hellish nightmare. In the center of the village, a desolate valley lay bare, occupied by a pack of canine demons. They exuded a chilling aura, their fur matted and filthy, greedily gnawing on the bones in their grasp, the crunching sounds piercing through the stillness of the night. The origin of these bones was all too evident. In another corner of the valley, grotesque creatures, unlike anything Chun Fan had ever encountered, came into view. They were corpulent, resembling small hills, their bloated bodies appearing even more terrifying in the dim light. Perched atop their massive heads were the hideous visages of pig demons. These pig demons tore into the flesh they held, their indistinct chewing sounds mingling with the crimson blood that flowed from their thick jaws, staining the ground beneath them ever more deeply. At the edge of the valley, a group of people stood in a daze. Their eyes were vacant, reflecting a stillness akin to stagnant water, devoid of life. Though unbound by any restraints, they dared not entertain even a flicker of rebellion or the thought of escape. They remained frozen, spectating as these monsters brutally slaughtered their kin, devouring them with unrestrained delight, fear and despair having long since consumed their souls. In the center of the valley, an ancient chair was prominently displayed. Seated upon it was a man clad in exquisite, ornate attire. The satin fabric shimmered subtly in the dim light, and at his waist hung a smooth jade pendant that jingled softly with his every movement. Yet, where one would expect to find a handsome visage, there instead rested a furry fox head. The fox's eyes were elongated and cunning, glinting with an eerie green light. The fox demon elegantly held a wine cup in one hand while the other was possessively wrapped around a woman. The woman was striking, her figure curvaceous. Instead of resisting, she nestled comfortably against the fox demon, her gaze filled with infatuation and intoxication. The fox demon occasionally leaned down to tenderly kiss her cheek, while she closed her eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if lost in a delightful dream. Concealed in the shadows, Chun Fan's nostrils flared slightly. The scent of this woman was unmistakably that of the county magistrate's daughter he had been searching for. Yet, the scene unfolding before him filled him with confusion. Why was she so intimately entwined with the fox demon, showing no signs of coercion? Faced with this fox-headed creature and the surrounding pig and dog demons, did she feel no fear? Surveying the area, it was clear that this village had become a den of monsters. Alone and acutely aware of the futility in acting recklessly, Chun Fan held his breath, deeply concealing his form within the shadows, akin to a crouching leopard, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Time trickled by, and as the dog and pig demons grew sated, some began to bellow loudly, emitting bone-chilling roars while others sprawled lazily on the ground, soon succumbing to deafening snores. A few wobbled into nearby houses, their figures vanishing into the darkness. Observing the demons retreating into the houses stirred something within Chun Fan. While he could hardly contend with the throng of monsters, perhaps he could seize an opportunity if one were to stray alone. The air was thick with the scent of blood and cacophony, masking even the slightest noise. Acting upon impulse, Chun Fan patiently waited for a moment longer. When he discerned no significant changes in the surroundings, he seized the chance, slipping into the village under the cover of darkness. He stealthily approached the houses where the demons had entered, each step taken with utmost care to avoid the slightest sound. These demon-occupied houses lay in ruins, neglected for far too long. Many doors and windows were broken, swaying precariously in the wind, creaking ominously. Chun Fan effortlessly infiltrated a previously scouted dwelling. Inside, it was pitch black, where only the sporadic heavy snores echoed. Having previously observed from outside the village, he recognized that 2 dog demons were asleep within. While the strength of the pig demons remained unknown to him, he had successfully slain a dog demon before, understanding that dealing with them was not beyond his capabilities, especially given the element of surprise. He crept to the bedside, his hand slowly reaching for the hilt of the embroidered spring blade at his waist, drawing it forth with utmost caution. Once the blade was fully unsheathed, he unleashed a sudden, powerful strike. The blade slicing through the air like a silver flash aimed at the neck of one dog demon. In the same instant, he swiftly clamped his other hand over the demon's mouth to stifle any scream. The pain struck instantly. The dog demon managed only a muffled groan before falling silent. Its head rolled away as the blade descended, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain, immediately soaking the bed beneath. The other dog demon remained blissfully unaware, lost in its dreams. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Fan executed the same maneuver, swiftly dispatching the second dog demon. Almost simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. Kill 1 dog demon. Devour plunder? Kill 1 dog demon. Plunder. Without a moment's pause, Chun Fan made his choice. Plunder successful. Gained 20 years of demon lifespan. Gained 15 years of demon lifespan. Remaining demon lifespan, 35 years. Observing the newly acquired lifespan, Chun Fan wasted no time and immediately chose to infuse it. Infuse skill mountain splitting blade. Infused demon lifespan, 20 years. Moments later, another notification appeared. You have spent 20 years honing the mountain splitting blade. You have mastered the mountain splitting blade at the entry level. You have achieved minor success in the mountain splitting blade. You have reached significant success in the mountain splitting blade. You have attained perfection in the mountain splitting blade. Your martial arts realm has undergone a substantial breakthrough. Your skin training realm is now perfected, and your strength and agility have been greatly enhanced. 20 years of cultivation seemed to condense into that very instant. Chun Fan could distinctly feel his understanding of the mountain splitting blade reach unprecedented heights. Each movement etched into the depths of his soul. His physical strength and agility had also seen considerable enhancement. In this moment, he realized that his ability to penetrate armor had transformed dramatically. He no longer feared the thick hides of the demons. Reflecting on the formidable power of Wang Nian's blood-burning palm, Chun Fan mused that he should now be capable of withstanding it with ease. Yet, he could not quell his curiosity. If he were to face Wang Nian at the bone-refining realm, how would his perfected skin training realm fare against him? Chapter 18. Wang Nian and the deal with the demons. He did not linger in the room for long. After a brief adjustment, he stealthily made his way toward another house inhabited by canine demons. He was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to enhance his strength, and he needed to seize the chance to slay more dog demons. In the next room, there was only a single dog demon. He decided to take this opportunity to test his newly perfected skill, the mountain-cleaving blade. With a silent incantation in his mind, he wielded his embroidered spring knife, which glimmered like a silver rainbow, and struck fiercely at the dog demon. The blade flashed, cleaving the demon's body in two with the ease of slicing through soft tofu. The dog demon did not even have time to utter a cry before meeting its demise. The thick fur offered no resistance to the might of his strike, crumpling like paper under its force. Soon after, a notification echoed in his mind. He had acquired another 17 years of the demon's lifespan. Chun Fan felt a surge of joy. The mountain-cleaving blade was indeed remarkably powerful, a technique that could significantly augment his prowess. However, he quickly realized the considerable toll it exacted. Each execution of the technique drained him entirely, making it impractical for prolonged use, best reserved for critical moments. As Chun Fan prepared to slip into the next room to continue his hunt for dog demons, a sudden voice rang out from outside. "Since you're here, come join me for a drink." Chun Fan's heart jolted as if struck by lightning, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He feared he had been discovered. His muscles tensed instantly, and he began formulating an escape plan through the window, envisioning a bloody path to safety. Just as panic set in, another voice floated through the air. "What on earth are you all doing? Didn't we agree that everything should go according to my arrangements? Have you any idea how much trouble you're causing?" That voice was unmistakable to Chun Fan. He was momentarily taken aback before realizing it belonged to Wang Nian, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division. It appeared that he had not been uncovered, but rather, a figure resembling Wang Nian had arrived at the scene. By the light of the fire, Chun Fan focused his gaze and saw a figure clad entirely in black, their face obscured by a black mask, steadily advancing toward the village's granary. Nearby, various pig and dog demons that had been lounging about were startled by the sudden commotion, rising to their feet, baring their teeth and emitting low growls, encircling the figure in black. However, with a mere wave of the hand, the fox demon ordered them to disperse, and they complied without hesitation. The fox demon inclined its head slightly toward the county magistrate's daughter nestled in its arms, softly saying, "My dear, please return to your room and await my return. I have urgent matters to attend to." The county magistrate's daughter lifted her head, her gaze filled with affection, and sweetly responded, "My lord, I shall return to my room and wait for you." With that, she gracefully rose, her figure swaying as she made her way toward the finest house in the village. After she departed, the fox demon lifted a wine cup from the table, saying, "Come now, do not be upset. Let us share a drink first. As for other matters, let us speak of the exquisite wine and beauty, which I truly adore." Noticing the figure in black standing still, the fox demon chuckled and stepped forward, taking the black-clad individual's hand and guiding them to the table. It then poured a cup of wine for the black figure. "All right, Commander Wong, there are no outsiders here. You need not hide anymore. Come, remove your mask and drink with me, so we may converse at leisure." The black figure snorted coldly, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached up and slowly removed the mask from its face. Chen Fan observed clearly from his hiding place that the figure was indeed Wang Nian, confirming his earlier suspicions of Wang Nian's clandestine dealings with the demons. Wang Nian raised his cup and downed a hearty gulp of wine before slamming the cup back onto the table with a resounding thud. The fox demon took a sip and inquired, "What brings you here in person this time? Where is your nephew?" Wang Nian's expression darkened instantly, and he replied tersely, "He sustained some injuries and is recuperating at home. I had no choice but to come myself." The fox demon responded, "Who harmed him? Do you require my assistance in dealing with him?" Wang Nian let out another cold snort. "No need. I have my means to deal with that little brat. Just do not create trouble for me, and I will be grateful." Saying this, he abruptly rose, his face contorted with anger, and thundered, "Did we not agree to avoid causing disturbances in the county? Why did you go to the county and abduct the magistrate's daughter? Do you have any idea how much trouble this has caused?" With her disappearance, Zhao Mang sealed the county for days, conducting thorough investigations that nearly disrupted our grand plans. "If he discovers our dealings, how shall we explain ourselves to our superiors?" The fox demon, unfazed, took another sip of wine, appearing nonchalant. "But it hasn't been discovered, has it? You know I have a penchant for two things, beautiful women and fine wine. The moment I saw Wanner on the street, I was smitten. I simply could not do without her, and surely you can understand that, Commander Wong." Wang Yin scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "How many beauties have you claimed for yourself? Now where are they? When you tire of them, do you simply cast them aside, leaving them lost?" The fox demon, unperturbed, smiled proudly. "They have all pledged their loyalty to me for life, assisting me willingly. The rewards I grant to my subordinates are simply a means to win their favor." Wang Yin gazed at the fox demon's fluffy ears, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy, and could not help but remark, "Are you not using your innate illusionary powers to bewitch them? How else could they be so devoted to you?" The fox demon erupted in laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the night air. "What can I say? Human women are drawn to handsome appearances. Once I used my illusions, I became their dream lover. Of course they would adore me and be utterly devoted. Let us move past these trivial matters. I shall take care to avoid the county in the future. Now, you are here to negotiate, correct?" The fox demon's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Wang Nian nodded, stating, "Due to the disappearance of the county magistrate's daughter, we have delayed our transactions. Our superiors are running low on supplies. We must expedite a batch. Be prepared for a transaction here tomorrow." The fox demon inclined its head slightly, a glint of shrewdness in its eyes. "No problem. We have plenty of what you need in the mountains. How much do you require?" Wang Nian pondered for a moment, then replied, "This time, we need a bit more. 100 pounds of frostbone grass, 80 pounds of crimson flame fruit, and 200 pounds of hard-binding vine. A variety of ordinary herbs as well, totaling 2,000 pounds. The fox demon's face registered surprise at the sheer amount. "That much. Our stock is insufficient. I will instruct the others to gather more from the mountains tomorrow. Do you have enough people to trade for all that?" 100 pounds of frostbone grass requires 100 people, and with the other herbs combined, it would take at least 500 people. Do you have that many at hand? Wang Mian waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. "In our great Yin dynasty, we may lack many things, but common folk are abundant, like weeds everywhere. Just find a couple of remote villages and gather them all. It will suffice. Rest assured, you will not be short on people." With that, he stood up, saying, "Prepare swiftly. I must take my leave. I will bring people tomorrow night." The fox demon raised its wine cup in acknowledgement as Wang Nian turned and strode out of the village, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. As Wang Nian departed, a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. The solitary Wang Nian presented an opportunity that must be seized. While it was challenging to confront him within the confines of the demon's subduing division in the wilderness, no one would know how he had vanished. Resolute in his decision, he followed without hesitation. Chapter 19. Undercurrents in the Blood Wolf's trail. As Wang Nian was about to depart, Chun Fan stealthily slipped out of the house, lurking on the outskirts of the village, waiting to follow Wang Nian once he left. After discussing matters with the fox demon, Wang Nian did not linger and bid farewell before turning to leave. Just a few steps away, a loud voice echoed from within the village. This is bad. A brother has been killed in the house. There may be an enemy infiltrator. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin quickly halted, donned his mask, and turned to find the fox demon. Chun Fan, too, heard the commotion. The unexpected events of the night were overwhelming. He had not yet disposed of the dog demon's corpse he had slain, and now it was likely discovered by other demons. He dared not linger. The demons in this village were formidable, and with Wang Yin present, a master of the bone refinement stage, he, though proficient in the skin refinement stage, had yet to break through. Engaging Wang Yin directly was uncertain, especially with so many demons around. Seizing the opportunity before he was detected, he retreated. Realizing that this was no longer a battle he could handle alone, he needed to seek reinforcements. Indeed, not long after he vanished into the wilderness, a throng of demons, brandishing torches, emerged from the village in search of the intruder, but after much effort, they found nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Yin and the fox demon, having examined the fallen demon, stood in the village square, their expressions grim. An infiltrator had entered their midst without their notice, and they were unaware of how many secrets had been uncovered or the consequences that might ensue. Their plans were now compromised, and they had others watching their every move, making it imperative to provide satisfactory explanations later. The fox demon asked urgently, could it be someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau? Wang Yin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It shouldn't be. I am familiar with the personnel from the Qingyang County Demon Suppression Bureau. The only truly formidable one among them is Li Tong, along with an elderly figure who, despite being a captain, is far weaker than I am and has been resting at home for quite some time. It's unlikely to be him. The others lack the strength to traverse here and slay a few dog demons. Judging by the technique displayed, it was executed cleanly and skillfully, at least someone at the peak of the skin refinement stage, possibly even a master of the bone refinement stage. The fox demon sighed in relief. As long as they are not from the Demon Suppression Bureau, we need not fear. In Qingyang County, when demons feast upon humans, the populace is utterly powerless to resist, and any attempts at rebellion are futile. Yet, there are always human masters who cannot bear the sight of demons preying on the innocent, and they emerge to slay demons. However, these masters are scattered and lack cohesion. Even if they manage to eliminate a few demons, they inevitably fall victim to the demon's retaliation. Only the official Demon Suppression Bureau, with its large numbers and formidable strength, is truly feared by the demon race. This is also why the demons are willing to negotiate with us. It ensures that the Bureau cannot exert its full might against them. If it were merely passing masters who killed a few dog demons, they are abundant in the mountains, and losing a few is of no consequence. We can simply send more men to track down this meddler and eliminate him without impacting our dealings with humans. Behind these transactions, there are powerful demons involved. Should complications arise, their demise would be of little concern. The fox demon, feeling reassured, observed Wang Yin's silence and offered comfort. Captain Wang, do not worry. The slain were our demons, and it will not affect tomorrow's transaction. Moreover, the quantity you require for this deal is substantial, and I plan to have Captain Li Feng escort it. You are aware of his strength, even in the face of unforeseen events. With him present, I assure you, the transaction will proceed without a hitch. Wang Yin's eyes narrowed in surprise. Blood Wolf Li Feng? The fox demon nodded. Indeed, the notorious wolf demon, Blood Wolf Li Feng. His reputation is well known among humans. Wang Yin was certainly aware. The bounty on him still hung in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Blood Wolf Li Feng, a powerful wolf demon, had been particularly bloodthirsty during the full moon night when he stormed the Bureau to rescue his brother, who had been captured. He rampaged, slaughtering nearly everyone in the 100-house Bureau, resulting in the deaths of its captain and many of its guards. It is important to note that on the lands of the Dayan dynasty, there are formations that suppress the strength of demons. The stronger the demon, the more significant the suppression. Although the potency of these formations has waned over the years, they still weaken the demon's power. The 100-house Bureau's personnel, while varied in strength, were all at least at the skin refinement stage, and Wang Yin was a bone refinement stage practitioner, 2 realms apart. Yet, Li Feng single-handedly annihilated them. Following that incident, the Bureau dispatched people to hunt Li Feng, but he vanished without a trace. Wang Yin and Li Tong were later assigned to the 100-house Bureau. Yet they had heard tales of Li Feng's infamous exploits. Now, to his astonishment, Li Feng not only remained unscathed, but was also emerging from seclusion. Wang Yin felt a twinge of anxiety. The dealings with the demons had enriched those at the top, while he, on the front line, had gained his share of benefits. However, those in higher positions could remain aloof from danger, while he would have to confront the transaction personally. If complications arose, facing Blood Wolf Li Feng could spell disaster for him. Could he withstand the repercussions if Li Feng were displeased? No. He must urgently request reinforcements from above, someone strong enough to contend with Li Feng. Otherwise, if Li Feng made unreasonable demands, he would not dare refuse, risking his own life in the process. Wang Yin's thoughts raced as he grew increasingly anxious, deciding he could no longer delay. I must return to the Demon Suppression Bureau to ascertain whether any issues have arisen that could jeopardize our operations. The fox demon nodded. Indeed, we must keep a close watch on the Demon Suppression Bureau. County Officer Zhao Meng should be too preoccupied to concern himself with our affairs. Aside from them, no other forces in Qingyang County can threaten us. Wang Nian frowned. Regarding Zhao Meng's daughter, I advise you to deal with her promptly. It would be best to find a suitable place to bury her. If an intruder discovers her and reports back to Zhao Meng, he may come with soldiers, and that would spell trouble for us. The fox demon hesitated. No, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Besides, that person may not even notice Wanner. Even if he does, he won't recognize her. It won't cause any issues. Furthermore, when Captain Li Feng descends, what of Zhao Meng? He remains in the county seat, protected by the formations, so we must still exercise caution. Once he emerges, he will never return. Seeing the fox demon's stubbornness, Wang Nian felt helpless. The fox demon was not one of his own, and he had no time to waste. He needed to rush back and request reinforcements from above. Shaking his head before turning away. Chapter 20. The depths of the deal. Chen Fan sped back to the Demon Suppression Division. Upon his arrival, it was already late at night. Apart from those on duty, the rest were absent. Unfazed by the hour, Chen Fan made his way to the rear courtyard, where Li Tong resided. Even at night, guards were stationed at the entrance. He approached them and said, I have urgent matters that require an audience with Lord Baihu. Please relay my request. After the guard informed him, Li Tong soon appeared, welcoming Chen Fan inside. He instructed the guards to serve tea, and once seated, inquired, It's quite late for a visit. You must have pressing news. There is no one else here, so speak freely. What troubles you? Chen Fan understood that the current situation was exceedingly perilous. It was far more complicated than a mere missing county magistrate's daughter. The dealings between Wang Nian and the demonic entities were evidently not of Wang Nian's sole doing. The forces at play were far more formidable, given his current strength. Entangling himself in this matter posed great danger, yet without toppling Wang Nian, their enmity would lead to his own demise. He could only hope that Lord Li Tong could withstand the storm. He began to recount his day's harrowing experiences in detail. Today, I was tasked with investigating the case of the missing county magistrate's daughter and uncovered some clues. In a village near the 10,000 Great Mountains, I discovered demonic beings. And the magistrate's daughter was there, under the control of a fox demon. My abilities were insufficient to rescue her independently. I intended to seek help from the Demon Suppression Division, but instead witnessed an individual engaging in a transaction with the demons, trading the lives of the citizens of Qingyang County for medicinal herbs used in alchemy. Do you know who this person is, my lord? Li Tong set down his teacup, his expression grave. Who is it? A familiar acquaintance, Wang Nian. Wang Nian? Li Tong's face revealed no sign of surprise. Observing this, Chen Fan asked, I see you are not taken aback, my lord. Li Tong sighed softly. Though the Demon Suppression Division's strength has waned, it is not without its vigilance. Such a significant occurrence could hardly escape notice. My arrival in Qingyang County was also on orders from the upper echelons of the division, aimed at thwarting their dealings with the demons and apprehending those involved. However, you may not grasp the magnitude of the interests at stake or the number of participants, nor the strength of their backing. Li Tong recognized Chen Fan as humble origins and limited understanding of the cultivation realm. In the Great Yin Dynasty, commoners were prohibited from martial training. Only the nobility, members of the Demon Suppression Division, and certain powerful sects had the opportunity to cultivate. The path of cultivation was entirely monopolized by the elite to prevent ordinary people from wielding power that could threaten them. Had it not been for his induction into the Demon Suppression Division, Chen Fan would have found it nearly impossible to practice martial arts in his lifetime. Currently, Chen Fan's comprehension of cultivation was rudimentary at best. Li Tong explained, the path of cultivation is exceedingly long. The postnatal realm consists of 4 stages: skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, and blood exchange. Only upon succeeding in the blood exchange can one enter the innate realm, which not only greatly enhances one's power, but also extends one's lifespan. Thus, everyone aspires to break through to the innate stage. Li Tong sighed, for who would not wish for longevity? Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, life was arduous for common folk, and they all yearned for a few more years. Not to mention the wealthy and powerful, who lived in luxury and sought eternal life. Li Tong continued, therefore, breaking through realms is a matter of great concern for all. Except for a few prodigies, most practitioners rely heavily on medicinal pills. During cultivation, pills are essential to accelerate the process, and they are also required for breaking through various stages. One could say that pills are indispensable on the path of cultivation. The bottle of gathering chi pills I gave you can significantly boost your inner energy, potentially saving you 3 months of accumulation time. This is not even the finest pill available. Just imagine, a single bottle can expedite your breakthrough by 3 months. Do you now grasp the importance of medicinal pills? Chen Fan's strength had been entirely reliant on his unique ability to infuse his essence with the life force of demonic beings. While the life force of demons did not extend his own lifespan, it provided him with an equivalent of boundless time for cultivation. Therefore, he had yet to truly comprehend the arduousness of cultivation or the value of medicinal pills. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, my lord, is it absolutely necessary to rely on medicinal pills during cultivation? Is it possible to achieve breakthroughs solely through one's own efforts? Li Tong shook his head. Not only do medicinal pills expedite the cultivation process, but for some breakthroughs, their assistance is essential for success. You are still in the skin refinement stage and may not fully appreciate this. Once you reach the bone refinement, organ refinement, or particularly the blood exchange stage, you will understand the crucial role of pills. Without them, unless one is an extraordinary genius, successful breakthroughs are unlikely. Techniques and pills are means employed by the elite to control those beneath them, even at the same bone refinement stage. The differences in strength can vary greatly based on the techniques used. You possess great talent and potential in the future. You must be discerning in your choice of cultivation techniques. Having elucidated his point, he continued. The reason I share this is to make you aware of the vast implications surrounding medicinal pills. Cultivation is inextricably linked to them, yet their production is limited. In the past, when demons were confined to their territories, we humans could not enter, nor could they venture out. But now that demons can descend from the mountains, their territories are rich with rare herbs, and the materials needed for precious pills are plentiful. The stakes here are monumental, and it is no wonder that some are tempted to trade with the demons for these materials. From what I have gathered, many individuals in Qingyang County are involved. Upon hearing Li Tong's words, Chun Fan finally realized the depth of the situation. It was far more terrifying than he had initially imagined. He had naively contemplated having Li Tong lead a force to eradicate the trading parties. Li Tong expressed his own concerns, stating, "The current state of the Demon Suppression Division has been thoroughly corrupted. I cannot fathom how many have been dragged into this mire. I have few whom I can trust now, and you are one of them. Given the urgency of the situation, I will prepare those I can rely on to act at a moment's notice. If we can apprehend them red-handed, we can eliminate Wang Nian. At that point, I shall place you in his position, and we will cleanse the inner ranks of the division to restore it to its former glory. Our current strength is insufficient. I will seek assistance from above, though I cannot predict when reinforcements will arrive. You must visit the county magistrate's residence shortly and have him rally his men. For both public and private reasons, he should lend his support." Chun Fan clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, my lord, I shall depart at once." Li Tong produced a book of cultivation techniques from his robe and handed it to Chun Fan. "This is the wind and thunder bone refinement technique, an excellent method for the bone refinement stage. It will aid you in your breakthrough. Take it." Chun Fan accepted it but hesitated, asking, "My lord, is it not forbidden to privately share cultivation techniques?" Li Tong chuckled coldly. "In the current state of the Demon Suppression Division, where rules have all but crumbled, we need not stand on ceremony. Take it. Remember to consume the gathering chi pills. They will assist you in enhancing your cultivation speed." After a moment's thought, he produced a token and said, "This token contains a few minor techniques. Once you have completed your tasks, visit the Technique Exchange Office to trade for additional techniques to bolster your strength as soon as possible." "Your subordinate dares not." Chun Fan protested. Li Tong patted his shoulder. "Take it. Go now, and come to me any time you require assistance." Chun Fan bowed and took his leave. "My lord, please rest well." Chapter 21. The helpless county lieutenant departing from the Demon Suppression Department. Disregarding the late hour of the night, Chun Fan made his way directly to the county lieutenant's residence. The gates of the estate were firmly shut, and Chun Fan approached to knock. After a brief wait, a steward appeared to open the door. Recognizing Chun Fan as the small flag from the Demon Suppression Department who had investigated the case earlier that day, the steward hesitated but ultimately went inside to announce his presence. Before long, County Lieutenant Zhao Mang strode out, lantern in hand. "Chen Xiaoqi, have you found any clues?" Zhao Mang inquired eagerly. Chun Fan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have discovered the whereabouts of the young lady." Zhao Mang's body trembled, his expression shifting dramatically as disbelief washed over him. Chen Xiaoqi, is what you say true? His daughter had been missing for so long that he and his family had nearly lost hope. Now, hearing Chun Fan's words sparked a flicker of hope, while simultaneously filling him with dread at the prospect of receiving bad news. Noticing Zhao Mang's turmoil, Chun Fan reassured him. "Rest assured, the young lady is alive and, for now, should not be in any immediate danger." Zhao Mang grasped Chun Fan's hand tightly, his grip firm yet trembling. "Where's my daughter?" Unfazed by Zhao Mang's emotional display, Chun Fan explained. "The young lady has been ensnared by a fox demon's illusion and is currently lured to a deserted village near the 10,000 Great Mountains. The village is teeming with demons. After locating her, I realized that my strength alone is insufficient to rescue her, which is why I have come to seek your assistance." County Lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mang responded promptly, "Chen Xiaoqi, I am already immensely grateful that you have helped me find my daughter. Of course, it is my duty to lead the rescue myself. I will prepare to save her at once." Chun Fan interjected, "County Lieutenant, the situation in that village is perilous, with numerous demons present, and there are other complications as well." He proceeded to inform Zhao Mang of the dealings between the demons and Wang Nian. Zhao Mang's expression darkened with anger. No wonder Wang Nian has been stalling. He was fully aware of the demon's deceit in luring my daughter and has been obstructing the matter. He sighed. "I have heard whispers of collusion between men and demons, and even faced attempts to ensnare me. though I will not stoop to their level. I find it difficult to gather evidence against them. Ensuring that the patrolling troops remain untainted is already a significant challenge. Regardless, I must rescue honor. I will head to the patrol camp immediately and gather troops with Li Tong to eliminate those demons. He donned his armor within, taking Chun Fan along to the patrol camp near the city gate. In the Dain dynasty, small counties like Qingyang County typically lacked military forces. However, due to rampant demon attacks, Qingyang County was granted permission to establish a 500-man army, known as the patrol camp. County Lieutenant Zhao Meng had been directly transferred from the military to Qingyang County to establish this camp, making him the county's greatest military power. This army was restricted to operations within Qingyang County. Venturing beyond its borders would be tantamount to treason. The existence of this force was Zhao Meng's source of confidence in rescuing his daughter. Although lacking the complete equipment and might of a formal Dain army, a well-organized troop could still handle regular demons. Upon arriving at the camp, the dawn began to break. Guards patrolled the entrance, the camp was heavily fortified, and discipline was evident, indicating a well-trained force. Upon seeing Zhao Meng, the soldiers quickly saluted, exclaiming, "We greet you, my lord." Zhao Meng nodded and commanded, "Sound the drums to gather the troops. Assemble everyone fully armed and prepared for battle." "Yes, my lord." Moments later, the sound of drums echoed through the training grounds as soldiers emerged from their tents and swiftly formed into neat ranks. Zhao Meng observed their responsiveness with satisfaction, pleased that his years of diligent training had transformed these ordinary citizens into competent soldiers. Soon, a disciplined formation appeared in the drill field, each soldier equipped with weapons. Clad in leather armor and carrying bows, Zhao Meng stepped forward, addressing the troops in the village near the 10,000 Great Mountains. "We have discovered a significant number of demons, many of whom have captured civilians. Our objective is to eliminate these demons and rescue the captives. To be candid, my daughter is among them. Thus, this is both a matter of duty and personal concern for me. I ask for your understanding and assistance in saving my daughter." Zhao Meng bowed deeply to the assembly, expressing his gratitude. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Let us depart," leading the troops through the gates. They marched toward the city entrance, ready to embark on their mission to the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, at the city gate, a voice rang out, "County Lieutenant Zhao. Where are you taking the troops? Do you have the county magistrate's orders?" Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Zhao Meng's heart sank. It was indeed Zhang Tao, the county's deputy, the nominal second in command after the county magistrate, whose authority surpassed that of Zhao Meng by a notch. Although he lacked actual power over Zhao Meng understood that Zhang Tao's arrival was not solely his doing, but rather a directive from the county magistrate, Li Qingqian. This urgency had been Zhao Meng's motive for hastening his departure. He intended to lead the troops outside the city while the higher-ups were preoccupied, completing their mission and returning before drawing attention. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently caught the magistrate's notice, prompting an attempt to thwart his plans. Although Zhao Meng had led the patrol camp, he was still merely the county lieutenant, and without the magistrate's explicit orders, leading the troops outside the city would be considered an act of insubordination. He forced a smile and replied to Zhang Tao, "The situation is dire. The civilians are in grave danger. I have already informed Lord Li and must prioritize rescuing them." Zhang Tao maintained a stern expression. "Oh, but Lord Li has not received any message from County Lieutenant Zhao. Moreover, regardless of how urgent the military situation may be, troops cannot be mobilized without proper authorization. You, of all people, should be well aware of such regulations after years of service in the military. How could you knowingly defy them?" Zhao Meng felt helpless, unable to counter the weight of such accusations. He could only respond, "Deputy Zhang, may I proceed to inform the county magistrate and then lead the troops outside the city?" Zhang Tao coldly replied, "The county magistrate is preoccupied with important affairs and will not see anyone. You need not go. Return the troops to camp at once. Any defiance will result in increased penalties." Zhao Meng, agitated, exclaimed, "You." Chapter 22. Breaking through to the bone refinement realm, he contemplated leading his troops into battle. Yet the repercussions were too grave for him to bear, and his soldiers were equally unprepared for the consequences. The county magistrate and his deputy, the highest officials in Qingyang County, had long been scrutinizing him, eager to find fault. Any misstep could result in his imprisonment, and the entire battalion could be lost as well. Zhao Meng's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. He clenched his teeth in frustration, yet refrained from issuing any commands. Zhang Tao regarded him with scorn, seemingly awaiting his next move. Ultimately, Zhao Meng could only weakly gesture for a retreat, unwilling to behold Zhang Tao's smug expression. Upon returning to camp, Zhao Meng expressed his helplessness to Chen Fan. "The county has long resented my monopolization of the patrol battalion. However, should I allow their men entry, this troop would be doomed. It appears that the county magistrate and his deputy are not as clean as they seem." Chen Fan, having observed the situation, began to grasp the underlying issues. The moment Zhao Meng led his men out of the barracks, they were intercepted, clearly indicating that someone was watching. Whether Wang Yan was involved in this conspiracy remained uncertain, yet it was evident that the county had colluded with him. Perhaps even the magistrate was in on it. With the military unreliable, could they solely depend on the Demon Suppression Office to navigate the present predicament? Chun Fan understood Zhao Mang's despair. He too yearned to rescue his daughter, yet he felt powerless against the overwhelming forces at play. He reassured Zhao Mang, "Rest assured, County Lieutenant Zhao, we at the Demon Suppression Office will spare no effort in rescuing your daughter." Zhao Mang clapped Chun Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this, Chen Xiaoqi? My daughter cannot be left to face danger alone. If I cannot lead the troops, I can still venture out secretly. Do not worry, I am no novice. I shall disguise myself with a few trusted companions and quietly exit the city to join you in vanquishing those fiends and rescuing my daughter." Chun Fan nodded in agreement. Zhao Mang's strength was formidable and would undoubtedly prove beneficial. They arranged the time and place for their meeting, with Zhao Mang returning home to disguise himself and organize his trusted aides, while Chun Fan returned to the Demon Suppression Office to report to Li Tong. Upon his return, Chun Fan explained the situation to Li Tong, who responded, "It seems there are greater issues within the Qingyang County office. Zhao Mang is quite powerful. Although he lacks an army, his presence enhances our strength. Furthermore, I have received a response to the distress signal sent to the Qianhu, and reinforcements will soon arrive. Let us hope they arrive in time. You should also prepare. I have assigned someone to keep an eye on Wang Yan. The moment he makes a move, we shall strike, ensuring we capture both him and the evidence of his wrongdoing." Chun Fan inquired, "Wang Yan has returned?" Li Tong confirmed, "Indeed, he arrived early this morning, scouring for information. He is likely wary of word reaching the Demon Suppression Office. When you encounter him, do not alarm him. Maintain your usual demeanor." "Understood," Chun Fan replied. Exiting Li Tong's courtyard, he proceeded to the main hall, where he found Wang Yan feigning interest in some documents. Upon seeing Chun Fan, his expression darkened before he forced a smile, exclaiming, "Chen Xiaoqi, how is the investigation progressing? We cannot afford to disgrace the Demon Suppression Office." With an icy demeanor, Chun Fan retorted, "There is no need for you to concern yourself, Wang Zongqi. The progress of the case is my responsibility alone. Any failure or success rests solely on my shoulders, unrelated to you. As for you, having been at the Demon Suppression Office for so long, with few cases solved and even fewer fiends slain, what qualifications do you possess to admonish me?" Wang Yan had intended to provoke Chun Fan, seeking a flaw to exploit, but unexpectedly found himself incensed by Chun Fan's words. His primary motive for being there was to engage in dealings with the demon clan, and he had little interest in actual investigations. Nevertheless, he was proud and could not bear being challenged. Furiously, he hissed, "I wonder how long you can keep this up. Don't think that the Qianhu will always protect you." Chun Fan shot back, "I could just as easily say that to you. Let us see how long you can last. You cannot even withstand a single blow from the Qianhu, yet you dare to compare yourself to him. Your audacity is truly remarkable." "You," Wang Yan began. But Chun Fan turned on his heel and strode out, the sound of a teacup shattering behind him accompanied by Wang Yan's enraged curses. He made his way to the Gongshu office, aware that a significant battle loomed ahead and that he needed to bolster his strength swiftly. Armed with the minor merit bestowed by Li Tong, he intended to exchange it for techniques at the Gongshu office. Once mastered, he would infuse the techniques with the lifespan of the fiends he had acquired. The more lifespan he gathered, the quicker he could enhance his abilities. Upon arriving at the Gongshu office, he found that Luo Yonghui had yet to arrive, leaving him to wait at the entrance. With no one around, he opened the wind and thunderbone refinement technique that Li Tong had given him and began to study it. With 32 years of fiend lifespan at his disposal, he had no intention of saving it. Enhancing his strength was paramount. In his mind, he made a choice: infuse fiend lifespan, infuse technique wind, and thunderbone refinement technique. Simultaneously, he retrieved the chi gathering pills given to him by Li Tong, which would accelerate his training and enhance his internal energy cultivation. Chun Fan poured the entire contents of the pills into his mouth. Soon, a series of prompts appeared in his mind. You utilize chi gathering pills and simultaneously expend fiend lifespan to diligently cultivate the wind and thunderbone refinement technique. In the first year, you begin to grasp the technique. By the 5th year, you achieve minor success. By the 13th year, you attain significant success. By the 21st year, you reach perfection in the technique. Your realm has broken through to the bone refinement realm. Your bones are as strong as steel. Your strength has significantly increased, your internal energy has begun to manifest, and your vitality is robust. At last, Chun Fan had broken through to the bone refinement realm, and his power had dramatically escalated. The rush of vitality coursed through him, akin to a river flowing within his veins, as his internal energy surged, amplifying his strength. When he threw a punch, the wind whirled through the air. His agility and reflexes had also sharpened, and his defenses had greatly improved. Not only was his physical resilience fortified, but a robust internal energy enveloped him, enhancing his protection. Indeed, with every breakthrough in realm, new challenges awaited. After transcending this threshold, he felt at least several times stronger than before. He believed he could now contend with Wang Yan. However, one could only assume that a person like Wang Yan harbored numerous hidden weapons. What he had previously witnessed may not represent his true capabilities. Caution remained paramount. It was clear that the wind and thunderbone refinement technique gifted by Li Tong was no ordinary method. It was likely a top-tier technique, one he could not obtain on his own. He owed him a debt of gratitude. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Chapter 23, Cultivation Techniques. Upon entering, Chun Fan recognized the visitor as Luo Yonghui, the head of the Department of Needs. With a warm demeanor, Luo enthusiastically pulled Chun Fan inside, his face adorned with a broad smile. Brother Chen, what brings you to my humble abode? I have heard that you have become a target of General Wang. Chin Fan followed him into the room and took a seat, nodding in acknowledgement. Brother Luo, your news travels fast. Luo chuckled. This place is not very large, and as an old-timer here, it's only natural that I stay informed. The case you are handling is quite intricate. You must exercise caution and not get too entangled. If it becomes too perilous, it is wiser to abandon it. After all, failing to crack a case is far better than endangering your life. Chun Fan regarded him thoughtfully, realizing that Luo was no ordinary individual. His words indicated an understanding of the underlying complexities of the case. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Thank you for the warning, Brother Luo. I will certainly heed your advice and prioritize my safety. Chun Fan replied. Luo laughed heartily. Perhaps I spoke out of turn. As long as you are aware. That is what matters. You've come for a reason, so please, tell me how I may assist you. Chun Fan stated, I wish to exchange for some cultivation techniques. Here is the merit token. The necessary points can be deducted directly from it. Luo accepted the token, glanced at it, and exclaimed, Oh, this is the merit token of the esteemed Bai Hu. It seems that you have garnered his favor, Brother Chun. Follow me. Leading Chun Fan to the study, Luo instructed. Select the techniques you require. You understand the rules, so I will not elaborate further. In the study, Chun Fan chose 5 techniques. 1. Iron Garment Technique. Envelopes the body with qi, providing resistance against ordinary blades. 2. Stone Crushing Fist. Employs brute strength to defeat enemies. Capable of shattering blue stones when mastered. 3. Silken Leg Technique. Utilizes gentle force to neutralize attacks, focusing on the lower body. 4. Grass Soaring Technique. Enhances agility for short bursts of speed, ideal for stealthy movement in wooded areas. 5. Water Cutting Blade. Fluid and continuous movements, well suited for group battles. Though these techniques were not particularly advanced, they were a step up for Chun Fan, who found himself lacking in defensive and mobility techniques, relying solely on the demon-slaying blade technique and mountain-splitting blade for combat. Acquiring these new techniques would diminish his shortcomings. After finalizing his selections, Chun Fan bade farewell to Luo and sought a tranquil spot to immerse himself in learning the newly acquired techniques. Infusing demon essence to extend lifespan, cultivating Iron Garment Technique. 1 year's essence yields minor success in Iron Garment Technique. With his realm elevated, the time required to learn lower-tier techniques diminished. A year's worth of demon essence allowed him to achieve minor success in Iron Garment Technique. However, he could not expend all his remaining essence on this technique. Further advancement would have to wait until he acquired more essence. Just mastering the Iron Garment Technique significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. The greater the number of techniques acquired, the more pronounced his improvements became. Chun Fan meticulously infused essence into each technique, advancing them all to minor success. His prowess in both fist and leg techniques, as well as agility, saw direct enhancement. Yet, he was left with only a year's worth of demon essence remaining, necessitating further actions to procure more. At that moment, Li Tong dispatched a guard to summon him. The Lord requests your immediate presence. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan promptly followed the guard to Li Tong's courtyard. Upon entering, he observed Li Tong conversing with another individual. As Chun Fan approached, both turned to face him. The person standing alongside Li Tong was a striking woman adorned in a dark flying fish robe, crafted from fine materials and intricately embroidered, featuring a vividly lifelike flying fish motif that seemed poised to leap from the fabric. The garment accentuated her athletic figure, harmonizing femininity with an air of vigor. Her hair was elegantly tied up and secured with a dark wooden hairpin, with a few loose strands dancing in the breeze, adding an element of untamed charm. Her bright, star-like eyes emanated a piercing brilliance, and her slightly upturned lips bore a confident yet playful smile that invited admiration while also commanding respect. A long knife hung elegantly at her waist, its sheath dark and adorned with ancient engravings. Seeing Chun Fan stride in with an imposing presence, the woman's interest was piqued. Chun Fan performed a respectful bow. Greetings, my lord. He then offered a slight nod to the woman. Li Tong responded with a hearty laugh. Come, Chun Fan, allow me to introduce you to our reinforcements from the demon-slaying department, Bai Hu's Wood Danqing. Bai Hu. This is the young flat bearer, Chun Fan, who has diligently gathered vital intelligence. He is young yet remarkably accomplished. Chun Fan responded with a bow. Greetings, Bai Hu's Wood Danqing smiled. No need for excessive formalities, Chen Xiaoqi. Li Bai Hu has spoken highly of you. I look forward to witnessing the talents of this youthful prodigy. Chun Fan humbly replied, I am undeserving of such praise. Li Tong interjected. We are all allies here, so let us dispense with formalities. The matter at hand is urgent. Wang Yin has exited the demon-slaying department and is likely preparing to act. We must ready ourselves for immediate departure. Chen Fan, please locate Zhao Meng and his subordinates and bring them to us for a rendezvous. Zhuo Danqing, having received the news, had traveled overnight from the capital, her agility allowing her to arrive just in time. However, her subordinates were still en route and would not be available immediately, leaving them in a precarious situation with potentially overwhelming odds. Zhuo Danqing added, Indeed, not only are my men unavailable, but there is also troubling news. Wang Yin's backing has arrived. Chen Fan was taken aback. Just yesterday, Wang Yin had indicated he would handle the transaction alone. Why had he summoned his superiors? Unbeknownst to him, the blood wolf, Li Feng, was preparing to emerge, and Wang Yin had called for reinforcements to safeguard his interests. He tentatively inquired, Are they also from the demon-slaying department? Zhuo Danqing pursed her lips, expressing a hint of exasperation. Indeed. The one arriving is the deputy commander of the 1,000 household, Le Mulan. Li Tong elaborated. He is Wang Yin's support. His arrival is intended to bolster Wang Yin, though we suspect he will remain in the shadows, not wishing to appear personally. Given his status, there is little need for him to intervene directly. It's likely a precautionary measure. The scale of this transaction must be considerable to warrant such attention. Chapter 24. Despairing civilians. Chen Fan calculated in his heart that his side consisted of 200 households, Li Tong and Zhuo Danqing, along with Zhao Meng, the county lieutenant, and himself. Their strength was formidable. Opposing them were the banner leader Wang Yin, the deputy captain Le Mulan, and the demon clan's fox demon accompanied by swine and canine demons. The number of experts on their side was not excessively high, and they should be able to manage. He turned to Li Tong and inquired about the deputy captain's capabilities. Li Tong remained silent, glancing at Zhuo Danqing. Zhuo Danqing replied, Do not worry. If he dares to appear, I will confront him. He is quite powerful, but I can handle him. Chen Fan was unaware of her true strength, yet he had no choice but to trust her now. He clasped his hands and declared, In that case, time is of the essence. I shall meet with County Lieutenant Zhao and later rendezvous with the two esteemed household leaders. After Li Tong nodded, he turned and departed. Before long, he arrived at the county lieutenant's residence, where Zhao Meng was already prepared and awaiting his arrival. Clad in armor and concealing his identity with a black outfit and hood, Zhao Meng wielded a long spear and carried a large bow on his back. Behind him stood several loyal soldiers, all similarly attired. Together, they exuded an aura of battle-hardened veterans. Chen Xiaoqi, what is the situation? Zhao Meng inquired. Chen Fan responded, County Lieutenant Zhao, we are ready to set forth. We have been monitoring Wang Yin's movements. He has already made his move. We shall infiltrate the village during their transaction, rescue the young lady, and then capture the demons and Wang Yin to eliminate future threats. Zhao Meng clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. We shall show these scoundrels our might. Let us depart. Remarkably, he had constructed an underground passage leading directly outside the county. Chen Fan and the others followed him through the tunnel, emerging from the county unnoticed. Soon, they found the markers left by Li Tong and quickened their pace to unite with his group. Besides Li Tong and Zhuo Danqing, the number of people Li Tong had brought was not substantial, totaling around 20. Chen Fan understood that Li Tong had no choice. These individuals were likely those he trusted, as bringing anyone untrustworthy could jeopardize their mission. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Zhao Meng and Li Tong, the group continued onward toward the village. In the wilderness, even during daylight, few dared to traverse the desolate land plagued by demons. The journey revealed abandoned fields and dilapidated paths, desolate and void of life. Li Tong and Zhao Meng had grown accustomed to such sights, yet for Zhuo Danqing, who had seldom visited Qingyang County, the grim reality sparked her ire. The reports from Qingyang County indicated that demons occasionally descended to cause havoc, but it seems they have ravaged the region to this extent. Upon exiting the city, not a single civilian can be seen. These officials are truly detestable. Li Tong sighed. The officials of Qingyang County are merely painting a facade of peace. They have no choice, unless the court sends a large army to eradicate the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains. There is no way to prevent the continuous descent of these fiends. Our current strength barely suffices to protect Qingyang County from rampant demon attacks. For now, we can only proceed step by step, first eliminating the traitors colluding with the demons, and then addressing the demon threat. Zhuo Danqing found herself at a loss for words. The reality was stark, not only in Qingyang County, but in many other regions where demons proliferated daily, unmanageable by any. She felt a sense of despair. Uncertain about the future of the Dayan dynasty, the group traveled in silence, gradually approaching the village. At that moment, a scout concealed in the grass revealed himself. Approaching the team and saluting, Greetings, esteemed household leaders. Li Tong asked, What is the situation? The scout reported. Wang Yin has entered the village and briefly stayed with the demons before departing. One of our brothers is tailing him. Currently, the village is teeming with demons, mostly concentrated in the central granary, and there are no unusual occurrences at this moment. Li Tong nodded. Well done. Continue to monitor. Report any changes immediately. Understood. Li Tong then turned to Zui Danqing and Zhao Meng, saying, there is a small hill not far from the village. We shall hide behind it. When Wang Yin engages in the transaction, we will strike and seize both the goods and the culprits. Rest assured, County Lieutenant Zhao, during the chaos, we will create a distraction to draw the demon's attention, allowing you to rescue your daughter. Zhao Meng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed household leader Li. Once I rescue my daughter, I will be at your service. Not at all, County Lieutenant. You are too courteous. The group, with its limited numbers, found the hill a fitting concealment. Hiding behind the hill, they fixed their gazes on the village occupied by the demons, awaiting Wang Yin's arrival. It was not long before an alarming sight emerged, sending shivers down their spines. Long lines of people appeared in the wilderness, leading the procession, though his head was covered. A few recognized him as the banner leader Wang Yin. Clad in black and heavily cloaked, he was flanked by muscular men wielding weapons. Behind them trailed lengthy lines of lifeless individuals, bound together by ropes, disheveled and in tattered clothing, moving forward in a daze, devoid of sound or struggle. Any signs of slowing were met with the crack of a whip, forcing the captives to hasten their steps into the abyss. Evidently, these individuals were the unfortunate civilians being traded with the demons. The grim scene weighed heavily on the hearts of the onlookers, as fellow humans. They felt the despair of their kin being captured and sold to demons for consumption. Their loathing was directed not only at the demons, but also at those treacherous individuals who betrayed their own kind. At that moment, the village demons, spotting Wang Yin leading a throng of captives, rushed to greet him. The fox demon stepped forward, exclaiming, Banner Leader Wang, you have arrived swiftly. Please bring the people inside. As he examined the captives brought by Wang Yin, he complained, why must you always bring such scrawny ones? Bring some plumper ones next time. Our demon kin prefer the fat, not the bones. Wang Yin scoffed, we were in a hurry this time. These will have to suffice. I assure you, I will procure better ones in the future. He glanced around and inquired, I have brought the people. Where are the goods we requested? Chapter 25, Blood Wolf Liang. Suppressing the audience, the fox demon, adorned with a jade-lipped folding fan and clad in a long robe, wore a fox head atop his own, presenting a rather diminished figure as he fanned himself with affectation. With a sly chuckle, he remarked, General Wang, do remain calm. The herbs you require are plentiful. Yet time is of the essence. We must prepare accordingly. Rest assured, I have already urged them. The materials shall arrive shortly. As he spoke, he tugged at Wang Yin's arm, insisting, please allow your men to enter the village while I tally the numbers. The herbs will be here soon. Wang Yin shook his head, declaring, that will not do. We have conducted numerous transactions without issue. Let us adhere to the established protocol. Goods for hands. We shall wait outside until your materials arrive before proceeding with the inventory and exchange. At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated through the air, approaching with incredible speed. The first syllable echoed from afar, while the last struck close at hand. You, a mere waste of the bone refinement realm, dare to negotiate rules with our demon clan? Before the voice had fully settled, the figure appeared, a towering silhouette emerging from the wilderness, accompanied by a shrill rush of air that sent shockwaves through the audience. Wang Yin barely registered the sound before a formidable presence loomed before him. This creature, a hybrid of man and wolf, towered over Wang Yin by a significant margin, glaring down with an intimidating presence. Clad in heavy black armor that shimmered with an eerie glow, the creature bore no helmet but instead brandished a wolf's head. Fierce and cunning, its eyes glinting with cold ferocity, sharp white fangs gleaming ominously. From its robust waist hung two massive meteor hammers, forged from black metal. Their surfaces adorned with menacing spines, stained with the blood of unknown victims. The wolf-headed entity's gaze was imbued with a savage hunger, fixating on Wang Yin, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that rendered Wang Yin drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his lips moving soundlessly. The arrival of this wolf demon silenced the entire assembly. The villagers, paralyzed with fear, crumpled to the ground, while their guards stood frozen, too intimidated to move. Li Tong and Zui Danqing, upon witnessing the wolf demon's entrance, trembled in unison, muttering, this is dire. It is Blood Wolf Liheng. This name bore the shame of the Qingyang County Demon Suppression Office. Liheng had single-handedly breached the office, leaving countless casualties in his wake, while the enemy had retreated unscathed. Such events had transpired years ago, and now, the specter of Liheng's return loomed, more menacing than ever. Li Tong recognized the grim implications of Liheng's presence, retreating mentally. With their collective strength, no one could withstand Liheng's might. If they were to confront him, it would surely spell their doom. A shared glance between Li Tong and Zui Danqing revealed their mutual despair. They had initially believed themselves to hold the upper hand, poised to capture the demon and Wang Yin, yet Liheng's emergence shattered all their hopes. Zui Danqing offered a bitter smile to Li Tong, whispering, Li Baihu, this is untenable. We cannot allow our brothers to die in vain. We must prepare to withdraw. Li Tong remained silent. torn between inaction and the grim reality of watching the villagers suffer at the hands of the demons, while Wang Dian continued to revel in his own safety. Moreover, Zhao Mang's daughter remained within the village. He glanced at Zhao Mang, who bore an expression of anguish, unable to voice his despair. They all understood Li Hing's formidable power. Together, they were no match. Any attempt to rescue his daughter would only lead to further tragedy for all involved. As Chun Fan observed Li Heng's imposing entrance, an oppressive force filled the air, leaving everyone breathless. Was this true power? Not derived from titles or authority, but from sheer, unbridled strength. Clenching his fists, he yearned for that very power, wishing to escape the feeling of helplessness that had forced him into hiding. At that moment, Li Heng's deep voice resonated. There are still some little mice hiding. What is this? Afraid of the light? Come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 enormous meteor hammers whistled through the air from his grasp. One hurtled towards a distant thicket, while the other targeted the hill where Chun Fan and the others concealed themselves. The meteor hammers struck like lightning, creating a massive crater in the hillside. Those hiding behind it scrambled backward, only to be showered with dirt and debris as the hill was pulverized. Meanwhile, a figure darted from the underbrush, narrowly escaping the chaos as the hammer struck the ground. Approaching Wang Yan, the newcomer remarked, "Captain Li Heng, is it necessary to be so furious?" Wang Yan, upon recognizing the individual, exclaimed with delight, "Captain Qian." The newcomer shot him an exasperated glare. "You failed to handle matters properly. Did you not notice someone was tailing you? Had I not intervened, you would have been finished." The figure was none other than Lu Mulan, the deputy captain of the Demon Suppression Office, who had initially intended to remain in the shadows but was compelled to reveal himself upon witnessing Li Heng's arrival alongside the office as personnel. Now, the situation was dire. The demon side held overwhelming advantage, with Li Heng proving an insurmountable challenge for anyone present. However, Lu Mulan was allied with Li Heng. While they might face some losses, they could also negotiate with others, as Li Heng's reputation commanded respect. Who would dare provoke him, fearing his potential wrath? Ironically, the weakest party in this confrontation was the Demon Suppression Office itself. Li Tong, Zhou Danqing, and Zhao Mang were all formidable warriors, yet against Li Heng and Lu Mulan, they would be no match. Li Tong, witnessing Lu Mulan's arrival, turned pale with realization. He understood that neither Li Heng nor Lu Mulan would allow them to depart alive. Exposing their collusion, in a hushed tone, he addressed his companions, "When I make my move, you must all flee, scatter, and do not hesitate. Every life matters. Survival is the only path to revenge." With that, he stepped forward, gradually approaching Li Heng and Lu Mulan, forming a triangular formation with them. Li Tong addressed Lu Mulan, saying, "Deputy Captain Lu, what brings you to Qingyang County without so much as a greeting? Are you here to assist our office in subduing these demons?" He gestured toward Li Heng, declaring, "This is our office's most wanted criminal, Blood Wolf Li Heng. How about we join forces to bring him to justice?" Chapter 26. The terrifying 4 symbol arrows. Lu Mulan, clad in gray, with a pale face and no beard, possessed an attractive visage that radiated warmth and approachability. Sporting a gentle smile, he addressed Li Baihu, revealing that he had indeed received word of collusion between certain members of the Demon Suppression Bureau and the demon race, inflicting harm upon the common folk. With a shake of his head, he lamented, "I initially found it hard to believe. For years, our bureau has been dedicated to suppressing the demons. How could anyone collaborate with them? Yet, upon my arrival, I discovered the shocking truth of treachery. A heinous crime deserving of the gravest punishment." Li Tong was taken aback, pondering whether Lu Mulan was genuinely here to investigate the collusion between demons and traitorous humans. If true, this would provide them with significant support, while simultaneously diminishing the strength of their foes, thus turning the tide of battle. The others shared his newfound hope. Having anticipated disaster today, yet unexpectedly found a glimmer of opportunity. Wang Nian's expression shifted dramatically, grappling with the unsettling thought that Lu Mulan might indeed be turning against them. His incredulous gaze remained fixed on the man. Similarly, the eyes of Shui Lang and Li Feng grew colder, but they were not intimidated by this alliance. Subduing them would prove challenging, for each was an elite of the bureau. The previously relaxed demeanor of Li Feng tightened, gripping the meteor hammer that had fallen to the ground. With a radiant smile, Li Tong exclaimed, "Lord Lu, since you are here to investigate the traitors colluding with the demons, how fortuitous. They are right here. Let us seize them at once." He gestured toward Wang Yan and the others. Lu Mulan approached Li Tong with deliberate steps, stating, "The human traitors I have identified are not them, but..." He paused, suddenly erupting into action, launching a fist towards Li Tong. "You lot." Caught off guard despite his vigilance, Li Tong could only hastily raise a hand to block Lu Mulan's strike, which sent him hurtling backward. Left Danqing leaped forward to catch him, guiding him safely to the ground. Li Tong's face flushed crimson, and he spat blood upon landing, glaring furiously at Lu Mulan. "Despicable." With a subtle smile, Lu Mulan retorted, "As a thousand household of the Demon Suppression Bureau, it is my duty to eliminate human traitors. Any means necessary may be employed. The dead cannot accuse one of being despicable or just." Li Tong shouted defiantly. Do you truly believe you can kill us all without the truth of your collusion with the demons being revealed? Lu Mulan replied calmly. Once you and left by who are dead, who could possibly challenge me? Who would believe you? He glanced into the distance and continued. Do you wonder why I am conversing with you? Listen to the sounds around you. If you had fled from the start, perhaps one or two of you might have survived. Now, not a single soul shall escape. At that moment, a chorus of wolf howls echoed from afar. Li Feng's deep voice resonated. The children I brought with the supplies have arrived. He added, no more chatter, leave none alive. We will conclude this before we proceed with our exchange. Lu Mulan nodded in agreement. I too wish to resolve this swiftly to avoid complications. He reached for his weapon, drawing forth a long sword that had been secured at his waist. He joined forces with Li Feng, both advancing toward Li Tong and his companions. Li Feng brandished the meteor hammer without hesitation, surrounding them with a fierce determination to leave not a single foe alive. The assembled demons echoed their agreement, charging towards the ranks of the Demon Suppression Bureau with formidable ferocity. After consuming several healing pills, Li Tong's complexion stabilized somewhat. He surveyed his allies within the ranks, from left Danqing to Qin Fan, as well as Zhao Meng and the loyal soldiers under his command. They represented the backbone against the demon threat, yet this battle would likely spell disaster for Qingyang County, with the common folk destined to endure immense suffering. With a tone laden with bitterness and resolve, Li Tong declared, Friends, let us not waste words. We must fight to the death. The gravity of their peril was apparent to all, each aware that they faced an existential threat, igniting their inner fire, should they perish. They would take down their enemies alongside them. Left Danqing calmly responded, Take care, Li Daren. I, Left Danqing, shall ensure the demise of Lu Mulan, this traitor. If I must die, so be it. Zhao Meng interjected, Rest assured, Li Daren, I, Zhao Meng, am no easy prey. Having survived the bloody chaos of battle, I will not fall so easily. Protect me and keep the demons at bay. I shall show them the might of the 4 symbol arrows. Li Tong, Left Danqing, and Qin Fan positioned themselves at the forefront, while the other soldiers of the Bureau formed a line behind them. Zhao Meng took his place atop a nearby hill with several loyal guards. Zhao Meng drew his great bow, revealing a quiver filled with intricately carved feathered arrows. The quiver was divided into 4 sections, each adorned with the patterns of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Each section contained arrows of differing hues, each imbued with unique properties. The azure dragon arrow, swirling with winds, the white tiger arrow, its tail embedded with tiger fangs, the vermilion bird arrow, inscribed with fire symbols, and the black tortoise arrow, steeped in the waters of a frigid pool. Zhao Meng selected an azure dragon arrow, knocking it to the bowstring. His 4 guards simultaneously shed their leather armor and prepared their own bows. Azure dragon arrow, fill the void with wind. Zhao Meng's voice boomed like thunder. As the azure dragon arrow soared forth, the guards unleashed their arrows in unison. A vortex of air erupted in the front, with several arrows intertwining in midair, forming a swirling azure tornado that charged directly at Li Feng. With a menacing grin, Li Feng swung his meteor hammer, yet as the arrows collided with the tornado, the demon energy dissipated. The arrows continued their trajectory, forcing the meteor hammer aside and tearing through his chest armor. Regrettably, their momentum waned, failing to penetrate further. They merely struck Li Feng, who remained unscathed in his armor and hide, the arrows clattering to the ground. Though Li Feng suffered no injury, his expression darkened. The arrow had effectively deflected his meteor hammer, rendering his defense utterly ineffective. Had its power been slightly greater, it might have breached his defenses and wounded him. The others were equally taken aback. Lu Mulan discreetly adjusted his position, moving from beside Li Feng to behind him. He was acutely aware of Li Feng's formidable prowess. Had the azure dragon arrow been aimed at him, Lu Mulan knew he lacked the same level of defense as Li Feng. Had he not evaded, he could have easily sustained injuries. Meanwhile, Qin Fan and his group felt a surge of hope. The overwhelming strength of their adversaries had initially cast them into despair. Yet Zhao Meng and his companions had rekindled their spirits with their extraordinary archery skills. As long as someone could counter Li Feng, they might yet have a chance to escape. Left Danqing's eyes sparkled with realization. So this is the 4 symbol arrows? Such power. I wonder if the forbidden text within the Bureau, Heavenly Gang 4 Fiends Arrows, is even more formidable. Li Tong was equally elated, sensing an opportunity. At that moment, Zhao Meng readied another arrow. Chapter 27 The Duel of Old Rivals. The White Tiger Falls. Bones shatter, souls rend. Zhao Meng drew his bow and loosed another arrow alongside his personal guards. Upon its flight, the arrow suddenly exploded in midair, scattering into countless shards that pierced into the charging demon horde. This white tiger arrow contained numerous fine tiger fangs, specifically designed to breach armor. The royal guards knelt in unison, facing a formidable array of dark, menacing creatures that seemed poised to devour them whole. Yet they remained undaunted, exuding an aura of lethal determination. The advancing demons howled with ferocity, brandishing their weapons, their savage visages betraying a hunger for blood as they sought to rend the humans before them into pieces. Though these creatures were rugged and resilient, They fell in droves to the airborne tiger fang fragments, which bore into their flesh. Chaos ensued among their ranks, accompanied by anguished cries. Only a few demons managed to breach the front lines, swiftly dispatched by Li Tong and his companions. Witnessing the failure of the offensive, Li Feng's countenance darkened. The demons typically encountered the Demon Suppression Division, rarely engaging with the military, and when they did, their foes were easily vanquished. This was their first encounter with such a formidable adversary. The mere presence of a few archers wielding such power was astonishing. What if hundreds, or even thousands, were to unleash their arrows? His previous disdain for the military strength of the Dayan dynasty now seemed misguided. Yet the greater the enemy, the more imperative it became to prevent their escape. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Everyone, charge with me. Let us see how many arrows they can still fire." Li Feng turned to Lu Mulan, urging, "Let your men join us. Today, they must perish." Lu Mulan nodded, rallying Wang Yan and the others. "Follow me into battle. We cannot allow any to escape." He understood the might of the four symbols arrows, a legendary archery technique from the Li family of the capital, renowned for its incredible power. The Li family had always relied on their formation of 500 archers, an unstoppable force. To his surprise, he now witnessed it in action. How had a mere county lieutenant like Zhao Meng acquired such skill? Li Feng, Lu Mulan, and the fox demon stood at the forefront, followed by hundreds of demons and the guards led by Wang Yan, charging towards the 20 defenders of Li Tong and Chen Fan. The imposing figures of the demons surged forward, their momentum akin to an unstoppable tide, threatening to engulf the small hill where the humans stood. Li Tong's group appeared as though they were adrift in a turbulent sea, surrounded by perilous foes. Casting a glance at Zhao Meng, Li Tong noted his pale complexion, glistening with sweat, as his hands trembled slightly. With a grin, he declared, "Li Baihu, my inner strength is waning. I can only shoot one last arrow to assist you. The rest is up to you." Zhao Meng's condition was poor, and his guards behind him were equally faltering, their arms shaking. He knocked an arrow, rallying his brethren. "Brothers, the final arrow. Let them witness our might." The vermilion bird arrow. Flames engulfed the earth. This time, Zhao Meng led with his vermilion bird arrow, followed closely by the arrows of his guards. As the arrows flew, they ignited spontaneously, forming a crimson net of fire that enveloped Li Feng and his advancing allies. A conflagration erupted from within the demon ranks, singeing their thick fur and throwing their formation into disarray. Yet, the charge of Li Feng could not be halted. The meteor hammer whirled above his head, scattering the surrounding fire arrows before he surged forward into the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. Li Tong stood resolutely at the forefront, brandishing his spear. He thrust it forward, blocking Li Feng's meteor hammer, then leaped to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Zhuo Danqing, refusing to cower, unsheathed his long knife and charged at Lu Mulan. As Chen Fan and Wang Yan exchanged glances, they recognized each other's intent to eliminate their foes. And with silent understanding, they fought side by side. Zhao Meng, now too drained to employ the four symbols arrows, summoned his remaining strength to confront the fox demon, the perpetrator of his daughter's abduction. The elite forces of the Demon Suppression Division clashed violently with the demons, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Wang Yan's twisted visage bore a cruel delight as he fixated on Chen Fan, envisioning him writhing in agony under his control. "You little wretch. How does it feel to cling to Li Tong's coattails, thinking he could save you? Look at your predicament now." Wang Yan's laughter echoed with a chilling malevolence. "Today, I shall not kill you. I will sever your limbs and let you watch as the demons consume you." As he spoke, he excitedly gestured with his hands, a frenzied light dancing in his eyes. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, met his threats with disdain, retorting coldly, "Do you possess the strength to do so? When have you not hidden in the shadows, pretending to be a formidable wolf? Back in the Demon Suppression Division, did you dare to utter a word against Li Baihu? Now, alongside Li Feng and Lu Mulan, you seek to flaunt your authority. A waste is forever a waste." Chen Fan's voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade, striking at Wang Yan's vulnerability. Wang Yan had anticipated Chen Fan to cower under his intimidation, begging for mercy. But he was taken aback by Chen Fan's audacity, even in the face of death. His fury ignited, transforming him into a twisted figure. "Die, you little wretch!" Wang Yan roared. With a sudden surge, his palm turned a fiery red, emanating waves of scorching heat, as if flames danced upon his hand. He lunged forward, his hand carrying immense force, aimed directly at Chen Fan, intent on reducing him to dust. Facing this fierce assault, Chen Fan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he refrained from drawing his blade, opting instead to employ the newly learned stone-shattering fist, a technique renowned for its immense power capable of shattering stone. With a mighty shout, his muscles tensed, a surge of formidable energy coursing through him. He raised his fist high, propelled by a gust of wind, akin to a cannonball aimed at Wang Yan's hand. Upon impact, a visible shockwave radiated outward, causing both Chen Fan and Wang Yan to involuntarily tremble and retreat several steps. Wang Yan was taken aback, astonished to realize that Chen Fan's cultivation had advanced significantly since the previous day. Just yesterday, He had easily sent Chun Fan flying with a single strike. Had it not been for Li Tong's intervention, Chun Fan would have faced grave injury or death. Yet now, Chun Fan had not only withstood his blow, but had also held his ground. The retaliatory force reverberated through Wang Nian's bones, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. His face darkened, and through gritted teeth, he inquired, "Have you reached the bone refinement stage? Did you stumble upon some fortuitous opportunity?" Greed surged within Wang Nian. His own limitations had stunted his progress, and he dreamt of one day encountering a monumental chance to elevate his strength. Gazing at Chun Fan, a spark ignited in his eyes. Capturing him would grant him the opportunity to interrogate and seize whatever fortune Chun Fan possessed. Chun Fan scoffed, his eyes alight with mockery. "Indeed, unlike you, a waste who, at your age, remains at the bone refinement stage, living a life akin to that of a dog." This time, Wang Nian did not react as he had before, his previous arrogance diminished by the display of Chun Fan's strength. He now regarded Chun Fan as a truly formidable opponent. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him. Suddenly, the shape of his hand transformed, revealing sharp claws that glimmered with a chilling light. This was his ultimate technique, soul-severing claw. Chapter 28. Now it's my turn. In a flash, Wang Nian darted towards Chun Fan like a specter. His speed so swift that his form was nearly indistinguishable. His claws sliced through the air, leaving behind ominous black afterimages, each infused with lethal peril, as if capable of tearing apart anything that stood in their way. Yet, Chun Fan remained undeterred, choosing not to draw his blade. A surge of valor welled within him as he resolved to confront Wang Nian's onslaught using only the newly acquired techniques of fists and legs. Silk entwining leg. Chun Fan bellowed, his legs moving with the grace of agile serpents. His left leg launched forth, tracing a powerful arc in the air, imbued with a formidable spiraling force, akin to a steel whip entwined with silk, striking fiercely at Wang Nian's arm. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a fist, unleashing the stone-shattering fist towards Wang Nian's chest. The synchronization of his strikes created a meticulously crafted offensive and defensive system. The collision between the soul-severing claw and the silk entwining leg, alongside the stone-shattering fist, produced a cascade of explosive sounds. Although Wang Nian's soul-severing claw was ferocious, Chun Fan's silk entwining leg adeptly ensnared him, mitigating some of the force. The immense impact of the stone-shattering fist compelled Wang Nian to split his focus in defense. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither yielding, as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. However, Chun Fan's techniques were still in their infancy, and their relative weakness placed him at a disadvantage against Wang Nian's ultimate move, the soul-severing claw. Meanwhile, the situation around them was equally dire. On one side, Zhuo Danqing and Lu Mulan were locked in combat. Zhuo Danqing, with cascading black hair and a firm grip on her dark iron long knife, suddenly unleashed a blinding golden radiance. The crimson flame totem dancing along the blade's surface traced intricate patterns, manifesting the shadow of her knife technique, the stunning swan blade. This initial stance enveloped the surrounding air with an intense aura of lethal intent. "Excellent," Lu Mulan exclaimed, flicking his fingers, causing his 3-foot-long blade to unleash a dragon's roar as 7 streaks of starlight erupted from its tip, creating the Northern Dipper sword array around him. As Zhuo Danqing's knife light approached, the celestial stars began to whirl, forming a flowing net. The moment the knife met the stellar web, a resounding clash echoed, sending countless sparks flying like fireworks. "Slay the generals and seize the flags," Zhuo Danqing shouted, twisting her wrist to alter the momentum of her strike. The initially forceful knife light transformed, now akin to a cunning serpent, swiftly rotating to slice through the weak points of the sword net. Lu Mulan adjusted his footwork, shifting the positions of the 7 stars in accordance with his movements, and the sword net appeared to pulsate with life, expanding and contracting. This 7th level of the celestial pivot sword, the cosmic stars, could completely envelop the opponent's offensive rhythm, proving a formidable force. The knife light and starlight intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling cocoon of brilliance, each collision generating cyclone-like shockwaves. Zhuo Danqing's dark iron knife began to show spiderweb-like fissures, while Lu Mulan's blade tip remained untouched by dust. Suddenly, Zhuo Danqing relinquished her weapon, her palms forming seals to summon a dark red blood lotus. This forbidden technique, the blood lotus burning heaven, could temporarily enhance her strength by 30%, but at the cost of damaging her meridians. Fail and perish. Lu Mulan's pupils constricted as 7 beams of starlight coalesced into a brilliant sword wheel. Celestial Dipper returns. With a sharp whistle, the sword array erupted in a burst of starlight. Zhuo Danqing's blood lotus ignited in the radiance, her beautiful visage flickering between brightness and darkness, her complexion paling. With a clang, her dark iron knife shattered into 2, crashing to the ground, and Zhuo Danqing staggered backward, blood trickling from her lips, severely weakened. On another front, Li Tong wielded a long spear, struggling to withstand Li Feng's relentless assault. Li Feng, like a rampaging beast, swung his meteor hammer with ferocity. The hammer whistled through the air, akin to a falling star, crashing down on Li Tong with a resounding thud. Li Tong's spear spun rapidly, its tip gleaming coldly. Forming a defensive barrier, the wildfire spear. Upon impact, a tremendous noise echoed, and sparks flew as the force of the blow drove Li Tong's feet into the ground, leaving deep imprints. Yet through sheer will and masterful technique, he withstood the strike. Li Feng circled around Li Tong, hammer in hand, launching a barrage of attacks. The meteor hammer rained down like a storm, each strike bearing immense weight. Li Tong evaded with agile footwork and precise spear techniques, dodging left and right. His spear thrusting and blocking with impeccable timing, forming a nearly impenetrable defense. Li Feng, taken aback by Li Tong's tenacious resistance, found himself astonished. He had not anticipated that such a minor official could possess such formidable strength. Many had fallen beneath his hand, yet none had matched Li Tong's current prowess. With a roar, Li Feng swung the meteor hammer once more, his assault becoming more frenzied, the hammer's speed and power escalating. Li Tong understood that retreat was not an option. He gritted his teeth, unleashing all his skill. His spear danced amidst the hammer strikes, adapting to every attack, thrusting, lifting, and blocking with perfect precision. Yet, as he felt his trembling arms and tasted the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he realized he could not hold out much longer. Should he fall, none would be able to face Li Feng. Observing the chaos around him, Chun Fan knew he could no longer delay. He must swiftly eliminate Wang Yan. After delivering a punishing blow that sent Wang Yan reeling, he charged into the throng of dog demons. Drawing his embroidered spring knife, he unleashed the group combat technique, the water-severing blade. The blade whirled, generating a powerful gust. Its light cascading like a galaxy, sending the dog demons flying in all directions. Several demons had their claws severed, and one was decapitated. A prompt appeared in his mind. You have slain a dog demon, claiming 12 years of its lifespan. Wang Yan, who had been fiercely engaged with Chun Fan, found himself momentarily stunned at the sudden shift as Chun Fan turned to vanquish the dog demons. Confused, he hastened to pursue Chun Fan, increasingly aware of the latter's terrifying potential. In just a few days, Chun Fan had become a rival to his own strength, and he could not afford to grant him any time to grow. A dead genius was nothing. Today he must eliminate him. Wang Yan swiftly closed the distance, shadowing Chun Fan like a persistent curse, relentlessly unleashing his soul-severing claws towards various parts of Chun Fan's body. Their strengths were closely matched, but Chun Fan's current objective was to slay the demons and enhance his own power, rather than becoming entangled with Wang Yan. Though he evaded with great effort, occasionally countering, he nonetheless sustained minor injuries. This only fueled Wang Yan's arrogance, prompting him to strike even more viciously. Chun Fan maneuvered around Wang Yan, weaving through the throng of demons, periodically dispatching dog and pig demons. Each kill triggered another prompt in his mind, and he opted to infuse the acquired lifespan into his techniques. With the abundance of demons present, the influx of lifespans surged dramatically, providing ample resources to draw upon. You have infused the lifespan of the demons into the technique. Stone-shattering fist. With dedicated practice, your stone-shattering fist has reached great perfection. In 5 years, your stone-shattering fist will attain completion. Your mastery of fist techniques has increased, your fists now capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, greatly enhancing their power. You have infused the lifespan of the demons into the technique, silk entwining leg. With dedicated practice, your stone-shattering fist has achieved completion. You have infused the lifespan of the demons into the technique, water-severing blade. With dedicated practice, your water-severing blade has reached completion. Having perfected all his techniques, Chun Fan experienced a significant surge in power. Whether it be the art of boxing, the techniques of leg strikes, the mastery of body movements, or the finesse of swordplay, there has been a remarkable advancement. Chun Fan suddenly came to a halt, casting his gaze towards the approaching Wang Yan. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 29. Overwhelming. The collapse of Wang Yan. Wang Yan gazed at Chun Fan with a mix of suspicion and astonishment. Although he had been following Chun Fan closely, it felt as though in the blink of an eye, Chun Fan had undergone a transformation. He resembled a piece of rusted iron that had been polished to a gleam, radiating an even stronger aura of confidence and power. Not daring to underestimate him, Wang Yan unleashed his soul-disrupting claw, aiming for Chun Fan's throat with a fierce howl. Chun Fan, unhurried, delivered a punch that seemed to land directly in Wang Yan's grasp. Wang Yan's claws, sharp as iron hooks, latched onto Chun Fan's fist, squeezing with all his might, intent on shattering Chun Fan's bones. To his astonishment, the fist he had grasped felt as immovable as steel, refusing to yield under his force. Wang Yan was taken aback. Earlier in their confrontation, Chun Fan had not exhibited such resilience. Just as he attempted to release his grip, Chun Fan deftly seized his hand, rendering him unable to escape. While Chun Fan remained steady, his left foot struck out like a venomous serpent, darting toward Wang Yan's chest. With a swift spin, his garments billowed like a tempest, and his legs moved with the grace of a sinuous snake, elusive and unpredictable. It was the perfected technique of the spiral leg. Wang Yan hastily raised his arm in defense, but with a resounding crack, Chun Fan's spiral leg shattered his arm, deforming it into a grotesque arc. He let out a pain scream, desperately breaking free, clutching his mangled arm where the bone protruded, his face a mask of terror. You have been concealing your strength? Wang Nian could not comprehend how Chen Fan, who had seemed slightly disadvantaged moments ago, had suddenly grown so formidable. Not only had his body become immensely tougher, but Wang Nian's soul-disrupting claw could not breach his defenses, and the power of the spiral leg was beyond anything he had experienced before. It was as if time itself had shifted. This was no longer a mere skirmish. The speed of the strike was blinding, and the force was enough to break his bones. Wang Nian, having cultivated his bone refinement for years, had honed his body to be as hard as steel, impervious even to iron rods during practice. What was Chen Fan's true strength? Was he genuinely at the bone refinement stage? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. No longer daring to engage Chen Fan in battle, he turned to flee. Their side held overwhelming power. There was no need to clash with Chen Fan. As long as Li Feng and Le Mulan were occupied, Chen Fan, no matter how skilled, would not stand a chance against them. All he needed to do was hide behind them. Wang Nian dashed toward Le Mulan, who was closer than Li Feng, and with whom he had little rapport. If Li Feng chose not to assist him, it would lead to trouble. However, Le Mulan, his superior, would undoubtedly come to his aid. The distance was minimal, just a few dozen steps, and salvation was within reach. As he raced forward, he heard a voice beside him. Wang Zongqi, is it not rather impolite to think only of fleeing without a word of greeting? Wang Nian turned, his heart racing, as he saw Chen Fan keeping pace with him, almost shoulder to shoulder. With his perfected agility, Chen Fan had exceeded Wang Nian's speed entirely. After speaking, Chen Fan raised his fists, delivering the shattering stone punch. His fists descended like hammers upon Wang Nian. With no time to escape, Wang Nian had no choice but to muster all his remaining strength to defend himself with his one usable hand. Another crack echoed as he was sent flying. His remaining arm also broken, eliciting another agonizing cry. Kneeling on the ground, his hands dangling limply, Wang Nian abandoned all pretense. His visage twisted in pain and fear as he cried out, "Lord Lu, save me." Nearby, Le Mulan wielded the exquisite Tianshu sword, using finesse to counter the relentless assaults of Zhuo Danqing, who was now visibly struggling and sustaining injuries. If not for the concern that Zhuo Danqing might unleash a desperate, lethal maneuver, he would have already subdued him. Aware of Zhuo Danqing's formidable background, he suspected the possibility of a mutual destruction tactic, as he himself possessed such capabilities. Given their current advantageous position, there was no need for him to exert full force. He could simply entangle Zhuo Danqing until Li Feng dealt with Li Tong, after which he could finish off Zhuo Danqing without fear of retaliation. At that moment, he heard Wang Nian's desperate cry for help. Frowning, he noticed a handsome young banner holder, appearing no older than 18 or 19, engaged in battle with Wang Nian. Wang Nian, so inept that he could not even handle a mere banner holder? Were it not for the fact that Wang Nian's brother was an inner disciple of Tiandu Peak, Le Mulan would have relished the thought of letting this useless fool perish. With a disdainful scoff, Le Mulan knew he had to intervene. After all, Wang Nian's brother possessed exceptional talent and limitless potential, maintaining a close relationship with Wang Nian. Should he witness Wang Nian's demise without lending a hand, it would be a difficult situation to explain later. With a swift motion, he forced Zhuo Danqing back, leaping to shield Wang Nian. Just then, Chen Fan was poised to deliver a fatal kick to Wang Nian. His spiral leg whistled through the air, aimed directly at Wang Nian's head. In his current state, Wang Nian was utterly defenseless, and a blow of that magnitude would surely be catastrophic. Yet, suddenly, a figure appeared before Wang Nian, extending a foot in a calm, understated manner. Chen Fan's spiral leg collided with this new presence, dissipating like a stone sinking into the sea, all its force absorbed effortlessly, akin to steel falling upon cotton. Without a ripple of impact, it was Lu Mulan, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, standing protectively before Wang Nian. He regarded Chen Fan with a hint of astonishment. He had initially misjudged Wang Nian, thinking him too incompetent to contend even with a mere banner holder. Little did he expect this young banner holder to possess such formidable strength. Realizing his oversight, Lu Mulan, now at the blood exchange stage, recognized his own power was only surpassed by Li Feng in this realm. His next goal was to break through to the innate stage, an endeavor made difficult by the scarcity of precious medicinal herbs, which was why he had colluded with the demon clan. Understanding the magnitude of his own kick, he found it remarkable that Chen Fan, at the bone refinement stage, could withstand such force, despite the two-level disparity between their realms, while later stages merely enhanced physical strength. The qualitative difference at each stage was significant. Typically, a difference of one stage would result in overwhelming dominance. Moreover, Chen Fan, so youthful and employing only common cultivation techniques, devoid of any extraordinary traits, was truly terrifying in his potential. Lu Mulan gestured around him. You must grasp the current situation. With your impressive abilities as a mere banner holder, it is evident you lack substantial backing. Why not consider aligning yourself with me? I can guarantee you will rise to the rank of 100 households within 3 years. Reflect carefully. Without connections, no matter how strong you are, you will never rise to prominence. Should you refuse, your life is forfeit today. Do you understand? Chapter 30. Instant kill of the fox demon Wang Yan, standing behind him. Widened his eyes in disbelief. My lord, he intends to kill me. How can you? Lu Mulan turned, casting a frigid glance that silenced Wang Yan instantly. At that moment, Zhuo Danqing rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Fan. Do not believe him. He is duplicitous. A notorious backstabber, a well-known, smiling tiger. Chen Fan shook his head. I will not ally with the disgraceful of the human race. Today they may betray the innocent to the demons. Who knows what they will sell tomorrow? I only trust the strength of my fists. Enough talk. Let us see the truth through combat. He grasped the Shochuan knife and pointed it at Lu Mulan, challenging him to fight. Lu Mulan's eyes flashed with anger. Yet he wore a faint smile. How delightful. The fearless young calf fears no tiger. Let us ensure you do not see the moral. A genius who is not utilized must be extinguished. Chen Fan advanced with his blade, engaging in fierce combat with Lu Mulan. Soon, he comprehended why Zhuo Danqing had struggled so mightily against Lu Mulan earlier. The swordsmanship of Lu Mulan was akin to an enormous, sticky web. Although Chen Fan's mountain-splitting blade possessed tremendous power, it lost all force upon encountering Lu Mulan's sword net, which absorbed the energy and even rebounded it back onto Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was utterly incapable of contending with Lu Mulan. Meanwhile, Zhuo Danqing, with Chen Fan's intervention, finally seized a chance to catch her breath. She consumed several pills, some for healing, others for enhancing her inner energy, and yet others to invigorate her blood flow. After taking these pills, her complexion improved significantly, and her breathing stabilized. Observing Chen Fan in a precarious position, she too advanced, joining him to combat Lu Mulan together. With Zhuo Danqing's participation, Chen Fan felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. However, he soon realized that rather than assisting, he was inadvertently hindering Zhuo Danqing's agility and evasion. Casting a glance at Wang Yan, who lay at Lu Mulan's feet, he understood that there was no opportunity to eliminate him now. He decided it would be more prudent to lend support elsewhere. Zhuo Baihu, be careful. I shall assist others. Zhuo Danqing responded with a brief acknowledgement, fully focused on resisting Lu Mulan. Chen Fan dashed towards a nearby hillock. The fox demon, grinning maliciously, was besieging Zhao Meng and his two remaining guards. Zhao Meng was already gravely injured, with only two loyal followers struggling against the fox demon's relentless assault. On the verge of collapse, Chen Fan swiftly executed his footwork. Even before he arrived, his long knife was already cleaving through the demons. The surrounding pig demons, each corpulent and brutish, boasted pig-like heads with small, cruel eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Armed with long knives, spears, and heavy hammers, they were fearsome adversaries. The most robust of the pig demons, upon spotting Chen Fan's approach, abandoned the assault on Zhao Meng and charged directly at him. With a powerful swing of its long knife, it struck with tremendous force, generating a whistling sound through the air. Chen Fan's Shochuan knife preemptively met the blow, its exquisite technique allowing him to deflect the pig demon's weapon at its weakest point, simultaneously inflicting a deep cut upon the demon. With his newfound strength, a mere flick of his wrist sliced through the pig demon's thick hide and coarse bristles, drawing forth a cascade of blood. Though injured, the pig demon did not falter. It bellowed furiously, its eyes bloodshot, as it swung its long knife wildly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan countered effortlessly with the mountain-splitting blade, parrying its attack with ease. After deflecting the pig demon's weapon, he seized the opportunity to slash diagonally across the demon's neck, severing it. The pig demon dropped its knife, knelt clutching its throat, and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Substituting the mountain-splitting blade for the water-cutting blade, Chen Fan wielded the Shochuan knife with dazzling precision, its gleam appearing before every demon present. Each demon felt as though the knife was aimed at them, instinctively raising their weapons to defend, yet none managed to strike Chen Fan. Only one pig demon let out a wretched scream as it suffered a grievous wound to its abdomen, spilling its entrails across the ground. Chen Fan's prowess rendered him effortlessly victorious against the pig demons, swiftly eliminating them until only one fox demon remained. A notification echoed in his mind. One pig demon slain. Can devour plunder. Without hesitation, Chen Fan chose to devour one, plundering the lifespans of the rest. You have devoured a pig demon. Gaining the pig demon's innate ability, strength, innate skill, your physique is significantly stronger than that of an average person, enhancing both power and defense. He nodded in approval. This was a commendable ability that directly augmented his physical prowess. For the remaining pig demons, he opted solely for plunder. The lifespan of the demon surged, reaching an astounding 582 years. The remaining fox demon was taken aback. What had initially been a favorable situation, on the brink of annihilating Zhao Meng and his loyal guards, had shifted dramatically with Chen Fan's appearance. In the blink of an eye, all 8 pig demons, along with a host of surrounding dog demons, had perished at Chen Fan's hands, leaving it isolated and surrounded. Filled with both fear and rage, the fox demon shouted, "Who are you?" Chen Fan had no time for idle conversation with the demon. His Shochuan knife was aimed squarely at the fox demon, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Prepare to meet your end. The fox demon, seething with anger, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant. The outcome is far from certain." As it spoke, Two silver glimmers shot forth from the folding fan it had been wielding. Chen Fan, now entranced by the thrill of battle, observed as demons fell before him. His senses fully immersed in the conflict. A profound calm enveloped him. His mind was singularly focused on the enemies that lay before him. The fox demon no longer posed a threat in his eyes. All that mattered was the slaughter of these fiends. The din of the battlefield ceased to affect him. His consciousness narrowed to a singular focus, his adversaries. He needed only to swing his blade, relentlessly cleaving through them, one after another. With a swift motion, Chen Fan rotated his Shochuan knife, creating a veritable wall of blades in midair. The silver needles shot by the fox demon were effortlessly deflected by his blade. Chen Fan lunged forward, striking at the fox demon, which raised its steel fan in defense. Although its strength was formidable, superior to Wang Nian's, the fox demon was no match for Chen Fan, whose mastery of various techniques had reached perfection, leaving no vulnerabilities. The fox demon might have kept pace with Chen Fan's speed, but its strength was inadequate to withstand the force of his strikes. Chen Fan's demon-slaying technique had reached a transcendent state, each cut faster than the last. Mountain-splitting blade. Chen Fan's already lightning-fast Shochuan knife accelerated further, its power reaching astonishing levels. With a single stroke, he severed the fox demon's steel fan along with its right arm, sending its body flying. In midair, Chen Fan caught up, delivering a fatal blow. The head and body separated, landing in pieces upon the ground. The fox demon's head, still bearing a look of terror, was severed in an instant. Leaving no time for it to call out for help. You have slain a fox demon. Please choose to devour plunder. You chose to devour the fox demon. Gaining the fox demon's innate ability, enchantment. Enchantment, an innate ability of the fox demon, exuding charm that enhances the favorability of those around you. Particularly effective on the opposite sex. Chen Fan was struck by the revelation. No wonder the county magistrate's daughter was so infatuated with the fox demon. It wasn't merely illusions that presented the fox demon as handsome, its enchanting ability captivated her. While this ability may not enhance combat power, it proved invaluable. Who wouldn't desire to be liked and obeyed by those around them? Zhao Meng stood by, as if ensconced in a dream, having transitioned from a perilous situation, teetering on the brink of death, to witnessing the complete annihilation of the monstrous beings, thus extricating himself from danger in the mere span of a few breaths. Has Chen Fan's strength truly become so formidable? Chapter 31. Cultivating the Four Symbols. Arrow. Chen Fan gazed at Zhao Meng and inquired, Zhao County Lieutenant, are you all right? Zhao Meng stared blankly at him, exclaiming, Chen Xiaoqi, you have truly astonished me. Thank you for saving my life. I am fine. I will not perish. He struggled to rise from the ground, blood streaming from his wounds, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Casting a glance at the two lifeless personal guards on the ground, he sighed. Dying in battle against monstrous creatures is not in vain. Then, surveying the battlefield, he remarked, however, the current situation is dire. Li Baihu is on the verge of collapse. Once he falls, Li Feng will be free to strike, and there will be no one left to halt him. We cannot escape. In the midst of the battlefield, their circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable. Li Tong, Zhu Danxing, Zhao Meng, and other leaders were at their wits' end, their fighting spirit almost extinguished. Zhao Meng was left with only 2 guards. While Li Tong's elite team from the Demon Suppression Bureau had dwindled from 20 to merely 10, all of whom were wounded. On the opposing side, Li Feng and Lu Mulan had suffered minimal losses, with their monstrous subordinates still numbering around 50 to 60. Although they had slain a fox demon and several other creatures, the overall impact on the battlefield was negligible. The distant howls of wolves could still be heard, indicating that the wolf demons under Li Feng's command were prowling the periphery. Anyone who tried to break free would fall victim to their relentless hunting. Indeed, Li Tong's performance today had exceeded everyone's expectations, managing to contend with Li Feng for such an extended period without allowing him to take action. Otherwise, once he swung his meteor hammer, no one would withstand its blows. Yet now, it was evident that Li Tong could no longer endure. He was spewing blood from his mouth under the hammer's force, on the brink of being crushed to death. This was only because Li Feng had not exerted his full strength, relishing in the pleasure of toying with his adversaries, intent on slowly crushing Li Tong. After witnessing Zhao Meng's stunning display of the 4 Symbols arrow, Chen Fan dared not underestimate him any longer. He asked, does Zhao County Lieutenant have any methods to counter Li Feng? Zhao Meng chuckled, Chen Xiaoqi, you truly hold me in high regard. I know you have seen the power of my 4 Symbols arrow, but in truth, it is a profound art of the Li family from the capital. I merely grasped a fragment of its essence after saving a member of the Li family. I do not possess the true heavenly profound 4 Symbols arrow, which is a divine arrow capable of piercing mountains and rivers. Moreover, I have only achieved minor success with it and cannot unleash its full potential. My realm is too low to shoot more than a few arrows. Currently, I am severely injured and utterly incapable of launching even 1 arrow to snipe Li Feng. Chen Fan's eyes flickered as he asked, might Zhao County Lieutenant consider imparting the 4 Symbols arrow to another? Zhao Meng was taken aback. I promised the Li family that I would never teach it to anyone, even at the cost of my life. I have not even passed it to my own son. My personal guards have only learned the archery techniques I devised, not the true 4 Symbols arrow. He glanced at Chen Fan, finding him increasingly likable and approachable. As thoughts of impending death surged within him, a daring idea took shape, since they were all destined to perish. Sharing the knowledge with Chun Fan would not violate his oath. Zhao Mang took a deep breath. Do you wish to learn the four symbols arrow? Chun Fan nodded, realizing that the four symbols arrow was their only chance to reverse their fortunes on the battlefield. Yet Zhao Mang replied, you are unaware of the immense difficulty in cultivating the four symbols arrow. Such naive aspirations stem from your ignorance. However, given our dire predicament, it is only natural to take a gamble. I promised the Li family not to share it with outsiders, unless... Chun Fan understood his implication. Recognizing that Zhao Mang sought an opportunity to navigate around his vow, he bowed deeply, stating, I wish to become brothers with you, County Lieutenant. May I have the honor? Zhao Mang's spirits lifted as he laughed heartily. What do you mean by honor? I could not desire anything more. We are brothers now. I shall not be stingy. This is a token of our brotherhood. Indeed, it was Chun Fan's enchanted talent, bestowed upon him by the Fox Demon. That made Zhao Mang more inclined to accept him as a confidant. Under the pressure of imminent death, Zhao Mang made a choice favorable to Chun Fan. He first produced a small booklet and then handed over a magnificent longbow to Chun Fan. This bow was uniquely crafted, its body elongated and forged from a single piece of luminescent metal. At each end, 2 rubies were embedded, creating a strikingly harmonious beauty. The bowstring was woven from countless resilient silver strands, each gleaming with a cold radiance. A gentle touch revealed the immense tension contained within. Zhao Mang explained, this encompasses the insights I have gathered from years of researching the four symbols arrow. Since we are facing death, take this to study. During my time in the military, I once risked my life to save our officer, who was a member of the Li family, and was rewarded with this archery manual, the four symbols arrow. It is derived from their ancestral techniques, and is suitable for those with lower realms to practice. As for this bow, known as the Howling Sky Bow, I acquired it through fortuitous circumstances. It possesses tremendous power. Alas, with my current capabilities, I cannot unleash its full potential. Otherwise, it should be able to injure Li Feng. The quiver contains several exquisitely crafted arrows, each tailored according to the four symbols arrow, each with its unique merits. The four symbols arrow demands exceptional talent and is arduous to learn. Despite decades of cultivation, I have only scratched the surface. Yet its power is astounding. With this bow in hand, I can slay experts of the same realm with ease. Chun Fan drew back the Howling Sky Bow, feeling the need to concentrate deeply to slowly pull it back. Indeed, its might was formidable. He bowed deeply to Zhao Mang, saying, brother. This address was uttered with genuine willingness to receive such a profound skill as the four symbols arrow from Zhao Mang, who had fought valiantly on the battlefield to acquire it, and who had not even passed it to his kin, was a tremendous honor. Chun Fan felt deeply moved, etching this gratitude into his heart. Zhao Mang chuckled amiably, allowing Chun Fan to express his appreciation. Setting down the bow, Chun Fan opened the booklet containing the four symbols arrow techniques and perused it. With resolve, he chose to infuse his life essence into it. Infusing life essence into the demonic technique, infusing the technique, for symbols arrow. Soon, images of his practice with the four symbols arrow flooded his mind. You begin to diligently practice the four symbols arrow. The four symbols arrow demands exceptional talent. One must possess robust innate attributes and extraordinary gifts to cultivate it. Your innate talent does not fully meet the requirements. It also requires the accompanying innate chi cultivation method, the heavenly profound four symbol skill, to achieve completion. Heavenly profound four symbols skill not yet cultivated. Ignoring these constraints, Chun Fan continued to infuse his life essence. Not seeking the full strength of the complete four symbols arrow technique, but wishing to attain a proficiency akin to Zhao Mang to assist Li Tong. You persist in your cultivation, believing that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. In the first year, you make no progress, merely grasping the fundamentals of archery. In the second year, your basic archery skills improve, yet the four symbols arrow remains unmastered. In the seventh year, your basic archery skills reach a significant level, but the four symbols arrow is still unmastered. In the 12th year, your basic archery skills achieve perfection, yet the four symbols arrow remains unmastered. You continue your cultivation until the 20th year, with your perfected basic archery skills and diligent practice. You finally seize a fleeting opportunity, and the four symbols arrow becomes accessible to you. In the 35th year, your four symbols arrow reaches minor success. In the 57th year, your four symbols arrow achieves major success. You persist in your cultivation, yet lacking the technique and innate talent, you make no further progress. Your four symbols arrow cannot achieve completion. Your archery talent has improved. Your vision has sharpened. Your physical prowess has slightly increased. And your realm has advanced slightly. The continued infusion of lifespan has reached a point where the four symbols arrow can no longer be enhanced. It appears that this archery technique possesses an extraordinary strength, yet lacks certain cultivation prerequisites, leaving it incomplete even after more than 50 years. Nevertheless, the power of a perfected four symbols arrow is already astonishing. Chun Fan closed his eyes, and scenes of his practice with the four symbols arrow flashed through his mind. He gradually drew the bow, After over 50 years of cultivation, he had become as familiar with the Xiaodian Bao as he was with his own fingers, effortlessly understanding how to exert force and aim accurately. Mastering the techniques of the art made drawing the Bao considerably easier. He effortlessly pulled the Xiaodian Bao to its full moon state, leaving Zhao Meng utterly astounded. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the Bao's power and understood precisely the effort required to achieve a full draw. He had only ever managed to draw it to a half moon. He then retrieved a Qinglong arrow from the quiver, knocked it onto the Xiaodian Bao, and drew it back fully, aiming at the distant Li Feng. Chapter 32. A wounding arrow. Li Feng effortlessly wielded his meteor hammer, while before him, Li Tong resembled an overconfident toad, entangled in a futile struggle that posed no real threat. The current situation did not necessitate his full strength, so he merely toyed with Li Tong. However, as Li Tong's resistance grew increasingly feeble, Li Feng's patience began to wane. The battlefield had gradually fallen silent. Aside from Li Tong's desperate flailing and Zhuo Danqing's arduous efforts, there was hardly any commotion elsewhere. Li Feng lost interest in the skirmish with Li Tong and increased the force behind his strikes, determined to crush the staggering Li Tong, whose long spear was now bent and whose footing was unsteady. Just then, a piercing gust of wind surged toward him from a distance, reaching Li Feng in an instant. Reacting swiftly, a crimson mist enveloped him, and his meteor hammer was retracted with lightning speed, positioned defensively before him. No sooner had he completed this maneuver than an arrow streaked toward him, its velocity so remarkable that even Li Feng struggled to discern its form. It was the Qinglong arrow, the swiftest and most penetrating of the four symbols arrows. With Zhao Meng's prowess and his nascent mastery of the four symbols, the Qinglong arrow nearly breached Li Feng's defenses. One could only imagine the potency of Chen Fan's fully realized skill with the same technique. The arrow surged forth, tearing through the air with a dragon's roar. The intricate sigils etched into the arrowhead shimmered with azure light, transforming mid-flight into a 3-zhonglong phantom of a dragon, hurtling toward Li Feng with the force to shatter mountains and split stones. In a moment of urgency, Li Feng raised his meteor hammer, weighing 1,000 pounds. To meet the arrow, the hammerhead glowing with the same crimson mist. The two forces collided with a resounding boom. The shockwave erupted, fracturing the ground like a spider's web. Li Tong, caught off guard by the aftermath, was hurled several zhang away, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Oblivious to his own plight, as his gaze fixated on the origin of the arrow, Li Feng, having managed to deflect the arrow, found his right arm's armor shattered, dark blood dripping from the chain of his hammer. The Qinglong arrow had penetrated the forged iron hammerhead, embedding itself in his right arm. The arrow's tail vibrating at a high frequency, producing a menacing hum. From a nearby hill, Chen Fan stood tall with a great bow in hand, exuding an air of pride as he prepared another white tiger arrow. Li Tong could hardly believe it. Chen Fan had mastered the four symbols arrows? Its power was formidable, surpassing even Zhao Meng's. When had he acquired such skill? In an instant, a whirlwind of thoughts coursed through Li Tong's mind, swiftly giving way to elation. Regardless of how Chen Fan had learned the four symbols arrows, he had wounded Li Feng, their most formidable enemy. Hope had been rekindled. Li Tong struggled to rise, determined to continue his distraction of Li Feng, preventing him from approaching Chen Fan. The presence of a sharpshooter on the battlefield was not merely about their lethal capability. Their very existence instilled a profound sense of dread, compelling adversaries to hesitate in their assaults lest they fall victim to a sudden arrow. Yet, should the marksman be engaged in close combat, they might lack the prowess of a melee expert. Gritting his teeth, Li Tong resolved that he could not allow Li Feng to near Chen Fan. Meanwhile, the others were taken aback. Lu Mulan, who had been pressing Zhuo Danqing, slowed her offensive, redirecting a portion of her focus toward Chen Fan. If Chen Fan could injure Li Feng, she was certainly at risk. Zhuo Danqing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Having felt despondent earlier, even contemplating martyrdom, Chen Fan's arrow had cast everything into uncertainty once more. She quickened her attacks. Sharing Li Tong's sentiment, Chen Fan was now their only hope, and they must not allow Lu Mulan to confront him. Li Feng, his wolf-like eyes glinting with fury, turned his gaze toward Chen Fan. How audacious! He snapped the shaft of the arrow in his shoulder and discarded it upon the ground. The crimson mist around him swelled, enveloping his form entirely. Within this haze, the wound on his arm gradually healed, the blood ceasing to flow. With renewed vigor, Li Feng brandished his meteor hammer, charging toward Chen Fan with the intent to eliminate the source of his perceived threat. Yet, Li Tong, relentless as a fly, gritted his teeth and, battered and bruised, stood defiantly with his bent spear to block Li Feng's path. Li Feng had no desire to be further entangled with him. With impatience, he kicked out, seeking to cast Li Tong aside and clear his way. Without the threat posed by Chen Fan, he would have crushed Li Tong with a single blow, but atop the hill, Chen Fan had drawn his bow to a full moon, aiming directly at him, compelling Li Feng to conserve his energy and avoid revealing any vulnerabilities that could be exploited by Chen Fan's arrows. Li Tong was struck by Li Feng's kick, sent spinning into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. However, this momentary lapse in Li Feng's stance presented an opening, and Chen Fan seized the opportunity, releasing the white tiger arrow toward the weakness. As the white tiger arrow took flight, It emitted a piercing roar, splitting into 7 ethereal afterimages that encircled Li Feng, an embodiment of icy malice coalescing into a silvery gleam aimed at him. This was the power of the four symbols' arrows. Not only did each symbol possess unique utility, but their speed rendered them nearly impossible to evade for most skilled combatants. Li Feng's pupils narrowed into slits as he unleashed a dual hammer strike, dark crimson energy coalescing into a web-like barrier before him. The moment the phantom struck, a deafening screech filled the air, causing nearby demons and the members of the Demon Suppression Division to cover their ears in agony. Though the phantom was shredded by the blood web, it tore a gap in the barrier, and the sharp fangs of the white tiger arrow pierced through Li Feng's protective energy and armor, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone. Witnessing Li Feng's plight, the onlookers collectively gasped. Was this the might of the four symbols' arrows? A mere bone refinement realm practitioner could inflict harm upon someone so close to innate mastery? It was utterly inconceivable. Truly, it was the pinnacle technique of the Li family, a testament to their renowned prowess. Hope surged within them. The demons, upon witnessing Li Feng's condition, began to falter, their assault losing its ferocity. Li Feng examined his wounded abdomen, although blood flowed profusely. His wolf demon constitution rendered it non-fatal. However, if Chen Fan could injure him from 100 meters away, continuing forward would make him a living target for Chen Fan should others engage him, even momentarily distracting him. Suddenly, he cast aside his 2 meteor hammers and fixed his vertical pupils upon Chen Fan. What a formidable four symbols arrow! How could it wound me? It seems I must reveal my true form, he declared. Let me show you why I am called the Blood Wolf. Chapter 33. The true form of Li Feng to force me to reveal my true form. You may now rest in peace. His vocal cords erupted into a dual tone, initially resembling a human voice, which ultimately devolved into a beastly roar. The vertebrae pierced through his back, and his ashen-gray fur, sharp as steel needles, penetrated flesh, glistening with droplets of blood under the light. As his head tilted back at an impossible angle, his jaw snapped and reformed, ivory fangs piercing through his upper lip, and the drool cascading down corroded the ground into a honeycomb of holes. The entire transformation unfolded in mere moments. Yet every witness felt as if they had traversed a protracted nightmare. The towering wolf demon rose to its full height, its sinewy muscles undulating beneath its fur like a great serpent. 2 rows of bony spikes sprouted from the exterior of its ribcage, emitting a sound akin to metal grinding with each breath. Most terrifying was the massive wolf head, its gaping maw menacing, fangs glistening coldly, and its blood-red eyes swirling with a crimson hue that reflected the pallor of those present. The crimson mist surrounding Li Feng thickened, enveloping him entirely, rendering the nearby air viscous as blood. Those of weaker cultivation from the Demon Suppression Division detected its presence and suddenly knelt, retching, with blood seeping between their fingers, hastily fleeing, as even nearby demons scurried away in terror from Li Feng. Upon witnessing Li Feng's transformation, Zhao Meng turned to Chen Fan, saying, "That red mist is the unique malice of a great demon. It not only provides protection but also erodes the enemy's vital energy and flesh, polluting the air around it, causing physical harm to foes. You must be cautious of the mist range when aiming your arrows. It can diminish their power and distort the air, leading your aim astray. You must exercise utmost care." Although Chen Fan could injure Li Feng with the four symbols arrow, he was not a mere match for him. Chen Fan's rapid mastery of the four symbols arrow, achieving at least a significant level of expertise in such a short time, astonished him, yet he felt nothing but joy. Aware of Chen Fan's humble origins and limited experience, he endeavored to impart his own knowledge as best he could. Chen Fan nodded, indicating his understanding, his focus entirely on Li Feng. The fate of the entire battlefield rested upon the shoulders of the two of them. Should he falter, they would all perish. Conversely, should he prevail, not only would they survive, but they could also severely injure the demons and capture the traitors, Le Mulan and Wang Nian. Having previously wounded Li Feng with the four symbols arrow, his confidence surged. Yet now, as Li Feng transformed into a bloodthirsty wolf demon, emanating an aura of dread, Chen Fan found his resolve shaken. He lacked complete certainty in defeating Li Feng. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision, drawing forth the vermilion bird and black tortoise arrows, knocking them onto the celestial bow. Zhao Meng, witnessing his actions, exclaimed urgently, "Brother Chen, you have not learned the celestial four symbols arrow, and without innate vigor, firing 2 arrows simultaneously will backfire on your body." Chen Fan continued to draw the bow. "Brother, I understand, but I have no choice. Li Feng's malice obscures my aim, and I must unleash 2 arrows to amplify their power and range. If I miss, we may only have one final shot before he closes in on us, and then it would be a dead end for all." Zhao Meng fell silent, realizing they had no alternative but to gamble on this. If the four symbols arrow could not threaten Li Feng, their fates would be sealed. If Li Feng closed in, none could withstand him. Chen Fan steadied his aim at Li Feng. After his transformation, Li Feng not only grew larger but also faster, evading Chen Fan's aim with ghostly agility, flitting about, clearly wary of the four symbols arrow, yet the distance between them gradually diminished. Time was running out. As Li Feng approached, Chun Fan hesitated no longer. He released his arrows with the swiftness of lightning, locking onto Li Feng's trajectory. Drawing upon the powerful innate attributes absorbed from the pig demon, his muscle swelled, and the vermilion bird and black tortoise arrows shot forth with a piercing shriek, igniting the battlefield in a conflagration of ice and fire. The vermilion bird arrow blazed fiercely, while the black tortoise arrow emanated an aura of freezing ice. The interplay of fire and ice ravaged the ground, scorching it black and frosting it over. Chun Fan coughed up blood, his right arm skin splitting under the strain of wielding the bow. His attempt to shoot the four symbols arrow was imperfect, lacking the enhancement of innate vigor, and firing two arrows simultaneously pushed him beyond his limits, injuring him in the process. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his wounds. Li Feng, witnessing the arrows approaching in the blink of an eye, attempted desperately to dodge, but despite his heightened speed, he could not evade them entirely. He barely sidestepped the vermilion bird arrow, but his claws struck toward the black tortoise arrow. The black tortoise arrow, accompanied by a deep rumble, surged forward. The dark arrow collided with his claws in midair, erupting into a blast of icy energy that enveloped Li Feng in frigid air. The force of the arrow propelled Li Feng's body backward. Gripping the advancing arrow tightly, the rapidly spinning projectile sparked against his palm, driving his claws forward, threatening his forehead. Muscles bulged in Li Feng's arm as waves of red mist surged forth, layer upon layer resisting the arrow's force. Ultimately, the arrow halted mere inches from Li Feng's wolfish eye. Casting aside the black tortoise arrow, Li Feng smirked. The four symbols arrow is indeed formidable, but it cannot harm me. Now, let us see how you fare against me. He prepared to charge forward, only to discover his feet frozen in place by the unexpectedly binding ice of the black tortoise arrow. The chilling energy from the black tortoise arrow had unwittingly immobilized his legs. Li Feng paid little heed, confident he could soon escape the minor constraint. The red mist swirled between his legs, seemingly poised to break through the ice in no time. Yet, at that moment, Chun Fan produced four arrows, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. 4 arrows united. All 4 arrows were knocked onto the celestial bow, aimed at the temporarily immobile Li Feng. At this juncture, Li Feng sensed a formidable aura emanating from Chun Fan, prickling like needles against his skin, igniting a sense of profound peril. Summoning all his strength, he endeavored to break free. Chapter 34. The escape of Li Hong and the death of Wang Yin upon witnessing that the Zhuke and Xuanwu arrows had been evaded and defended against by Li Hong. Chun Fan realized that conventional 4 symbols arrows no longer posed a threat to Li Hong. Moreover, his body was severely wounded, and the backlash of internal energy rendered him incapable of posing a continuous threat with individual arrows. The grim fate awaiting him and his companions was death. He could only stake everything on one final gambit, the ultimate move of the 4 symbols arrows, 4 symbols returning to origin. When the 4 arrows were simultaneously launched in the sequence of Qinglong ascending, Baihu descending, Zhuke soaring, and Xuanwu lying in wait, it would incite a violent upheaval of the world's vital energy. The arrow formation would weave a net of wind and fire, blending ice blades with the roar of tigers, delivering a devastating strike to annihilate all foes within its reach. However, Chun Fan lacked the Tiangang energy necessary to execute this ultimate maneuver. Fortunately, he possessed a golden finger. He tested it in his mind and discovered he could infuse his own lifespan to unleash this ultimate technique. The more lifespan he infused, the greater the power. Gazing at the remaining lifespan in his mind, remaining lifespan, 43 years, can be enhanced post-innate stage. He realized he could not use the lifespan of monsters, but had to rely on his own. At this critical juncture, there was no time for hesitation. He chose to infuse his lifespan. You have infused 20 years of your lifespan. You have burned 20 years of life to unleash the ultimate move of the 4 symbols arrows for symbols returning to origin. Your lifespan burns within the arrows, substituting for the Tiangang energy. As Chun Fan's fingertips caressed the 4 arrows, Qinglong's scales, Baihu's fangs, Zhuchua's feathers, and Xuanwu's shell, an ethereal glow emanated from them. When he knocked the 4 arrows on the bowstring, the entire black iron bow groaned under the strain, spiderweb-like cracks spreading along its limbs. For symbols returning to origin, the 4 symbols rotate, sealing heaven and locking earth. Chun Fan's roar pierced through the blood-red mist before Li Hong. As he shouted, the 4 arrows, upon release, intertwined and spun in unison, their colors merging into a spiral vortex of energy. The arrows appeared above Li Hong in a flash, and a formation of spiritual energy materialized above him, intertwining Qinglong's wind blades, Baihu's murderous intent, Zhuchua's fiery essence, and Xuanwu's heavy waters into a cage. Li Hong's fur bristled as fear flickered in his beastly eyes for the first time, the shadow of death looming over him. He howled upward in despair, his claws plunging into his abdomen, blood gushing forth, yet it did not fall. Instead, it fused with the surrounding crimson mist, forming blood-red shields that enveloped him. As the energy vortex collided with the first blood shield, it emitted a piercing shriek. The phantom of Qinglong emerged from the vortex, its wind blades shredding the blood shield into mist. Baihu's phantom followed, tearing through the second layer of defense, its claws striking with sparks of colliding metal. Zhu Qiue's phantom passed by, igniting the remaining blood shield in an unquenchable golden flame. Finally, Xuanwu's phantom, accompanied by heavy waters, smashed through the last blood shield along with Li Hong, propelling him into the air. I am. Li Hong's roar was torn apart by the chaotic energy, his towering wolf demon form spinning wildly at the vortex's center. Dark red demon energy erupted from his pores, evaporating into a foul mist under the force of the four symbols. Suddenly, he thrust his right claw into his chest, extracting a bloody demon core and slamming it against his forehead. Heavenly demon disintegration. At the moment the demon core shattered, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from his body, glistening with a metallic sheen, briefly forming a protective barrier amidst the four symbols vortex. Zhu Qiue's fiery essence scorched the bone spikes to a glowing red, while Xuanwu's heavy waters doused them, the alternating temperatures causing countless cracks to appear on the surface of the bone shield. Seizing the opportunity, Qinglong's wind blades penetrated the gaps, reducing Li Hong's left side to nothing but bare bones. As Baihu's murderous intent transformed into thousands of silver rays that pierced through the protective barrier, Li Hong took an astonishing action. He deliberately shattered the right half of his body, the splintered bones, augmented by the remnants of the demon core, transforming into blood-red meteors that tore through the four symbols vortex. The fragmented wolf demon, enveloped in crimson mist, surged through the opening, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. Desperately, Li Hong emitted a mournful wail, reduced to a single hand, a foot, and half a torso. He vanished into the wilderness, while the rest of his body was consumed by the energy of four symbols returning to origin. This enmity shall be avenged. The hollow echoes of his skull reverberated as the demon blood he left behind ignited upon touching the ground, forming a wall of fire to deter any pursuers. At this moment, Chen Fan lacked the strength to give chase. He had not anticipated that despite burning 20 years of his lifespan, he had still failed to annihilate Li Hong entirely, allowing him to escape. The power of Li Hong was truly formidable. Fortunately, he was gravely injured and no longer posed a threat to them. Chen Fan collapsed to the ground, observing the circular deep crater left by the residual energy of the four symbols, the central area continuously emitting a wailing sound as the wind blades and heavy waters intertwined. Seeing Li Hong's pitiful state, even though Chen Fan lay on the ground, incapable of loosing another arrow, Lu Mulan still felt no courage to confront him. Retreat, Lu Mulan exclaimed, striking back the already staggering Lien Danqing with a sword, seizing Wang Yan, and leaping away to escape. Sitting on the ground, Chen Fan's bloodied fingers clutched the last half of a carved feather arrow, expending his final strength to shoot it. Hearing the bowstring twang, the arrow hurtled towards him. And Lu Mulan had no time to turn back or look. She hurled Wang Yan directly towards the arrow's trajectory, while she herself accelerated, transforming into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the depths of the forest. In midair, Wang Yan's eyes widened in horror, his mouth opening to curse, beast. Before he could finish, the arrow pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground, rendering him utterly motionless. At that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the severed bowstring in Chen Fan's hand continued to tremble. Suddenly, a series of mechanisms clicked, and 30 to 40 members of the Demon Suppression Division emerged, armed with repeating crossbows. A silver curtain formed by the rain pair needle enveloped the demon horde, instantly transforming over 20 wolf demons into pincushions. The remaining demons, having already lost their will to fight after Li Hong's grievous retreat, encountered the fresh troops of the Demon Suppression Division and had no courage to resist, being systematically exterminated by the formation. The newcomers were the reinforcements Li Tong had requested yesterday, troops under Lien Danqing's command, who had hurriedly followed the traces left by Lien Danqing, finally arriving just in time to finish the battle. Master Baihu, two girls clad in flying fish attire rushed forward to support the injured Lien Danqing. We have arrived late. Please punish us, Master Baihu. Lien Danqing swallowed several pills. With their assistance, she managed to stand upright. I do not blame you. If it had not been for Chen Fan's extraordinary actions today, given their strength, their arrival would have merely served to deliver Li Hong a meal, failing to influence the overall outcome. Disregarding her injuries, she hastened towards Chen Fan, the hero who had saved them all today. Chapter 35. The decision of Zui Danqing. As the battle came to an end, the sun began to set, casting a somber glow over the desolate wilderness, now strewn with remnants of chaos. Apart from a handful of fleeing monsters, the remaining adversaries were dispatched one by the reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division. The wounded and the fallen were being attended to, with some being carried away for treatment, while others were laid to rest. Among the leaders, Li Tong was located by the subordinates of the Demon Suppression Division, who were assessing his injuries. Zui Danqing, despite being partially incapacitated, still managed to move. Zhao Meng lay propped up on the ground, supported by his guards. Chen Fan, having suffered the backlash of the four symbol arrows, was left in a state of severe depletion, having lost 20 years of vitality. He lay unconscious on the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet, with his inner energy in turmoil, leaving him in immense suffering. Zhou Danqing herself bore significant injuries, gritting her teeth against the pain. She slowly approached Chen Fan, accompanied by 2 attendants. She instructed one, Bai Ji, go and check on Chun Xiaoqi's injuries. Do your utmost to heal him. The delicate young woman on her left responded, yes, my lord, and stepped forward to take Chen Fan's pulse. Zhou Danqing then turned to the other attendant, Qing Dai. Seek out Li Tong. He has been injured by Li Feng. Assess his condition and provide him with immediate aid. The gentle girl on her right quickly complied and hurried off to find Li Tong. After taking Chun Fan's pulse, Bai Ji's expression grew grave. My lord, Chen Xiaoqi's injuries are quite severe. His inner energy is tumultuous, rebelling against his meridians, which are also severely damaged. His arms have endured great strain, resulting in significant tearing of flesh and fractures in the bones, affecting his tendons. Additionally, his vitality is alarmingly depleted, leaving him exceedingly weak. We must swiftly stabilize his inner energy. Otherwise, prolonged chaos will lead to a complete rupture of his meridians, resulting in dire consequences. He may not just be incapacitated, but could very well perish. The physical injuries will require a long period of recuperation, but full recovery to his prime state seems unlikely. Zhou Danqing recalled witnessing Chen Fan unleash the ultimate technique of the 4 symbol arrows. The 4 symbols returned to origin, a display of power so immense that it altered the very heavens. Such a feat could only be achieved by someone at the innate level, which is why it had severely wounded Li Feng, who was already teetering on the brink of that realm. However, Chen Fan, possessing only the bone refinement stage, executed this formidable technique at a tremendous cost. He was now on the verge of his inner energy running amok, threatening to shatter his meridians and render him a cripple, or worse, a corpse. A resolute determination flickered in her eyes. She could not allow such a prodigious talent as Chun Fan to be reduced to a state of ruin. Bai Ji, support him. I will quell his inner energy. Bai Ji exclaimed in alarm, my lady. No. You are gravely injured as well, and your inner energy is nearly exhausted. If you force yourself to act, it will surely damage your own meridians and foundation, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Zhou Danqing waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. If it were not for Chen Xiaoqi today, we would have faced total annihilation. He has saved our lives if I do not assist him. He will suffer a rupture of his meridians and become either a cripple or a corpse, even if I endure some damage. I refuse to believe I cannot break through again in the future. Support him. She positioned herself behind Chen Fan, seated cross-legged, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her meridians. She placed her hands on his back, channeling her inner energy to suppress the tumultuous force within him, striving to restore the flow of his inner energy. Zhou Danqing's cultivation surpassed Chen Fan's. She was at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage and on the verge of breaking through to the blood exchange stage. Her inner energy should have been far superior, easily capable of suppressing Chen Fan's. Yet, to her astonishment, as she infused her energy into his, she discovered it to be remarkably robust, resisting her attempts to control it. Upon contact, rather than being subdued, her energy clashed with the chaotic force within Chen Fan, exacerbating the turmoil. Blood erupted from Chen Fan's lips, his complexion fluctuating ominously, his vitality waning further. Zhou Danqing was taken aback. She could not fathom why Chen Fan, at the bone refinement stage, possessed such dense inner energy. If she failed to gain control, the conflicting forces could lead to his meridians rupturing, resulting in death. Desperate to maintain her grip, she bore the agony in her meridians, exerting all her strength to stabilize the flow. Through gritted teeth, she managed to communicate to Bai Ji. Fetch 3 life-sustaining pills from my possession and feed them to me. Then, bring a creation pill and administer it to Chen Fan. Bai Ji gasped in shock. My lady, this is madness. The life-sustaining pills are no ordinary concoction. Their effects are potent and could greatly damage the meridians. Although they may temporarily enhance inner energy, recovery afterward is painfully slow. 1 is perilous enough, consuming 3? How can your current condition withstand such strain? And the creation pill is far too precious. Not something one encounters easily. With your background, obtaining even 1 is a Herculean task. Now you wish to give it to Chen Fan? What will you do when it comes time for your own breakthrough? However, upon catching a glimpse of Zhou Danqing's resolute gaze, Bai Ji dared not hesitate. Having followed Zhou Danqing since childhood, she understood her nature all too well. Obediently, she retrieved the pills from her lady's possession and administered them to both individuals. As the pills took effect, Zhou Danqing's inner energy surged, finally managing to contain Chen Fan's chaotic force, allowing her to gradually regulate its tumultuous flow without further damaging his battered meridians. Chen Fan's complexion began to improve, the unconsciousness that had gripped him slowly faded, and he began to regain awareness. Zhou Danqing, seeing him awaken, said, You are awake. Your inner energy is in turmoil. It is perilous. Now, heed my words. Breathe deeply and concentrate, fully cooperating with my inner energy to minimize your own. I will guide you in regulating your meridians. Chen Fan assessed the state of his body, recognizing the extensive damage wrought by the rebellious inner energy. He promptly complied with Zhou Danqing's instructions, suppressing his chaotic force. He had not anticipated that the price of employing the 4 symbols returned to origin would be so steep. Not only had he sacrificed 20 years of his life, but his body was nearly destroyed, leaving him unconscious. Had Zhuo Danqing not been there to save him, he might have perished in a state of unconsciousness, his meridians severed. Such a technique should not be wielded lightly. While its power was undeniable, the repercussions were equally grave. Under the influence of the life-sustaining pills, Zhuo Danqing's formidable inner energy successfully subdued Chun Fan's tumultuous force, gradually calming it. Chapter 36. Li Tong's aspirations. After a prolonged period, Zhuo Danqing gradually concluded her efforts, withdrawing her hands from Chun Fan's back with a sense of satisfaction, exclaiming, "It is done." However, her body swayed and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. "Miss!" Bai Ji exclaimed in alarm, rushing to embrace Zhuo Danqing. She placed her fingers on Zhuo Danqing's hand, noting the exhaustion of her inner energy, the erratic pulse, and her weakened state. In haste, she retrieved a collection of medicinal pills, placing them into Zhuo Danqing's mouth and washing them down with clear water, pressing on acupoints to facilitate their ingestion. After checking her pulse and feeling it stabilize somewhat, she sensed Zhuo Danqing's inner energy beginning to circulate slowly, mending her body. Zhuo Danqing's complexion improved slightly, allowing Bai Ji to breathe a sigh of relief. She then shot a fierce glare at Chun Fan. Upon regaining his composure, Chun Fan noticed Zhuo Danqing had collapsed and rushed to assist her, only to witness Bai Ji leap forward to administer aid. Lacking medical knowledge, he could only watch as Bai Ji busied herself with Zhuo Danqing's recovery. Eventually, he noticed Zhuo Danqing's pallor lessening and her breathing calming, which brought him some relief, only to be met with Bai Ji's disapproving gaze. At that moment, Zhao Meng, who had just finished being bandaged by his guards, approached and explained the events that transpired while Chun Fan was unconscious. He winked and patted Chun Fan's shoulder, saying, "Zhuo Baihu nearly risked his life for you. You ought to express your gratitude to her and cultivate a closer relationship in the future." Chun Fan finally understood Bai Ji's disdain towards him. Zhuo Danqing had not only given Chun Fan a precious creation pill, but had also forcibly used it to boost his inner energy, thereby damaging her own meridians and foundation, which would undoubtedly hinder her future cultivation. This was indeed a tremendous favor. He gazed at Zhuo Danqing's pale face, devoid of her usual vigor, now appearing more fragile. He was a person who repaid enmity and kindness alike. He vowed to find better medicinal pills to ensure Zhuo Danqing's complete recovery and help her transcend her current limits. At that moment, another female subordinate of Zhuo Danqing, Qing Dai, approached with someone in tow. Upon seeing the unconscious Zhuo Danqing, she gasped, "My lord." Bai Ji quickly explains Zhuo Danqing's condition while casting a displeased look at Chun Fan. Unfazed, Chun Fan's attention was drawn to the individual Qing Dai had brought. "Lordly." Chun Fan hurried forward. It was not Li Tong who had desperately entangled with Li Feng, nor was it the subsequent miraculous turnaround by Chun Fan. In his efforts to restrain Li Feng, Li Tong had sustained severe injuries, especially from the latter's final kick, which had struck him squarely. Li Tong struggled to open his eyes, weakly declaring, "Do not worry, I will not die." Qing Dai added, "Lord Li's injuries are grave. Though I have made every effort to treat him, some wounds remain beyond my ability to heal. Both of his arms are shattered, with some parts reduced to fragments. Even if he recovers, he will only be able to handle chopsticks, no longer able to wield weapons or engage in combat. Moreover, his sternum is completely fractured. Any further exertion could cause bones to pierce his heart, and even divine intervention would be futile. His internal organs have also suffered damage, and it is fortunate that Lord Li possesses profound inner strength, or he would have perished." She hesitated. "Even if healed, he will only be able to live as an ordinary person, requiring rest to prolong his life, otherwise." A somber silence fell over the group, unsure of how to console him. Given Li Tong's strength, background, and age, he had the potential to rival Li Feng, and with this significant accomplishment, he would have undoubtedly soared to great heights, had his body not failed him. But now, according to Qing Dai, he had become a cripple, with only a few years of life left in him unless he succumbed sooner. The drastic shift from a promising future to such a bleak existence was difficult to accept, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Li Tong managed a weak smile. "Please, do not pity me. It is already a blessing to have my life spared. If not for you, Chun Fan, we would have perished long ago. Coincidentally, my family often says my position is too perilous and wishes for me to spend more time with them. Now, I can fulfill their wish. Being together, safe and sound, is quite good." As Chun Fan looked at the frail and powerless Li Tong, he recalled their first meeting, when Li Tong was full of vigor, as well as the care and tolerance he had shown him. Chun Fan grasped his hand firmly, saying, "My lord, focus on your recovery. I will ensure that Li Feng and Lu Mulan pay for their crimes." Li Feng was the one who had grievously injured Li Tong, while Lu Mulan was one of the masterminds behind it. Chun Fan was resolute in his intention to avenge Li Tong and the fallen members of the Demon Suppression Division. Li Tong looked at him with appreciation. "Chun Fan, my greatest pride in Qing'an County is discovering your genius. I believe in you, but do not rush. They are powerful adversaries, and you need time to grow. We can wait." After returning, he would make one final request to the Qianhu, promoting Chun Fan to the position of a chief banner. He sighed, "Alas, your experience is too shallow, and your family background is lacking. Even with significant achievements, you cannot be promoted too swiftly. If only I could hand over my position to you, I would be completely at ease. I will be leaving the Demon Suppression Division. My final request is generally not denied by the higher-ups. You can consider the chief banner as yours. I will also recommend you to Lord Qianhu. Once your qualifications and merits are sufficient, you will be advanced to the position of Baihu. He squeezed Chen Fan's hand tightly, his eyes filled with longing, unfortunately. I will not witness the day you become a Baihu, or even a Qianhu. By then, you could eliminate the demon tribes of Qingyang County, ensuring they no longer threaten the common folk. Chen Fan remained silent, simply nodding vigorously, as Chen Fan and the others were clearing the aftermath. At the foot of the 10,000 Great Mountains, having shattered the demon core, Li Feng's body tumbled into the thorns like a broken kite. He dared not linger for a moment, forcibly propelling the remaining half of his demon form with his demonic power, transforming into a gray shadow that fled into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The residual force of the four symbols arrow ravaged his body, each step leaving a trail of glaring blood. Finally, as he crossed into the demon territory, Li Feng collapsed onto a bluestone, his damaged chest heaving violently. The backlash from the self-detonating demon core felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, and the celestial metal power of the four symbols arrow had corroded his remaining demon form into a mass of wounds. As the last vestige of true energy dissipated, he crumpled to the ground like a marionette stripped of its strings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thick fog. Le Mulan staggered against a tree trunk, his once immaculate robe now a disheveled mess, resembling a stray dog. Le Mulan, you managed to escape? Li Feng managed to utter, black blood spilling from his shattered fangs. Lu Mulan collapsed heavily onto the ground, a hoarse laugh escaping his throat. I survived. Wang Yan is dead. Everyone is dead. He suddenly clutched his head, the four symbols arrow. That is no ordinary archery skill. Li Feng's pupils dilated, memories flooding back with overwhelming force. He trembled, as if once more beneath the cataclysmic arrow. But who wielded the bow? He seized Lu Mulan's wrist. Was it someone from the Li family in the capital? Chapter 37. The schemes of Lu Mulan. Crisis in Qingyang County. Lu Mulan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. I inquired with Wang Yan, and he informed me that the initial user of the four symbols arrow was Zhao Meng, the county lieutenant of Qingyang County. He had previously served in the military and had not been in his current position for long. It remains a mystery how he learned the art of the four symbols arrow, but I can tell he only possesses rudimentary skills, not particularly formidable. He recalled the four symbols arrow he had encountered earlier, noting that the individual who subsequently wielded it was named Chen Fan. According to Wang Yan, he was a newly recruited street patroller from the Demon Suppression Division, hailing from a commoner background. He had been with the division for less than a year and had always kept a low profile, appearing quite ordinary. Li Feng scoffed. Nonsense. How could this Chen Fan possibly be an ordinary person? Lu Mulan nodded in agreement, unable to accept Wang Yan's assertion that Chen Fan was merely a commoner. Yet, he continued, a few days ago, Chen Fan broke through to a new realm and allied himself with Li Tong, rising to the rank of a minor banner. He is now at the bone refinement stage, his strength comparable to that of Wang Yan, and he has never employed the four symbols arrow before. I have sparred with him today, and his displayed prowess is indeed at the bone refinement level. His expression turned to one of regret and frustration. If only he had taken the time to eliminate Chen Fan back then, he mused, they wouldn't be embroiled in such troubles now. Li Feng, filled with doubt, trusted Lu Mulan's judgment. Since they had previously clashed, unless there was a vast disparity in their abilities, one could not conceal their true strength. However, if Chen Fan truly was at the bone refinement stage, how could he have unleashed such a terrifying four symbols arrow? Both men were engulfed in confusion. Li Feng declared with fervor, that wretched Chen Fan has destroyed my demon core and ravaged my body. This enmity cannot go unavenged. With the destruction of his demon core, his chances of advancing to a greater demon had been shattered, leaving his future bleak. Moreover, with half of his body gone, his strength had greatly diminished, and he could not foresee how long it would take to recover. His hatred for Chen Fan soared higher than the heavens. Lu Mulan shared a similar sentiment. In his pursuit of breaking through to the blood exchange stage and attaining the innate realm, he had allied with demons. Now, his bright prospects lay in ruins beneath the arrow of Chen Fan. The elixir for his breakthrough was now out of reach, and he could not return to the Demon Suppression Division, for he might even be hunted down by them. After years of toil to rise to the position of deputy leader, now everything was lost. How could he not harbor resentment? He turned to Li Feng and asked, "What are your plans moving forward, Commander Li?" Li Feng replied with a bitter tone, "This transaction has fallen through, and a significant cache of precious medicinal herbs has fallen into the hands of the Demon Suppression Division. I have neither secured the people nor kept my subordinates safe, and upon returning, I dread how the young master who will treat me. If news reaches him, I may never see the young master again and could be executed at his command. The hierarchy among demons is stringent, with higher-ranking demons wielding absolute authority over their inferiors. No demon dares to rebel against their superiors, which is why Li Feng, fully aware that returning could mean certain death, felt compelled to venture back. Fleeing would endanger not only himself, but also his friends and family. Lu Mulan, having engaged with demons extensively, understood their customs well. His countenance fluctuated, clearly grappling with a significant decision. After pacing for a while, he suddenly declared, "I have a plan to win young Master Hu's forgiveness and to seek vengeance on our behalf." Li Feng's eyes widened with hope. "Do you truly have a solution? What is it?" With newfound resolve, Lu Mulan regained his composure, casting aside his earlier fear. "Rest assured, my strategy will undoubtedly prove effective. Take me to see young Master Hu immediately, while the news has not yet reached the mountain. If we wait until it does, we may never have the chance to meet him and could be killed by other demons." With no other options, Li Feng chose to trust Lu Mulan. "Very well. Let us depart." Lu Mulan grasped Li Feng's remaining demon form. "You are unable to move easily now. Allow me to assist you." They traversed the path together, and with Li Feng's wolf demon aura, no one obstructed their way, swiftly arriving at the spirit source cave where young Master Hu resided. Upon reporting their arrival and entering the cave, they were greeted by the sight of young Master Hu. The instant they stepped into the cave, luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling illuminated the space. In the center stood a blood-red jade platform, upon which a creature with a tiger's head and a human body loomed. Towering at nearly 10 feet, its vibrant fur glimmered with an eerie bloodlight, and a royal insignia burned like crimson flames upon its forehead. This was the ruler of the demons, young Master Hu. "Greetings, young Master Hu." Li Feng managed a strained bow, his remaining demon form nearly touching the ground. Upon witnessing their entrance, young Master Hu rose, surveying Li Feng's pitiful state. What transpired? His low, rumbling growl resonated through the cave. Li Feng dared not delay, recounting the events that had transpired below in detail. "Are you telling me that a mere human brat has reduced you to this state with a few arrows? You lost the herbs, failed to capture the people, and your entire force has been annihilated? What a waste." His thunderous roar sent tremors through Li Feng and Lu Mulan, forcing them to muster their energy to avoid injury. Young Master Hu extended his hand, drawing Li Feng closer with an invisible force, gripping him tightly, causing his bones to creak ominously. "And you dare return to face me?" With great difficulty, Li Feng managed to say, "Young Master, Lu Mulan claims he has a way to ease your anger, and I brought him here." Young Master Hu gave a slight shudder, sending Li Feng flying 10 feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. He then turned his gaze upon Lu Mulan. "Li Feng is a useless fool, but you cannot escape blame either. I shall not be lenient. Speak, and let us see how you intend to sway me." His tiger head split into a menacing grin, revealing sharp teeth. He lifted a wine cup and gulped down its contents before declaring, "If you fail to satisfy me, you shall all perish." Lu Mulan suppressed his racing heart. The oppressive aura of young Master Hu was overwhelming. Even with all his energy exerted, he could scarcely withstand the weight of his presence. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his fear. "Young Master, you cultivate the Blood Fiend Tiger Soul technique, which requires a sacrifice of thousands of lives to break through bottlenecks. Qingyang County has over 100,000 citizens, an ideal offering to aid your ascension. I have come to present Qingyang County to you." Young Master Hu set down his cup, his tiger eyes fixated intently on Lu Mulan. "You have a way to seize Qingyang County?" He had considered this before, while the Gradine dynasty had weakened. It had not perished. To guard against the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the region was fortified with the Demon Suppression Division and military forces nearby, ready to provide support at any moment. Moreover, the protective array of Qingyang County could diminish the strength of demons, making it no easy feat to conquer. Lu Mulan spoke with confidence. "Indeed, many within Qingyang County are on my ship, and I have numerous allies within the Demon Suppression Division. They currently cannot abandon ship, and I will rally them to work in unison, ensuring we can seize Qingyang County. Simultaneously, I will instruct my contacts within the Demon Suppression Division to sever all internal and external communications, delaying reinforcements from reaching Qingyang County. Young Master, you can then bring your forces up the mountain with ease." Young Master Hu erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing ominously within the cave. Well, you humans are truly shameless and clever. If you can accomplish this, I shall grant you anything you desire. Li Feng, you shall go to the blood pool. I will enhance your strength, though without your demon core, you can no longer advance. Lu Mulan, I will have someone gather the materials you need for your breakthrough to the innate realm, prepare your elixirs, and ascend. I await news of your success. If you ultimately fail, then all of you shall become my specters. Outside the spirit source cave, the night owl screeched mournfully. A storm of blood and carnage was silently brewing. Chapter 38, Whispering Under the Moonlight in the Wilderness. The village previously occupied by the demons had been thoroughly cleansed by the Demon Suppression Agency, leaving behind only a handful of lingering creatures. The more cunning ones had fled early, while those who remained met their demise. Fortunately, the fox demon had taken Zhao Mang's daughter and sheltered her in the largest house, allowing her to escape unscathed as the remaining demons fled without harming her. Upon seeing Zhao Mang stagger into her presence, the girl, who had been living in fear, awakened from the illusion cast by the fox demon and, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as she threw herself into her father's embrace, inconsolable. Zhao Mang, a man of iron and resolve, found his eyes brimming with tears as he clasped his daughter tightly, filled with gratitude. After the villagers completed their task of clearing the village, they did not linger but left a few scouts to monitor the movements at the foot of the mountain, ensuring the demons would not emerge again. The rest hurried back to Qingyang County that very night. Upon arrival, Zhao Meng took his daughter to meet Chen Fan. His comrade forged in battle and said, "Brother Chun, I shall take Waner home now. Please feel free to visit whenever you can." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Be cautious, for where there are many people, eyes abound. The news of your cultivation of the four symbols arrow will surely spread. The great families treasure their unique skills and will not allow outsiders to infringe upon them. Though your mastery of the four symbols arrow is not the orthodox form, but merely my own understanding, I am uncertain whether the Li family will catch wind of it. And if they do, whether they will care. Should they perceive you as having illicitly acquired their technique, they may send someone after you. Those who steal martial arts often meet a grim fate, either death or imprisonment. The Li family, being a prominent clan of the Dayan, possesses formidable strength, hence, you must remain vigilant." Chen Fan nodded solemnly, expressing gratitude for the warning. "I understand, brother. I shall visit you when time permits." After Zhao Meng departed, Chen Fan escorted Li Tong back to the Demon Suppression Agency's courtyard. Once Li Tong was settled, Chen Fan took his leave. Exiting Li Tong's courtyard, he spotted someone gazing up at the moon within the agency's expansive grounds. Clad in a flowing fish-scale robe, her long hair simply tied back. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon her pale visage, rendering her both striking and delicately feminine, a stark contrast to her usual commanding presence. Noticing Chen Fan's approach, she turned and inquired, "How is Li Baihu faring now?" As Chen Fan walked closer, inhaling the faint fragrance and medicinal aroma that surrounded her, he sighed. "Lord Li's injuries are grave. His meridians are completely destroyed, and his bones fractured. It is uncertain when he will recover. How's left Baihu's health?" After a moment of silence, Zhuo Danqing replied, "A clay pot does not stray far from the well. The general is bound to perish in battle. This is the fate of our demon suppression agency. I am well, but do not underestimate the medical prowess of Bai Ji and Qing Dai, despite their youth. They have trained under renowned masters since childhood and should recover swiftly. Alas, even the finest medicine cannot mend Li Baihu's meridians." She produced a pouch, stating, "This is a healing elixir prepared by Bai Ji for you. Follow the instructions within and rest for some time. You ought to recover soon." Chen Fan accepted the pouch, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, so Baihu, and please extend my thanks to Miss Bai Ji." Zhuo Danqing smiled softly, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming flower. "That girl harbors some grievances against you. Even when I asked her to care for you for a few days, she was unwilling." Chen Fan quickly responded, "There is no need to trouble Miss Bai Ji. Zhuo Baihu sustained injuries to her meridians while rescuing me, which compromised her foundation. It is only natural for Miss Bai Ji to feel resentment toward me. I have inadvertently hindered Zhuo Baihu's future cultivation." Zhuo Danqing gently shook her head. "It is not your fault." She gazed up at the luminous moon, her hair flowing in the breeze. "Chen Fan, you may not realize this, but my greatest gain from coming to Qingyang County is you." Chen Fan was taken aback. Her words stirred something within him. Zhuo Danqing continued without looking at him. "You are the most extraordinary talent I have ever encountered." Chen Fan, momentarily stunned, realized that Zhuo Danqing was expressing her admiration for his abilities. "You may not know, but my family has a considerable background, and I have encountered numerous prodigies since childhood. I always aspired to be like them, mastering skills effortlessly and breaching realms as easily as taking a sip of water. Many achieved innate levels at a young age, boasting immense strength and longevity. However, today on the battlefield, witnessing my comrades fall one after another while Li Baihu struggled under the relentless assault of Li Hufeng, and I found myself entangled with the underwhelming Lu Mulan, unable to gain the upper hand, filled me with despair. Why am I not a genius? My family has provided me with ample opportunities, yet I cannot break through. If only I possessed innate abilities, they would be no match for me. Alas, I am but an ordinary person." Zhuo Danqing's voice dipped as she tilted her head back, concealing her face from Chen Fan's view. He wished to offer her comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. At the brink of 20, Zhuo Danqing was on the verge of reaching the blood exchange realm, a power that certainly could not be deemed ordinary. Yet, perhaps she had encountered too many extraordinary geniuses, setting her expectations too high. In a time of peace, being an ordinary person might be quite acceptable. Leading a stable life would indeed be pleasant. Unfortunately, these are not peaceful times. Chaos looms ahead, and lacking strength makes even self-preservation a challenge. Chen Fan, somewhat astonished, ventured, "Although we may not be in an era of prosperity, the situation in Dayan remains relatively stable. Aside from us in these remote areas plagued by demons, the heartlands seem largely undisturbed, do they not?" Zhuo Danqing shook her head. "I shall not conceal the truth from you. My family has served the Demon Suppression Agency for generations, and my father holds a high position within it. Currently, he is the deputy commander, Zhuo Lingdong." Though Chen Fan had suspected Zhuo Danqing hailed from a distinguished lineage, he was taken aback to learn that her father was a deputy commander. The highest-ranking position within the Demon Suppression Agency is the commander, followed by 2 deputy commanders, with the 4 deputy commanders beneath them. Thus, Zhuo Lingdong ranks among the upper echelons of the agency. Zhuo Danqing continued, my ancestors have served as commanders, and our family has long been associated with the agency. In its inception, the agency's purpose extended beyond merely subduing demons. It also involved intelligence gathering and purging traitors from the court. Therefore, we possess a wealth of information. Even though their power has been gradually curtailed, and now they can only contend with demons, the extensive intelligence network established over the years remains intact. Furrowing her brow, she added, today's Dayan teeters on the brink of calamity, vulnerable as an egg on the verge of shattering, only a single trigger away from utter ruin. Yet, those high-ranking officials in the court, fully aware of the dire circumstances, harbor their own agendas, watching the situation deteriorate while some exacerbate the turmoil, and others stand idly by. Those who wish to take action are instead suppressed. Chapter 39. The recruitment of Zhuo Danqing's eyes reflected a hint of bitterness as she regarded the once mighty demon suppression department of the Great Qin dynasty. Now reduced to mere echoes of its former glory, plagued by internal strife and decay, the elite had dwindled. And the various local offices in the capital's supervisory authority had become distrustful of one another, rife with corruption and inefficacy. The once formidable fighting strength of the department was now a distant memory. In the past, when demons were confined to the mountains, the threat they posed was manageable. However, the grand array established by the court and the demon suppression department had begun to falter, allowing the demon clans to stir with increasing boldness. Poised to descend upon the realm. Despite our repeated warnings to the higher-ups, those in power remained complacent, believing the demons to be as subdued as before. Dismissing the looming danger, Zhuo Danqing sighed with resignation. Chun Fan's expression shifted. He faced the menace of the demons firsthand, and the neglect from the court was not something he could afford to ignore. What of the emperor? He inquired. Does he not regard the threat of the demons seriously? After all, he is the sovereign of the nation, and his stance is pivotal. Zhuo Danqing's countenance grew more disheartened. The recent emperors of the Great Qin had all been short-lived, and none were wise rulers. The current sovereign, Emperor Yong'an, was particularly frivolous, spending his days in the palace reveling and neglecting state affairs, leaving governance to scheming officials and the national advisor, who were embroiled in power struggles, treating the administration with utter disdain. Chun Fan grasped the gravity of the situation. The Great Qin dynasty was indeed in peril, with a frivolous emperor, conniving officials vying for power, and the ever-looming threat of the demon clans eager to prey upon the populace. The realm stood unprepared, having dispatched only a meager force to monitor the demons, their internal decay rendering them incapable of defense. When the demons finally descended, who would stand against them? Zhuo Danqing observed his dawning realization. Now you comprehend my concerns. Our demon suppression department desperately requires reconstruction. A return to the strength we once possessed at the founding of the dynasty, to have any hope of resisting the demon clans. Otherwise, we shall face catastrophe. And neither of us shall be spared. This is our goal, to seize control of the demon suppression department and restore it. Thus, we urgently need talent, especially someone with your extraordinary potential. Her gaze fixed intently on Chun Fan's handsome visage. So, are you willing to join us? Without hesitation, Chun Fan nodded. I would be honored to join. Coming from humble origins, he yearned to grow stronger and elevate his status. Relying solely on his own efforts would be arduous. And Zhuo Danqing's intentions aligned with his own quest to confront the demon threat. Zhuo Danqing's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her face, as if a warm breeze had swept across her features. You shall not regret your decision. She produced a token. Take this. I must soon depart for the local office, but you can reach out to me for any matters in the future. This token holds 10 merits, which can be exchanged at any local office for techniques, elixirs, or weapons. I came hastily and have no gifts for you, but I shall make it up to you next time. You are about to embark on your training, and I will prepare for you the finest technique, the dragon and tiger angler's method, which simulates the sounds of the dragon and tiger to enhance your internal organs, maximizing their capabilities. Many prodigies have used this method for their training. I will also ensure you have the accompanying elixirs, and bring them next time to help you break through to the next stage of training. Chun Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Zhuo Baihu. Zhuo Danqing waved her hand dismissively. Your talents and potential are rare indeed. Accelerating your growth is an investment in a genius. You need not thank me. Your breakthroughs will be the greatest gratitude you can offer. She continued with urgency. I must leave early, as Li Baihu is gravely injured, and I must escort him to the capital for recuperation. You will be left to manage here alone. Li Feng is wounded and unlikely to return soon. But beware of Lu Mulan. He is cunning and has connections within the Demon Suppression Department and Qingyang County. With us absent, exercise caution against his possible attacks. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, aware that while he possessed the four symbols arrow, he could not underestimate Lu Mulan's treachery. Zhuo Danqing added, I looked into it. The man you killed, Wang Yan, has a younger brother who is an inner disciple of Tiandu Peak, favored by the elders. If he learns of your actions, he may seek revenge. Stay vigilant, and I will ensure you have eyes on him. What is Tiandu Peak? Chun Fan inquired. Zhuo Danqing explained. While the strongest forces of the Great Een are the Demon Suppression Department and the military, the most potent in the martial world are the 10 major sects, each boasting numerous experts in diverse branches. Tiandu Peak is one of the 7 branches of the Tian Shu Sword Pavilion, and its inner disciples are all of innate caliber, far beyond your current capacity. I will keep watch on him. Should he dare to descend for vengeance, I will arrange protection for you. Rest assured. Chen Fan nodded, understanding the importance of hastening his own strength, for having a protector paled in comparison to being powerful himself. Zhuo Danqing lamented. It is unfortunate that your training time has been so brief. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already surpassed the innate stage and would not fear his retribution. Chen Fan asked, how long would it take for me to break through to the innate stage? Zhuo Danqing pondered for a moment. If you can swiftly advance to the bone refinement stage and then to the internal organs stage, practicing the dragon and tiger angler's method, the fastest record for breaking through to the blood exchange stage is 6 months. For the blood exchange stage, I plan for you to cultivate the Starfall blood exchange technique, which is among the most formidable of blood exchange methods, with a high level of difficulty, requiring at least a year and a half. Thus, at the earliest, 2 years of uninterrupted training could see you breaking through to the innate level. By then, you will not only be able to harness the elemental energies of the environment in combat, but also extend your lifespan. The Starfall blood exchange technique can add 20 years to your life, while other techniques may extend it by 5 to 15 years. Now you understand the significance of techniques. Do you not? Chapter 40. Breaking through to the internal organs realm. Chen Fan inhaled sharply. Was this the profound heritage of a top-tier aristocratic lady? The techniques she casually provided were of the highest caliber. When compared to the most ordinary methods, one offered an extension of life by 20 years, while the other merely 5. The disparity was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This exemplifies the power of supreme techniques. Had he not encountered Zhuo Danqing, when would he have had the opportunity to acquire such exceptional methods? Truly, she was his benefactor, especially considering he had forcibly employed the 4 symbols returning to origin technique, depleting 20 years of his lifespan, leaving him with merely 23 years remaining. He had been contemplating ways to extend his life, and now, after this cultivation, he could replenish what he had lost. Zhuo Danqing continued, do not rush. Hasty cultivation may lead to setbacks and even inner demons. Should you encounter any uncertainties during your practice, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chen Fan bowed respectfully. Understood. I shall not refrain from bothering you, esteemed one. After entering the innate realm, will every stage increase my lifespan? Zhuo Danqing nodded. Indeed, each stage within the innate realm, upon breakthrough, will allow the heavenly essence to nurture your body and prolong your life. Some ancient beings, though they seem absent for long periods, could very well be hiding away in their sanctums, diligently cultivating. As the night deepened and all necessary matters were addressed, Zhuo Danqing gently advised, return and tend to your injuries, recuperate well. I shall prepare everything promised for you. You need not see me off tomorrow. I will depart early with Li Baihu. Until we meet again. Chen Fan bowed once more. Li Baihu, until we meet again, take care. With that, he turned to leave, the figure of Zhuo Danqing shrinking behind him. Upon returning home, he secured the door and settled cross-legged on the bed. Current remaining lifespan, 23 years, can be extended after entering the innate realm. Current remaining lifespan of the demon, 737 years. Current realm, bone refining realm, complete, ready for breakthrough. Current cultivation techniques, for symbols arrow, great accomplishment, wind and thunder bone refining technique, complete. Demon subduing blade technique, complete. Mountain splitter blade, complete. Silk leg technique, complete. Grass flying technique, complete. Stone shattering fist, complete. The bone refining realm indicated he was ready to advance to the internal organs realm. Unfortunately, Zhuo Danqing's dragon and phoenix angling technique had yet to reach him. Otherwise, he could have commenced cultivation immediately. Chen Fan hesitated not, for every increment of strength was advantageous. You infuse the demon's lifespan, wholeheartedly cultivating the wind and thunder bone refining technique to break through the bone refining realm. 3 years later, your bones will be as resilient as steel, indomitable. Your entire skeletal structure refined, leaving no further bones to cultivate. 8 years later, your internal energy will thicken, beginning to surge from your bones to your internal organs. 15 years later, your internal energy will penetrate the organs, and you shall enter the internal organs realm, nourishing your 5 internal organs. 20 years later, your organ strength and overall body strength will enhance. Without specialized internal organ techniques, the refinement of your organs will progress slowly. Chen Fan ceased wasting the demon's lifespan. Lacking techniques would only squander time. He would await Zhuo Danqing's dragon and tiger angling technique. Meanwhile, his injuries had completely healed with the infusion and breakthrough. His body restored to its prime. The following day, Chen Fan arrived at the demon suppression department. Tai Xingtong and several others awaited him outside, and upon seeing Chen Fan, they rushed forward. Greetings, little flag. What are you saying? Address him as the chief flag. Greetings, chief flag. Chen Fan waved his hand. Enough with the nonsense. I am not the chief flag. Tai Xingtong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Chief. Little Flag, we've all heard about it. Li Baihu has recommended you, and you have achieved great merit. It is only a matter of time." He then wore a lamenting expression, "Little Flag. Why didn't you bring us along yesterday? Though our strength is modest, we are willing to brave any danger for you." The others chimed in, "Indeed, Little Flag. There is strength in numbers. We could certainly be of assistance. Next time danger arises, I will be the first to charge in." Chen Fan patted their shoulders reassuringly, "Rest assured. I will certainly call upon you next time. This operation was sudden, and time was of the essence. I truly could not include you." Tai Xingtong and the others were old acquaintances of his, possessing average strength as warriors, offering limited assistance. Moreover, battlefield dangers meant their involvement would likely lead to unnecessary loss of life. Of the 20 elite members who had accompanied Li Tong to the Demon Suppression Department, only 5 returned alive, all grievously wounded. Yet, they were individuals Chen Fan could trust, and he aimed to nurture them further. Having witnessed the might of Zhao Meng's aero formations and the Demon Suppression Department's military formations, as well as the powerful support from Zhuo Danqing's subordinates, Chen Fan contemplated the necessity of establishing his own influence and forming a military unit. Alone, his strength, no matter how formidable, could not rival the lethality of a well-coordinated army. He planned to consult with Zhao Meng, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and seek advice from Zhuo Danqing to gradually build his own team. Chen Fan led Tai Xingtong and the others into the Demon Suppression Department. The once bustling establishment now felt desolate and quiet, significantly diminished in activity. Zhuo Danqing and Li Tong had already departed with their subordinates, leaving uncertain when he might again see that graceful figure. Wang Yan had perished, along with several of his loyal followers on the battlefield. With Li Tong's loss of over a dozen confidants, the Demon Suppression Department had nearly halved its personnel. Among those remaining, few were skilled fighters. Most casualties had been among ranks above Little Flag, leaving the warriors with no opportunity to engage. The remaining personnel regarded Chen Fan with averted gazes, uncertain how to address him. Though merely a Little Flag, within the current context of the Demon Suppression Department, he had assumed control. Chen Fan paid them no mind. Many had previously followed Wang Yan and could potentially be linked to nefarious dealings. He had no intention of wasting time scrutinizing each individual. They were not to be trusted. He resolved to enlist Tai Xingtong and Zhao Meng to recruit individuals of impeccable backgrounds, those worthy of cultivation, gradually building his own circle while phasing out the untrustworthy. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Chen Fan plopped down in the central chair, summoning all present to discuss the affairs of the Demon Suppression Department. As each individual entered, gazing at Chen Fan seated authoritatively, none dared to speak or oppose him. They had all heard of his valor in yesterday's events, where he had achieved remarkable feats and was poised for promotion to Chief Flag. Until the arrival of a new Baihu, this was his domain. Observing their compliance, Chen Fan did not seek to intimidate them but simply instructed them to fulfill their respective duties before dismissing them. He had come to declare who the true master of the Demon Suppression Department would be moving forward. Chapter 41. The seizure of medicinal herbs. Once the members of the Demon Suppression Department departed, Chen Fan summoned Tai Xingtong to his side and instructed, "After you leave, take a trusted group of brothers to recruit those strong men with clean backgrounds who have no dealings with outsiders. Inform them that I have been promoted to the chief banner and require a substantial number of hands. Should they wish to join us, let them gather in advance. In Qingyang County, seek out young individuals with good lineage and aptitude who are inclined to join the Demon Suppression Department. I shall personally assess them later. Given the recent losses within the department, it is imperative we welcome a new batch of recruits. Do you understand?" Tai Xingtong nodded eagerly. "Understood, my lord. To be frank, several brothers have expressed their desire to follow you in the past few days. I will select those with reputable backgrounds and strong character to bring along." The chief banner was poised to officially commence the recruitment of soldiers and establish its own strength. In due time, as the tide rises, those closest to Chen Fan would also attain prosperity. Perhaps even a small banner might soon be within reach. And the possibility of a grand banner in the future was not out of the question. Tai Xingtong was filled with delight. Chen Fan continued, "Indeed, the strength of those we recruit is less critical than their trustworthiness and obedience. We cannot accept anyone with ties to the demonic entities, nor those who betray the common folk, like Wang Yan. Keep an eye on those closely associated with Wang Yan and investigate their connections to the demons. If any are found, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate them, at the very least expelling them from the Demon Suppression Department. In the future, such scoundrels shall not be permitted to exist within our ranks." After receiving his orders, Tai Xingtong hurried away to carry out Chen Fan's directives. With no constraints above him, it was the perfect time for Chen Fan to expand his influence and quickly gather loyal followers around him. Even if new 100 House officials arrived, should Chen Fan choose not to show deference, he would remain unassailable with his accomplishments and connections, particularly with the backing of Zhuo Danqing. After spending some time in the main hall attending to documents and urgent matters, Chen Fan departed from the Demon Suppression Department. Lacking experience in forming his own military unit, he resolved to consult the seasoned veteran Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng was delighted by Chen Fan's arrival. After a brief conversation, before Chen Fan could articulate his purpose, Zhao Meng eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, let us go. It's too confining at home. Allow me to take you to the pleasure quarters to celebrate your promotion to chief banner. Soon, you'll rise to the status of a 100-house official." Qingyang County, being remote, has long been a primary location for the exile of criminals by the grading court. Many families of disgraced officials have been sent to the pleasure quarters, where the courtesans are of high quality and well-known throughout Wuwei Prefecture. The pleasure quarters is an official institution, unlike the brothels run by merchants outside. Entry is forbidden to those of no status. Guests permitted within are either affluent or noble, and previously, Chen Fan had no opportunity to enter, reluctantly accepting Zhao Meng's goodwill. He accompanied him to the pleasure quarters. Zhao Meng, well acquainted with the establishment, regaled Chen Fan with tales of his illustrious exploits there. As they walked through the bustling streets, they encountered a throng of people blocking their path, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. This sudden obstruction perturbed Zhao Meng, who was accustomed to overseeing order as the county lieutenant. Despite his preference for training soldiers in the military camp, he had left the management of street affairs to the local constables. Frustrated by the blockade, Zhao Meng and Chen Fan pushed forward, only to find the constables idly standing by, observing the chaos. Angered, Zhao Meng was about to reprimand them when Chen Fan intervened, saying, "Hold on. The constables likely fear offending a significant figure in the county, and I detect a strong scent of medicinal herbs. This recent turmoil with the demons suggests there may be collusion within the county. Let us observe the situation and ascertain the facts before we act." Zhao Meng sniffed the air, puzzled as he failed to detect the scent amidst the multitude of aromas, food stalls, sweat, and various odors. Yet, trusting Chen Fan, he remained silent and joined him in observing the scene. Unbeknownst to Zhao Meng, Chen Fan's heightened senses, a gift acquired after devouring the canine demon, enabled him to discern the pungent scent of herbs nearby. In the midst of the crowded street stood a small caravan, with some mounted on horses and others in carts, obstructed by a young noble accompanied by several burly men. The commotion escalated, and only by approaching could one hear the exchange. The noble, though reasonably handsome, wore a pallid expression indicative of poor health, and he shouted, "Obey my commands and surrender your herbs, or you shall not leave Qingyang County." Before him stood a middle-aged man, likely the caravan's leader, who wore a strained smile. "Young Master Lu, our Qingchuan Merchants Association has always cooperated well with you. This acquisition of herbs was agreed upon during our pleasant transaction yesterday, without any objections. How can you suddenly demand our herbs today? This is most irregular." Young Master Lu retorted, "What happened yesterday is irrelevant today. Are you aware of the current market price for herbs? Attempting to acquire our herbs for such a pittance is a delusion. Be sensible, surrender the herbs and depart, or..." His expression darkened. "You shall see if you can return." The caravan leader understood that the price of herbs had skyrocketed to an astonishing degree, prompting their hasty departure. Yet they were now thoroughly blocked. Uncertain of the sudden upheaval in Qingyang County, he realized that the entire medicinal market was on the brink of transformation. At this moment, someone from the rear of the cart handed him a note. After reading it, his expression relaxed somewhat. Gritting his teeth, he responded, "We can hand over the herbs to young Master Lu, but the payment we provided yesterday should also be returned to us, correct?" Chapter 42. Meng Qingxi's predicament. With a sidelong glance, young Master Lu proclaimed, "We desire both the medicinal herbs and the money." It was evident that his intentions were hostile. The steward's countenance darkened. No longer submissive, he replied firmly, "Young Master Lu, it is wise to leave a margin for future encounters. I am well aware of the Lu family's formidable influence in Qingyang County. Yet the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce has cultivated business across the 8 counties of Wuwei Prefecture for decades, not merely through acquiescence. Numerous individuals within Wuwei have dealings with us. The governor is also a frequent guest at our home, and many in the Yamen depend on our chamber for their livelihood. It is preferable for all parties to engage in amicable trade. Otherwise, let us see if the Qingchuan Chamber is as easily intimidated as you presume." Young Master Lu chuckled. "In the past, I would have given some regard to the Qingchuan Chamber, but the present situation? I owe you no such courtesy." The steward felt a chill. The recent upheaval in the Qingchuan Chamber had tarnished its reputation significantly. Lu's impatience grew as he interjected, "I have no desire to engage in further pleasantries. Surrender the herbs and depart, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Encountering me may evoke sympathy, but with others, I assure you, you shall not leave Qingyang County unscathed. If you lack authority, seek your master in the carriage behind. She would do well to heed my warning." The steward's expression darkened further. The arrival of his master in Qingyang County was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. Lu's insinuation made it evident that he was aware of her presence in the carriage, who had betrayed their confidence. He could not afford to delay. He hurried to the carriage and discreetly lifted the curtain to relay the developments inside. Within the carriage, a woman reclined against a silk cushion. Her cloak of snow-white satin gently swaying with the motion of the vehicle, reminiscent of the first snow clinging to tree branches. Her skin glistened like sheep's fat jade in the morning light, her brows arched like distant mountains, and a delicate brown beauty mark adorned the outer corner of her eye, adding to her fragile beauty. Clad in layered moon-white robes, cinched at the waist with a crimson silk sash, the pearls dangling from the tassels swayed softly with her breath. Upon hearing the steward's account, she furrowed her brow, a hint of a headache forming. The Qingchuan chamber was currently beset by turmoil, teetering on the brink. She sought desperately to stabilize their situation and restore the chamber's former glory. Yet, internal strife and external pressures mounted, creating a growing array of challenges. Most critically, the medicinal herb trade, once a cornerstone of their business, had dwindled to a mere 30% of its former volume, resulting in significant losses that threatened to consume the chamber. Her clandestine visit to Qingyang County was intended to assess whether the herbal trade could be salvaged. In Wuwei Prefecture's 8 counties, the herb trade flourished, with Qingyang County leading in both volume and quality. However, in recent years, their chamber's ability to procure herbs had diminished, with prices escalating year by year. The Liu family had long been a valued client, yet their collaboration had become increasingly sparse. She had come merely to observe, intending to discern the underlying issues, and had brought no one with her to avoid arousing suspicion. To her dismay, herbs that had been smoothly acquired yesterday were now threatened with seizure, and the adversary was aware of her presence. Her mind raced. The situation was dire. She quickly resolved. Give them what they want. Let us depart swiftly. The steward's expression reflected the pain of the decision. As a veteran of the chamber, he understood their precarious position. The current market prices for herbs were exorbitant, and yesterday's acquisition had not been a trivial expense. In earlier times, the chamber's wealth could have easily absorbed such losses. But now, it was a matter of survival. Reluctantly, he exhaled, recognizing the power of the circumstances, and turned toward young Master Liu, preparing to concede to his demands. At that moment, another figure emerged with a boisterous laugh. Luda, why are you dawdling? Why waste time with them? Just take the herbs, and leave me the beauty. I have heard the new master of the Qingchuan chamber is a stunning woman. I must see for myself. This newcomer, clad in armor and wielding a sword, exuded arrogance, his rugged features betraying a brutish demeanor. He was flanked by a dozen men in martial attire, each brandishing weapons, as they strode boldly toward the carriage. The steward rushed to intercept him, blocking his path. Young Master Su, please wait. Young Master Liu, we have agreed to leave the herbs and depart from Qingyang County. Young Master Liu remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Despite intentions to sever ties, he had no desire to create undue hardship. However, the newcomer, young Master Su, disregarded the steward entirely, shoving him aside as he pressed on. The guards of the merchant convoy, who had awaited the steward's negotiations, swiftly moved to block young Master Su's advance, drawing their weapons. With a menacing grin, Su drew his sword and cleaved through 2 guards, sending them crashing to the ground. The remaining guards, rallying together, aimed their blades at Su. At that moment, a soft voice emanated from the carriage. Everyone, cease your actions. A delicate beauty emerged from the carriage, trembling like a fragile flower swaying in the cold wind. Young Master Su's eyes widened with greed as he beheld her. A beauty indeed. Come with me. I assure you, your worthless brother will not dare to bother you again. The woman gracefully curtsied. I am Ming Qingxi, honored to meet young Master Su and young Master Liu. As she presented herself, onlookers fell silent, captivated by her beauty. Young Master Liu offered a slight nod, acknowledging her presence, having fulfilled his objective and wishing to withdraw without further entanglements. No matter how lovely Ming Qingxi appeared, she was beyond his reach, desired by countless others. Young Master Su, however, was undeterred, reaching out to grasp Ming Qingxi's hand. When the convoy's guards shielded her, he grew impatient, exclaiming, "You fools! Do not impede my moment with the beauty." He gestured to his companions. Sumu, Su Qing, you lot, block them. Do not disturb my intimacy with the lady. His entourage surged forward, encircling the guards of the merchant convoy, while he continued to extend his hand toward Ming Qingxi. Pale and anxious, Ming Qingxi took a step back. Since childhood, her beauty had attracted many admirers. When the Qingchuan chamber thrived, few dared to express their desires openly, for they were backed by the esteemed Yaowang Valley, one of the 10 major sections. However, following the chamber's misfortune, those who coveted her had emerged, though they still maintained a facade of politeness. Unexpectedly, in this remote corner of Qingyang County, she faced such brazen and reckless behavior. To avoid drawing attention, her ever-watchful aunt was absent. As Su's hand reached for her, she could only retreat hastily, provoking Su's delight and inciting his boisterous laughter. Chapter 43. Transforming the entire dynasty's perspective at this moment, Chen Fan, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, decided to intervene. Cease this at once. The Demon Suppression Office is here to handle the matter. He brandished a beautifully crafted spring knife, clad in a pristine flying fish uniform, emerging from the crowd with an imposing stature and a commanding presence that rendered young Master Su even more unattractive by comparison. Young Master Su glared at him with palpable envy, sneering, "The Demon Suppression Office is only concerned with matters of the Demon Clan. When did it start meddling in county affairs?" Chen Fan stepped closer, casting a disdainful glance at him. With a swift movement reminiscent of a serpent, he executed a series of kicks upon young Master Su, sending him soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Approaching him, Chun Fan lightly tapped the spring knife against Su's body, proclaiming with authority, "The Demon Suppression Office will deal with demon affairs as well as county matters, as permitted by royal decree. Have you comprehended this? You, without any military title, dare to openly don armor on the streets. This is tantamount to rebellion. I shall take you back to the Demon Suppression Office and imprison you, awaiting your trial." Young Master Su's complexion shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his brow. The laws of the grading indeed deemed the unauthorized wearing of armor as equivalent to insurrection. Although the Demon Suppression Office had the jurisdiction to handle human affairs when it was established, centuries had passed, and few took these laws seriously anymore. Numerous individuals bore swords and donned armor without consequence. Yet, the reality of being imprisoned was a genuine concern, leaving him with no recourse. He forced a disingenuous smile, pleading, "My lord, my father, Su Feng, is the county magistrate of Qingyang. I implore you to spare me for his sake. I assure you, I shall never transgress again." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan was even less inclined to show mercy. The magistrate held significant influence in Qingyang County, being one of its 4 top officials. Alongside the county governor, the county deputy, and the county constable, Su Feng had been entrenched in Qingyang for decades, a veritable local tyrant. According to Zhao Meng, this individual was entangled in numerous illicit dealings, likely in collusion with demons. If Chun Fan were to release young Master Su, the latter would undoubtedly seek revenge rather than express gratitude. Capturing him, however, would serve as a warning and potentially expose Su Feng's vulnerabilities. With a swift strike across Su's face, Chun Fan remarked disdainfully, "Your smile is quite unbecoming. Who invited you to grin? I owe no one any favors. Not even your father, the magistrate." Realizing he was trapped, young Master Su glared at him with bitterness, threatening, "Very well, I shall see how this unfolds for you." Chun Fan delivered a decisive kick, sealing his meridians and rendering him immobile. "You needn't concern yourself with my fate. Focus on your own predicament within our prison." Then, turning to Lu Gongzi, he added, "Engaging in coercion will also land you in jail. You shall accompany him. Behave yourself, and I shall refrain from using force. Understood?" Lu Gongzi, caught between laughter and tears, hesitated to resist, glancing at the fallen young Master Su, and ultimately conceded, "My lord, I understand. Even if I am imprisoned for coercion, it is far less severe than what young Master Su faces. I can only hope my family can bear the cost." At that moment, Meng Qingxi and the steward approached. Meng Qingxi gracefully greeted, "I am Meng Qingxi, and I thank you, my lord, for your fair dealings." "I am deeply grateful." Chun Fan returned the courtesy. "Miss Meng, there is no need for such formality. As a minor officer of the Demon Suppression Office, I cannot bear to witness the oppression of the innocent." He approached the merchant guild's carriage. "Are the goods you carry medicinal herbs?" Meng Qingxi responded, "Indeed, my lord. These are the herbs we traded with the Lu family yesterday. Upon seeing today's soaring prices, they attempted to seize them. Thankfully, your timely intervention prevented it." Chun Fan queried further, "You mentioned that the prices of medicinal herbs have surged today?" "Yes," she affirmed. "We had finalized the prices yesterday, having collaborated with the Lu family for quite some time, adhering to market rates. After the transaction, we intended to scout for additional herbs, but were astonished to find that prices had skyrocketed tenfold overnight. Alarmed by this sudden increase, we planned to leave, yet were unfortunately detained." Chun Fan began to piece together the situation. Lu Mulan and Wang Yin had been trading with the Demon Clan in recent years, exchanging human lives and everyday goods for medicinal herbs, which they then refined into elixirs for personal use or to entice others into their schemes, selling off the surplus. Consequently, Qingyang County had become a significant hub for herbal trade. Just yesterday, Chun Fan, Li Tong, and others had disrupted the Demon Clan's dealings, seizing a considerable quantity of herbs, which were subsequently claimed by Zhu Danqing. Given her background and influence, it was clear that these herbs would not be released into the market. The Demon Clan suffered a heavy loss. Although Lu Mulan had escaped, they could not sustain further trade, leading to a significant shortage of herbs in the near future. Those in possession of herbs would likely hoard them, anticipating further price increases. After all, over the years, both medicinal herbs and elixirs had been in high demand, and the sudden loss of a primary source would create an insurmountable gap. This was the reason the Lu family was willing to resort to violence to seize the merchant guild's herbs. It was akin to stealing gold. This situation was further exacerbated by the current weakened state of the Qingchuan Merchant Guild. At its peak, the guild was a formidable force, feared across the 8 counties of Wuwei Prefecture. However, with the recent upheaval at Yaowang Valley, one of the 10 major sects of the Grading dynasty, their support had dwindled. Moreover, Meng Qingxi's father, Meng Gu, had mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving the guild adrift. Despite Meng Qingxi's efforts to manage the business, she lacked the formal authority passed down from her father, and her brother Meng Zhao, though ambitious, was incompetent and sought to usurp her position. Unbeknownst to him, the merchant guild was now a fragile edifice, unable to withstand adversity. The guild's lucrative herbal trade had been covertly undermined by Lu Mulan and others, who sought to dismantle the Qingchuan Merchant Guild and monopolize the herbal market. Were it not for the guild's long-standing connections with the local authorities, it would have crumbled long ago. However, as their goodwill dwindled, they found themselves in dire need of gold, silver, and elixirs, while their profits continued to decline, leading to internal strife and external threats. During this time, Meng Qingxi could only struggle to keep the guild afloat, feeling increasingly powerless. As Chun Fan absorbed this information, a strategic idea began to crystallize in his mind, one that could allow him to rapidly strengthen his own power and influence. Chapter 44. Chun Fan's schemes. Given Chun Fan's current strength, venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains poses considerable danger. The power of the demons descending from the mountains would be constrained by the demon suppression formation, with the effects growing more potent as one delves deeper into the heart of the Great Yin dynasty. A human like Chun Fan entering the territory of the demon tribe would also find his abilities limited by the demonic energies within the mountains. The deeper he ventures, the more formidable the constraints become. If he were to enter the mountains, his strength would be continuously eroded, and he would face an unending array of increasingly powerful demons that he could not contend with. However, he possesses a unique advantage. By devouring demons, he can acquire their innate abilities. By plundering them, he can seize their lifespan. Furthermore, he has the power to subdue demons, allowing him to control them. Once he subjugates a demon, he can command it to obey without question. Thus, he plans to discreetly enter the mountains, not deep within, but at the foothills, seeking out the weakest tribes, such as the Canid and Lagomorph demons, subduing them one by one. After gaining their allegiance, he would instruct the entire tribe to gather medicinal herbs for him in the mountains, only needing to provide them with basic sustenance to prevent starvation. In a time when the entire Great Yin is lacking in medicinal materials, while no one else can procure herbs from the 10,000 Great Mountains, he can. Eventually, he could even dominate the entire medicinal market, compelling everyone to act according to his wishes. Such immense profit is irresistible. Yet, with such vast potential rewards comes the necessity of ensuring his strength can keep pace with the expanding market. Only with strength and status can one enjoy exclusive benefits. If he is insufficiently strong, he must consider alliances, sharing the spoils while simultaneously guarding against encroachments from others. The thought of Zhuo Danqing surfaces in his mind. Her formidable background and the impression she left on him make her a fitting candidate for collaboration. The precarious Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce also presents a viable partnership. After all, he is not a professional merchant and has no desire to expend time and energy on commerce. His sole focus is on becoming stronger and ascending in status. Should the Qingchuan Chamber demonstrate sincerity and a willingness to be under his command, he could entrust the medicinal business to them, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. However, at present, both his strength and status lack the requisite persuasive power. He can only observe how Meng Qingxi perceives him, hoping she can see the value in him. After contemplating, Chun Fan addressed Meng Qingxi. So, the greatest issue confronting your chamber is the scarcity of medicinal materials? Meng Qingxi nodded gently. Indeed, sir. Our Qingchuan chamber has well-established connections in Wuwei Prefecture, with shops in every county and numerous partners. Yet, we are unable to provide them with sufficient medicinal materials. Some longtime collaborators are now lamenting the lack of herbs, as the entire Great Yin is facing a shortage. Precious medicinal materials are almost priceless, particularly those required for refining breakthrough pills, which are exceedingly rare. After a moment of reflection, Chun Fan replied, "What if I could supply you with medicinal materials? Not merely ordinary ones, but potentially rare and even breakthrough herbs. The 10,000 Great Mountains lack nothing if one has sufficient time to search." Meng Qingxi trembled with disbelief, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope as she grasped Chun Fan's arm, her voice quivering. "Sir, is this truly the case?" Chun Fan glanced down at her delicate hand gripping his arm. Meng Qingxi's face flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew her hand to hide it behind her back. Lowering her head in embarrassment, her ears turning red as she murmured, "I apologize for my forwardness." Chun Fan chose not to respond to her discomfort but continued, "I do not possess any medicinal materials at present, but I do have a method to procure them, with at least a 70 to 80% certainty. If the conditions offered by your Qingchuan chamber are satisfactory, I could deliver all the materials to you." With the prospect of a business discussion on the table, Meng Qingxi shed her hesitation, her gaze fixed on Chun Fan. "Sir, may I inquire how much medicinal material you anticipate being able to provide us?" After some contemplation, Chun Fan replied, "Initially, it may not be substantial, but it will increase over time. I cannot make any promises regarding the exact quantity. It is a gamble you must be willing to take." Although he had conceived a preliminary plan, he was still unaware of the mountain's circumstances. How many demons he could subdue or how much material they could gather remained uncertain. He was, however, confident that as time progressed and he subdued more demons, the yield of medicinal herbs would also rise. After hearing Chun Fan's words, Meng Qingxi fell silent. Currently, she was exhausted from the daily rigors of maintaining the chamber, fending off her brother's interference, searching for her father's whereabouts, building connections, and dealing with various individuals who coveted her beauty and awaited the chamber's collapse to feast upon its remains. She was uncertain how long she could endure or whether her father, the beacon of her hope, was still alive. She presented a facade of calm and composure in public. Yet at night, she lay awake, fearing the impending descent into despair. After a prolonged search with no glimmer of hope, Chun Fan's words rekindled her aspirations. Yet, it was clear that he possessed no actual medicinal materials, only a potential avenue for acquiring them, one that promised long-term supply. But could he truly deliver? What if, at the critical moment, there were no materials to be had? Should she take the risk to demonstrate her sincerity to Chun Fan? How much of her own assets could she afford to stake as a show of goodwill? Noticing her silence, Chun Fan refrained from rushing her. He merely entertained the notion that when he procured the herbs, he would offer them to whoever presented the best conditions. Miss Ming, there is no need for haste. I will secure the medicinal materials, and we can discuss it then. The hour grows late. It would be prudent for your chamber to set off soon. Travel safely, farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Just as he stepped away, he heard Meng Qingxi call out, Sir, please wait. He turned back to see her with a serious expression. Sir, there is no need to wait for the future. I wish to demonstrate our chamber's sincerity now. Please allow us to handle the medicinal materials you acquire. In that fleeting moment, she had come to a decisive conclusion. Without medicinal materials, the chamber's demise was inevitable. Chun Fan's potential supply of herbs was their last lifeline, and she must seize it. Otherwise, the Qingchuan chamber was destined to sink, a mere matter of time. It would be better to take a bold gamble. If she lost, the worst that could happen would be death, allowing her to join her father. Having made her resolution, Meng Qingxi called out to Chun Fan with determination. Chun Fan regarded this seemingly delicate woman with newfound respect. Her ability to make a swift decision was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. Yet, he remained curious about the sincerity she intended to convey. Chapter 45. The sincerity of Meng Qingxi. In a hushed tone, Meng Qingxi said, My lord, this place is crowded and not appropriate for certain matters. Might we wait until you have resolved your current affairs, and then find a secluded spot for a detailed discussion? Chun Fan nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. Shortly, you shall accompany me to the demon suppression office. As witnesses to the victimization, your presence is essential. After speaking, he approached Zhao Meng, who was reprimanding the officers. Brother, I intend to escort them back to the demon suppression office. We shall convene again at another time. Zhao Meng glanced around before pulling Chun Fan aside, whispering, Have you truly considered how to deal with them? The local tyrants in Qingyang County, though not particularly powerful, are united in their opposition. The county magistrate, Su Feng, has extensive connections, and the Liu family is entangled with both the underworld and the legitimate world. While they may be ineffective in achieving great things, they are adept at causing trouble from the shadows. Chun Fan scoffed, Brother Zhao. You have seen the plight of the common folk in Qingyang County. Monsters roam freely, forcing the populace to cower within the city, where they are captured and slaughtered. Meanwhile, those prominent figures thrive through collusion with these creatures, utterly indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Coming from humble beginnings myself, had I not entered the demon suppression office, I would likely have starved to death. Those who prey upon the commoners should have been eliminated long ago. Moreover, even if I chose not to confront them, do you think they would spare me? We have eradicated the monster clan and severed their source of income. They are momentarily caught off guard. But once they regain their composure, they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate us, those who have disrupted their dealings with the monsters, to resume their lucrative transactions. They cannot afford to relinquish such enormous benefits. Observing Zhao Meng's troubled expression, Chun Fan continued, Brother Zhao, do not harbor any illusions. You wield military power. While they have long desired to infiltrate the army, you are a thorn in their side, and they will inevitably act against you. Zhao Meng nodded vigorously, regretfully admitting, Indeed. Brother Chun, you see through their schemes. I have grown complacent in my years of comfort, always hoping for peace. They have not provoked me, and I have refrained from provoking them. But as you rightly pointed out, once they recover, the first to be targeted will be us, those of us with military strength. Only when they consolidate their power will they be free to act with impunity. I shall return home, gather my family, and take refuge in the military camp. Should you need me, you can find me there. If I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to call. Together, we shall shatter the oppressive hold over Qingyang County. Chun Fan clasped his hand firmly. Very well, brother. You return now. I shall proceed to the demon suppression office. I may indeed have matters to discuss with you later. Zhao Meng nodded with determination. I shall await your return. After Zhao Meng departed, Chun Fan escorted the two young masters, Su and Lu, along with their subordinates, and the members of the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce to the demon suppression office. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they encountered Tai Xingtong, who rushed over with a dozen individuals. Little flag. Clearly, he had heard about the confrontation between Chun Fan and the young masters in the streets and had come to lend support. Chun Fan felt a wave of gratitude. Such loyalty was invaluable. While their strength may still be lacking, their devotion was commendable, and strength could be cultivated over time. Upon arriving at the prison of the demon suppression office, Chun Fan ordered, separate them for confinement. No one is to see them without my command. Do you understand? They are the key to stirring chaos in Qingyang County and must be closely monitored. Tai Xingtong patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, my lord. I will personally oversee the prison and ensure not a single fly gets in. Returning to the demon suppression office, Chun Fan led Meng Qingxi to the rear hall, where they took their seats, one as host and the other as guest. With no one else present, Meng Qingxi, no longer concealing her intentions, stated, "My lord, if you are willing to provide our Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce with a substantial supply of medicinal materials, I am prepared to offer you a 30% stake in our business." She continued, "You may not be aware, but my father was once an outer disciple of the Yaowang Valley, one of the 10 great sections. After failing to break through the innate stage, he descended the mountain, married, and founded the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce, even giving a 30% stake to Yaowang Valley in exchange for their protection." She elaborated, "We also possess other significant connections, resulting in our family holding slightly over 50% of the shares in the chamber, granting us absolute authority." Chen Fan was taken aback by her bold proposition. Meng Qingxi was wagering quite a lot on him. Curiously, he inquired, "By giving me 30% of your shares, you would be left with merely 25%, effectively losing your control. Do you truly trust me so implicitly?" Meng Qingxi gazed at him with admiration, softly replying, "My lord, forgive me. I had someone investigate your background yesterday. I have long wished to make your acquaintance." Chen Fan was not surprised. Chambers of commerce value intelligence above all. His remarkable performance the previous day had undoubtedly spread among the attendees, making it reasonable for the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce to seek information about him. A glimmer of reverence shone in Meng Qingxi's eyes as she continued, "Though you may come from humble origins, your exceptional talents and extraordinary prowess are undeniable. In a short time, you have advanced from a mere strength practitioner to a general flag bearer, breaking through to the bone refinement stage in less than half a year. Wielding the extraordinary technique 4 symbols arrow to subdue the monsters on the battlefield, you are widely recognized as a prodigious talent. Given time, reaching the innate stage is surely within your grasp. With such potential, it is only natural for me to invest significantly." Meng Qingxi possessed an eloquent way with words, her gentle tone and respectful gaze creating an enchanting atmosphere. Yet, Chun Fan understood that while her words might hold some truth, they only represented part of her motivations. Simply possessing potential was insufficient to warrant such a substantial investment, especially one that risked placing the chamber's control in his hands. Should he wish to turn against her in the future, she would be powerless to resist. Chun Fan fixed his gaze upon her. "Miss Meng, your words are indeed pleasant to hear, but they may not fully reflect the truth. Would you truly invest so much based solely on my potential? Even if you are willing, your family would likely oppose such a decision." Meng Qingxi's expression turned sorrowful, further emphasizing her vulnerability. "My lord, fear not. You may have heard of our chamber's current predicament. We are indeed not what we once were, and there are disputes at home. However, the foundation we have built over the decades still remains, and it can undoubtedly assist you. I will persuade my family to agree to your terms." She hesitated, her voice faltering. "You are indeed astute, my lord. I speak the truth. I see your potential and am betting that you will surely break through to the innate stage and protect our chamber. However, I have also heard that you enjoy the favor of Zhuo Danqing and Zhuo Baihu. You must be aware of Zhuo Baihu's formidable background, which would be more than sufficient to protect the current Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce." Chun Fan was momentarily stunned, finding the situation rather amusing. Was he truly depending on others for support? Chapter 46. "I also aspire to be an alchemist." Chun Fan opened his mouth, intending to clarify that his relationship with Zhuo Danqing was purely professional, characterized by mutual respect and admiration, nothing more. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself at a loss for what to say. Meng Qingxi cast a sly glance at Chun Fan, and upon noticing his lack of rebuttal, felt a surge of confidence. With Zhuo Danqing backing her, who would dare to threaten the interests of the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce? With a buoyant tone, she assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I will fulfill my promise. The situation at Yaowang Valley has drastically changed, and their influence has diminished significantly, leaving them unconcerned with subsidiary matters. With your 30% stake, you stand at the pinnacle. The Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce shall become your enterprise, and its affairs will be yours to command. Surely, my lord, you wouldn't neglect us in the future?" She gazed at Chun Fan with an expression of feigned innocence, reminiscent of a pet yearning for its master's affection. Although fully aware of her act, Chun Fan replied, "You need not worry. Once I acquire the medicinal herbs, they will undoubtedly be entrusted to your chamber. Should any issues arise, I shall extend my assistance." Meng Qingxi promptly corrected him, "It is your chamber, my lord." With a smile, Chun Fan shook his head. "Very well. It shall be our chamber. I shall not interfere in daily matters, and the profits from the sale of the herbs will be kept with you for the time being. Recently, I would appreciate your help in gathering various martial arts techniques. Any form will suffice. Once acquired, please deliver them to me." His advantage lay in his unique ability to learn martial arts techniques indefinitely, enhancing his prowess. Top-tier techniques would be ideal, yet he was undeterred by those of lesser quality, as they merely consumed a bit of the lifespan of the enchanted creatures. Meng Qingxi nodded in understanding and cautiously retrieved a note from her concealed pouch. "My lord, This is a recipe from Yawang Valley, containing the methods for concocting two potent elixirs. One is the blood-burning elixir, specifically for breaking through to the blood exchange realm, while the other is the primordial chi pill, meant for transcending to the innate realm. Their value is immeasurable, and my lord must safeguard them carefully. Should they fall into the wrong hands, it would spell disaster. Chun Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Rather than accepting the recipe, he inquired, "These two recipes are worth a fortune. You could retain them as a trump card, allowing your Meng family to rise again. Why then do you wish to give them to me?" Meng Qingshi's face reflected reluctance, yet she explained, "An innocent man bears no blame. But possessing treasures can lead to peril. Both recipes are from Yawang Valley, handed down to me by my father, who claimed they are the key to our family's resurgence. As martial arts realms progress, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. Even someone of Zhuo Danqing's noble lineage and commendable talent remains trapped in the acquired realm, unsure of when he might break free. The key to success includes aptitude, techniques, elixirs, and even luck. Each is indispensable. Without elixirs, even the most gifted cannot ascend to the innate realm, particularly during the transition. The elixirs consumed determine the structure of future techniques and their affinity with the myriad energies of the world. Though Yawang Valley is not particularly formidable, its unparalleled expertise in medicine and alchemy earns it respect, making it one of the top 10 sects revered throughout the empire. These two recipes, while not the valley's most elite, are nonetheless distinctive and highly sought after. Meng Qingshi's father, Meng Gu, invested considerable effort to obtain them, hoping they would enable his family to ascend from a mere prefecture to a prestigious dynasty within the empire. Yet, he ultimately vanished, leaving their hard-earned legacy in turmoil. Meng Qingshi had long grasped this truth. As the world gradually descended into chaos, lacking strength meant that even the finest treasures became mere tokens of doom. With a bittersweet tone, she remarked, "Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. Our Meng family lacks the capacity to wield such power. Only someone of your caliber can navigate its repercussions without fear. With these two recipes, my lord, you will surely advance to the innate realm without hindrance. Once you achieve that, our chamber will have a true pillar of support. However, my lord, please ensure that when seeking alchemists to craft these elixirs, confidentiality is paramount. Do not let this information slip." Chun Fan took the recipe, glancing through it. The required materials were numerous, many of which he had never encountered, and the crafting methods demanded exceptional skill, beyond the capacity of ordinary alchemists. He inquired, "Can the alchemists of your chamber concoct these elixirs?" Meng Qingshi shook her head. "Our chamber was founded on medicinal herbs, but our core alchemists rely on Yawang Valley for support. To craft rare elixirs, one must present generous offerings to entice the alchemists into assisting, and with the recent turmoil at Yawang Valley, they have retreated to their mountains and are no longer available. The truly skilled alchemists seldom deign to work with a chamber like ours. We can only cultivate our own, which requires immense resources and is a burden we cannot bear. Thus far, we have failed to nurture competent alchemists, limiting us to crafting only low-tier elixirs. Our alchemists lack the strength to produce breakthrough elixirs." Chun Fan asked again, "Are alchemists highly sought after?" Meng Qingshi looked at him in surprise, as if puzzled by his seemingly trivial inquiry. "Indeed, the cultivation process necessitates elixirs to enhance the physical body and replenish its deficiencies. Otherwise, one risks depleting their essence. Upon reaching the innate realm, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth requires elixirs to expedite the process, not to mention that each breakthrough necessitates their assistance. In the empire, where medicinal herbs are scarce, aspiring to be an alchemist demands a wealth of resources to enhance one's skills. Exceptional alchemists are pursued by the masses, with no one daring to offend them." After a moment of silence, Chun Fan declared, "I wish to become an alchemist. Please assist me in gathering some alchemical techniques, and do so swiftly." Meng Qingshi stared at him in astonishment. "My lord, becoming an alchemist requires not only talent, but also mentorship and extensive practice. Are you truly willing to dedicate time to this pursuit? Shouldn't you focus on breaking through to the innate realm as soon as possible?" Chun Fan offered no explanation. With the lifespan of enchanted creatures at his disposal, he possessed almost limitless time. Just do as instructed. He raised an eyebrow, hinting that he might provide her with a surprise in the future. With a sigh concealed deep within her heart, Meng Qingshi maintained a calm exterior, replying, "Yes, my lord. Upon returning to the capital, I shall ensure that the alchemical techniques from my family are brought to you." Subsequently, the two discussed various details. After formalizing their agreement and finalizing their conversation, Chun Fan instructed Tai Xingtong to summon some members of the Demon Suppression Bureau to escort Meng Qingshi back to Wuwei Prefecture, ensuring her safety en route. Once he had arranged matters with the Bureau, he donned a disguise and stealthily departed from Qingyang County, making his way to the foot of the Shawandishan Mountains, preparing to venture into the mountains clandestinely to subdue enchanted creatures and enlist them to gather medicinal herbs. Chapter 47. Entering the mountains, subduing the rabbit demons. The majestic Wanshan mountain range stretches endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon sprawled across the southwestern expanse of Dan. Armed with his weapons, Chun Fan has arrived at the foot of the mountains. He opted not to bring his embroidered spring knife, but instead carried a bow and arrows. For at this moment, his most formidable skill is the four symbols arrow. Regrettably, his heavenly bow was shattered in the previous battle, and he could not readily find a suitable replacement. Thus, he procured a finely crafted bow and arrows from the Demon Suppression Division. It is imperative for him to find a powerful bow to complement the four symbols arrow. At the mountain's base, following the recent fierce battle, no demon dares to roam as brazenly as before. As Chun Fan approaches, he encounters neither human nor demon. He gazes upon the towering mountains, inhales deeply, and steps forward. The moment he sets foot on the mountain, he senses an oppressive atmosphere. The air is laced with a faint metallic scent. Although the effect is minimal, it slightly impedes the circulation of his inner energy. This is the aura of demons that pervades the mountains. The deeper one ventures, the more potent the aura becomes. Chun Fan refrains from delving too deep, choosing instead to search near the base for traces of the demon tribe. He activates the innate ability of Spirit Nose, acquired from the dog demon, and is immediately inundated with a variety of scents. Following the trail of the demon's scent, he advances cautiously. At last, in a low-lying area, he spots two rabbit demons. Though rabbits are often perceived as gentle and harmless creatures, the rabbit demons present a stark contrast, with rabbit heads adorned with fiery red eyes. Their diminutive stature belies their muscular build. One is entirely white, while the other boasts a gray coat, both with coarse and resilient fur. They are busily digging for tender tree roots, chewing voraciously with their blunt teeth. With a swift motion, Chun Fan leaps forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind, launching a surprise attack on the rabbit demons. Hearing the commotion, the rabbit demons turn their heads, but before they can react, Chun Fan knocks one down with a single blow. He presses down on the demon's head, pinning it firmly to the ground to stifle any sound. The rabbit demon struggles mightily, its strength formidable, yet it cannot shake free from Chun Fan's iron grip. At this moment, a notification appears in Chun Fan's mind. Defeated two rabbit demons. Choose to devour, plunder, subdue. Indeed, upon defeating a demon without killing it, the option to subdue becomes available. Subdue. Chun Fan selects this option. Successfully subdued two rabbit demons. Current number of subduable rabbit demons, 10. Increased mental capacity will allow for more subduable demons. At this instant, Chun Fan senses the rabbit demons cease their struggles, becoming docile, akin to two rabbits awaiting gentle strokes. Gradually, he releases them, and the two rabbit demons rise, respectfully addressing him as master. Observing their obedient demeanor, Chun Fan can discern their feelings: submission, reverence, compliance. With a mere thought, he commands the rabbit demons to kneel, and they dutifully obey, bowing before him. Once subdued, the demons can perceive the commands emanating from Chun Fan's mind, executing them without resistance. He issues several directives, instructing them to sit, lie down, and roll, and they comply without hesitation. Satisfied, he nods, appreciating the fervent gazes of the rabbit demons. His newfound abilities are indeed formidable. Chun Fan then inquires about their surroundings, and the rabbit demons, capable of speech, divulge everything they know. The Wanshan mountain range encompasses numerous peaks, with the area known as Tiger Leap Peak inhabited by a formidable group of tiger demons. Below them, various demon tribes, some stronger and some weaker, are under their command. The more powerful include wolf demons, fox demons, and pig demons, while the weaker consist of dog demons, sheep demons, and rabbit demons, the latter being the most vulnerable and least favored. They bear the brunt of arduous tasks and endure hunger, leading to a high mortality rate among their kin. Fortunately, the rabbit demons possess exceptional reproductive capabilities, ensuring their survival to this day. They inhabit a small hill, having excavated numerous burrows, subsisting on tree roots and mushrooms. Their population numbers in the hundreds, although the exact count remains unclear, known only to their leader. Upon absorbing this information, Chun Fan reflects on his fortunate circumstances. The rabbit demons, being weak yet prolific, require minimal sustenance, making them easy to care for. Their daily foraging allows him to enlist them in gathering medicinal herbs, perfectly aligning with his needs while attracting no suspicion. Moreover, they frequently receive various tasks from stronger demon tribes, making them adept at a range of activities, including herb gathering. It is likely that the medicinal materials traded with the likes of Le Mulan are harvested by these very rabbit demons. His immediate objective is to gain control of this rabbit demon tribe, putting them to use for his purposes. The only limitation lies in the number of rabbit demons he can presently command. The capacity to control demons is intricately tied to his mental strength. Having subdued two rabbit demons, he now perceives their simple thoughts and can issue basic commands directly through these thoughts. While this convenience eases his tasks, it also amplifies his mental burden, likely necessitating an enhancement of his mental capacity to increase the number of controllable demons. Regrettably, augmenting his mental strength requires not only a breakthrough in his cultivation level, but also the mastery of specialized techniques to elevate his mental capabilities. Chun Fan finds himself troubled, as the path to becoming stronger demands an abundance of techniques. He has yet to acquire the blood-cleansing techniques, and the alchemical methods promised by Meng Qingxi remain unattainable. Now, he must also seek a method to cultivate his mental strength. The esteemed families and sects within Dayan are fiercely protective of their techniques, ensuring that none escape their grasp. Those who dare to covet them face dire consequences. What circulates among the populace are merely foundational techniques, lacking in potential. However, Chen Fan lacks ample channels to acquire superior techniques, and may have to rely on Zhuo Danqing and Meng Qingxi, hoping they might provide him with unexpected assistance. Chapter 48. The Divine Arrow subdues the demon Chen Fan aimed to dominate the entire rabbit demon clan, with the pivotal task of subduing the clan leader and several elders. Once he secured their allegiance, the other rabbit demons would surely comply. Chen Fan inquired about the strength of the clan leader, but 2 rabbit demons, despite their gestures and comparisons, were vague in their responses. They spoke highly of the leader's prowess, but could not ascertain how it measured against Chen Fan's own abilities. After contemplating, Chen Fan resolved to take a gamble. He could not linger in the mountains, as prolonged exposure would intensify the demonic energy's corruption. Therefore, he opted for a swift resolution. He instructed 1 rabbit demon to return to their dwelling and, following his plan, lure the clan leader to this location. Meanwhile, the other rabbit demon was tasked with monitoring the clan, attempting to delay any potential reinforcements. Once the 2 rabbit demons set off, Chen Fan found a concealed spot nearby to hide and await the clan leader's arrival. As the distance increased, his perception of the 2 rabbit demons' thoughts gradually diminished, suggesting that his awareness weakened with spatial changes. He had previously fancied controlling the demons from Qingyang County, but that notion proved overly optimistic. Shortly after, he observed a white rabbit demon leading several others towards him. These rabbit demons were notably taller and more robust than their kin. It appeared that the clan leader would not be coming alone. The clan leader stood out among the rabbit demons, towering like a crane among chickens. He was a full 10 feet tall, his body cloaked in silvery gray fur that gleamed like metal under the sunlight. His muscular hind legs resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, while his forelimbs were unusually elongated, each tipped with 3-inch-long claws. Clad in armor and wielding a thick black iron staff, he was accompanied by 7 or 8 other rabbit demons, all over 8 feet tall. Brandishing short blades crafted from beast bones and wearing leather armor woven from vines and fur, with sharp stone shards embedded within. As they walked, the clan leader questioned the white rabbit demon. "Where did you say you spotted the blood ginseng?" The white rabbit demon, bowing and scraping, led the way. "It's just ahead, my lord. I intended to harvest it, but there was a dog demon nearby, and fearing it might see me, I hastily summoned you. With your powers, even a dog demon poses no threat. I, however, would not stand a chance. If the blood ginseng were to be snatched away, it would be a tremendous loss." The clan leader nodded. "You acted wisely. We must not alert the enemy." His eyes glinted with greed. The blood ginseng was a precious treasure, rumored to be in high demand among the humans beyond the mountains. "We can trade it with the young master tiger for valuable goods, at least 500 pounds of food, perhaps even some weapons and armor to deter other demon clans from bullying us." The surrounding rabbit demons buzzed with excitement, envisioning a feast from the blood ginseng they had yet to acquire. The clan leader, undeterred, was aware that this territory was already claimed by the tiger demons, and being a barren land, it lacked abundant resources. Aside from the neighboring dog demons, few other demon clans ventured here. Just as the group reveled in their anticipation, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Suddenly, a rabbit demon was struck by a lethal arrow, sent flying and collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood staining the earth. The sound of the bowstring snapping reached the rabbit demon's ears, signaling the presence of an enemy. "Find cover," the clan leader shouted, swiftly retreating behind a large tree while alerting the others. The remaining rabbit demons scrambled for shelter, but the area Chen Fan had chosen was open and devoid of sufficient cover, making it difficult for them to hide. Meanwhile, Chen Fan relentlessly loosed arrows from his bow, striking down any rabbit demon caught unawares. His primary goal was to subdue the clan leader, rendering the rest inconsequential. Particularly since the 2 previous rabbit demons had asserted the leader's formidable strength, it was more prudent to eliminate the others swiftly and focus on capturing the leader. As the clan leader watched his elite guards fall one by one to the mysterious archer's deadly arrows, panic surged through him. These rabbit demons were his personal guards, among the strongest in the clan, yet they were effortlessly dispatched. Terrified of exposing himself, he remained hidden behind the tree, but soon the arrows ceased flying. Cautiously, he peeked out and saw a figure approaching. Chen Fan sighed. He had initially intended to rely on his archery skills to eliminate the rabbit demons before injuring the clan leader for subjugation. However, his bowstring had snapped after just a few shots, prompting a firm resolve to acquire a better bow to prevent wasteful expenditure of his precious arrows. With no arrows left, he emerged from his hiding spot to confront the formidable clan leader, as described by the white rabbit demon. The clan leader, still crouched behind the tree, hesitated to emerge, eyeing Chen Fan warily as he approached unarmed. Although he had never descended the mountain nor tasted human flesh, he had witnessed captured humans brought to the mountain by other demon clans. They were docile, akin to sheep, and the demons often boasted about the fragility of humans, claiming they would have been devoured long ago had it not been for the protective array. Yet the terror exuded by the man before him defied his expectations. The relentless sound of arrows, each claiming the life of a rabbit demon elite, was truly horrifying. Now, perplexingly, the human had abandoned his weapon and stepped forward. The clan leader tightened his grip on his iron staff, glaring at Chin Fan. You possess great audacity to intrude here. You must understand this is the territory of young Master Tiger, who wields immense power. His underlings are formidable. You still have time to flee the mountain. If young Master Tiger learns of your intrusion, he will surely send his minions to tear you apart and feast upon your remains. Do not say I did not warn you. Chin Fan observed the clan leader's muscular rabbit legs quivering as he clutched the iron staff. His expression fierce yet revealing a hint of cowardice. The clan leader's blood-red eyes darted nervously, betraying his desire to escape, starkly contrasting his bravado. Noting Chin Fan's unwavering stance and lack of fear, the clan leader realized he faced a formidable opponent. With a shout, he charged at Chin Fan, swinging his iron staff with great force. Chin Fan deftly sidestepped the blow, employing a technique to block the clan leader's powerful kick. The rabbit demon's leg was indeed robust, and the force behind it caught Chin Fan off guard, causing him to stagger back. In an unexpected turn, the clan leader suddenly dropped his iron staff and fled. Chapter 49. Subduing the Rabbit Demon Clan. The Rabbit Demon Clan's leader may not have long legs, yet his speed was astonishing. Unfortunately for him, Chin Fan had perfected the lightness technique, grass on the fly, rendering him unable to evade Chin Fan's pursuit. In no time, the leader was caught up with. As he felt the looming threat, he executed a flying kick, but Chin Fan effortlessly dodged it. With a powerful punch, he struck the leader's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing Chin Fan prepare to strike again, the Rabbit Demon leader hastily pleaded, "Do not kill me. I surrender. I am of use." Chin Fan regarded him with an amused expression, pressing his foot down upon him. "Oh? And why should I spare you? What use do you have?" The leader's round rabbit eyes spun rapidly as he replied, "My lord, we bear no grudges against one another. And our rabbit demons have not descended from the mountains to harm humans. You must have come up the mountain for a purpose, if you tell me what you seek. Although our clan is not powerful, we are numerous and well acquainted with the terrain. We can surely assist you." Chin Fan was somewhat taken aback, despite the leader's cowardice. He displayed a nimble wit, proving himself to be a capable demon. While Chin Fan could subdue demons and command their obedience, he lacked the time and courage to remain in the mountains for long. The affairs here needed to be managed by the subdued demons themselves. If the demons were dull-witted, Chin Fan would not feel at ease. The rabbit demon leader was clever and adaptable. Once subdued, he could handle matters without Chin Fan's constant oversight. Chin Fan then focused on the prompt in his mind. Subdue one rabbit demon. Choose from devour, plunder, subdue. Subdue rabbit demon. The rabbit demon has been subdued. Due to its higher strength, it occupies 2 subjugation slots. Remaining number of demons that can be subdued, 6. It appeared that the stronger the demon, the greater the mental strain it imposed. The leader occupied 2 slots, and as stronger demons were subdued, they would occupy even more. At this moment, the rabbit demon beneath him looked up with newfound respect, gazing at Chin Fan with fervent admiration. Chin Fan lifted his foot, and the leader immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Master, please command me." After allowing him to rise, Chin Fan inquired about the entire rabbit demon clan, as the 2 previous demons were not well informed. The leader responded, "Currently, our rabbit demon clan consists of over 300 members. The strongest among us are myself and 3 elders. The other capable ones were just defeated by you. We generally forage for food and fulfill the tasks assigned by the young master of the tigers. Although we are not strong, we are frequently bullied. Other demon clans disdain our impoverished territory and do not clash with us, save for the slightly stronger dog demon clan next door, which often encroaches upon our territory." Chin Fan asked, "Who is this young master of the tigers?" The rabbit demon leader respectfully replied, "The young master is the son of the Tiger King. The nearby mountains are his domain. He is formidable, reportedly at the level of a demon general, possessing vast powers and numerous subordinates. It is said that he has dealings with humans, and we weaker clans never have the opportunity to meet him. Usually, it is the wolf demons or fox demons who come to assign tasks." Chin Fan nodded, realizing that the elusive puppet master behind Lu Lan and his associates was indeed this young master of the tigers. A demon general's strength was equivalent to that of a human innate realm, and at present, he was not someone Chin Fan could provoke, nor would the young master regard him as anything significant. Unbeknownst to him, the young master indeed dismissed him, focusing solely on breaking through to the demon king realm, while his subordinates, the wolf demon Li Feng and the scheming Lu Lan, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chin Fan and would soon seek him out after their breakthrough. The rabbit demon leader continued, "If you wish to fully control our clan, you need only subdue the 3 elders. Together, we 4 would form the leadership of the rabbit demon clan. The other rabbit demons are preoccupied with filling their bellies and will not concern themselves with clan affairs. I can bring the 3 elders to you, one by one, for you to subdue." Chin Fan mused that the rabbit demon leader was indeed astute. orchestrating matters with remarkable efficiency without requiring his input. He considered himself fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure, as he would no longer need to worry excessively about the affairs of the mountain. Subsequently, everything proceeded smoothly. The rabbit demon leader guided the elders to Chen Fan, who defeated each in turn and, according to the mental prompts, subdued them all. The elders were not particularly strong, only marginally more capable than ordinary rabbit demons, thus not significantly consuming Chen Fan's subjugation slots. Each elder merely occupied one, as explained by the rabbit demon leader. The elders did not attain their status solely through martial prowess, but possessed various skills. Some were adept at foraging for food, others at digging burrows, and one elder was particularly skilled in herb gathering. Chen Fan was elated. Indeed, his expedition into the mountains had borne rich fruit. With a rabbit demon proficient in herb gathering, he would no longer need to worry about sourcing medicinal materials. He promptly summoned the elder skilled in herb gathering. This elder, somewhat aged, had patches of fur missing, his coat a shade of gray, and he was known as Elder Hu. Chen Fan inquired, "What herbs have you gathered in the past?" Elder Hu respectfully replied, "Master, we rabbit demons rely on various plants in the mountains for sustenance and are knowledgeable about many medicinal herbs. When afflicted with ailments, we would gather herbs to remedy ourselves, thus becoming familiar with their effects. However, these herbs are abundant in the mountains and of little value. Previously, we would only gather herbs when we were ill. Yet, in recent years, the young master of the tigers has demanded large quantities of herbs from us each month. We provided the herbs, and in return, he offered us some food. I have led our clan to gather herbs throughout the mountains, and I am well acquainted with the distribution and yield of various herbs. I also know which herbs are in short supply and which are rare for the young master. Master, if you require any herbs, please inform me, and I will swiftly gather enough for you." Chen Fan responded with excitement, "Excellent. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Have the leader assigned you half of the rabbit demons to gather herbs, while the others seek food. In time, I will find a way to procure food for you all, allowing everyone to focus on herb gathering." He produced a piece of paper from his pocket, a list of the most urgently needed and rare herbs provided by Meng Qingxi. Knowing Chen Fan's unfamiliarity with herbs, she had included names and illustrations for easy reference. He handed the paper to Elder Hu, asking him to verify how many of the herbs he recognized corresponded with those on the list. Chapter 50, Settling Matters. Leaving the mountain elder who examined the list of medicinal herbs with great care, he scrutinized the names and illustrations of the herbs, comparing them to the specimens he had previously gathered. After confirming their accuracy, he addressed Chen Fan, saying, "Master, I have gathered all the necessary information. I know where to find the herbs you urgently require. Frostbone grass is abundant in a low-lying, damp area ahead, while the red flame fruit can be found in the fire cave, a place characterized by intense heat, seemingly fed by rising magma from the earth's veins, making it ideal for the growth of red flame fruit. Additionally, heart-binding vines can be collected from a nearby forest known as the Blackwood Forest." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt elated. The herbs provided by Meng Qingxi were the primary ingredients for the elixirs essential for cultivation. Their demand was high, yet their supply was limited, rendering them exceedingly valuable. If he could acquire a sufficient quantity, Meng Qingxi could leverage the merchant guild's resources to inflate the prices, thereby reversing the precarious situation faced by the Qingchuan Merchant Guild. He instructed, "Quickly arrange for the rabbit demons to gather the herbs. The more we collect, as long as they are of adequate age, the better. Do not harvest those that are insufficiently aged, let them remain untouched. The older the herbs, the stronger their properties, and the superior the elixirs produced. Although herbs of lesser age can still be used, their efficacy is considerably diminished." Chen Fan was not inclined to be short-sighted. Exhausting the resources at hand, he wished for the herbs to continue flourishing, allowing for sustainable harvesting each year. Elder Hu nodded in acknowledgement but hesitated, saying, "The area where frostbone grass grows is dark and damp, generally avoided by the demon races. The location of the red flame fruit is unbearably hot, with few demons lurking about, making gathering there relatively uncomplicated. However, the forest with the greatest abundance of heart-binding vines, the Blackwood Forest, is home to a tribe of monkey demons. Unlike us, these monkey demons are ruled by another demon general, not under the command of young Master Hu, and they possess formidable strength, making them quite troublesome. When we occasionally enter the forest, they tend to ignore us, as we are merely weak rabbit demons. However, if a large group ventures in to gather herbs, the monkey demons may not permit it. Should a conflict arise, it could significantly hinder your endeavors, Master." Chen Fan recognized the gravity of the situation. Had the monkey demons been subordinates of young Master Hu, they could have feigned a harvesting mission on his behalf. Yet, with their allegiances divided under different generals and little camaraderie, intruding without permission could provoke the monkey demons, who were not known for their amicable nature. Nevertheless, heart-binding vines were exceedingly precious, essential for elixirs used by warriors in the blood exchange realm, and were the most expensive among the three primary herbs. Chen Fan could not afford to forego them. Regrettably, his current strength was insufficient, and the longer he remained in the mountains, the more convoluted his internal energy became. operating at only 70 to 80% of its normal velocity. He simply could not afford to linger any longer. Chen Fan inquired, "What is the strength of this group of monkey demons, and how many are there?" The rabbit demon leader responded, "Master, the leader of the monkey demons is a great demon, and there are approximately 50 to 60 in total. Unlike us rabbit demons, they are inherently aggressive and possess formidable combat prowess. Most demon races dare not provoke them, and the monkey demons, occupying such a bountiful area, lack neither food nor drink, and no one dares encroach upon their territory." The rabbit demon leader cautiously added, "Master, given our current strength, it is wise to avoid conflict with the monkey demons. We are not their match." Chen Fan understood that the wisest course of action was to conduct their herb gathering discreetly, avoiding drawing the attention of other demon races. He nodded. Indeed, for the time being, focus on gathering herbs quietly, avoiding any notice from the monkey demons. The Blackwood Forest is vast. Let a few rabbit demons sneak in at night to gather some heart-binding vines. There is no need to rush. We will devise a strategy to deal with the monkey demons later. The rabbit demon leader confidently pledged, "Rest assured, Master, our rabbit clan will not jeopardize your grand plans. While we cannot confront the monkey demons directly, I will seek opportunities to interact with them, discern their preferences, and if necessary, approach them with gifts to curry favor." After all, the heart-binding vines hold little value for the monkey demons. Chen Fan was pleased. "Excellent. Your mind is quite resourceful. I entrust all matters here to you. I must descend the mountain swiftly. You all accompany me and familiarize yourselves with the way down." Although the rabbit demon leader lacked strength and courage, his cleverness made him a valuable ally. Chen Fan led a few companions along the path he had taken previously, reaching the foot of the mountain. Upon descending, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, experiencing a newfound lightness, and his internal energy resumed its usual flow, akin to a river rushing forth. However, the rabbit demon leader, upon reaching the valley, expressed astonishment. "Is this truly outside the mountain? Why is it so desolate? I feel as though something is weighing down on me, which is rather uncomfortable." The other rabbit demons echoed his sentiments, confirming that while the discomfort was minimal, it was indeed present. Much like Chen Fan's initial entry into the mountains, the departing rabbit demons felt the effects of the demon suppression array. Chen Fan brought them to the village where they had recently battled. The already dilapidated village appeared even more chaotic post-conflict. The demon residents had been eradicated, leaving behind only crumbling structures that testified to past habitation. He addressed the rabbit demons. "This was once a human village, overtaken by demons. A few days ago, our demon suppression office eliminated the demons here, and now, nothing remains. This location is the closest to the mountains, and we humans will not return for the time being. The demon races should also refrain from descending soon. You are to station a few rabbit demons here, ensuring that neither humans nor demons approach. I will conduct my herb gathering here, and any orders to be conveyed will be delivered to this location. Upon returning, ensure that the rabbit demons dig more tunnels and prepare escape routes, just in case. Is that understood?" The rabbit demon leader nodded vigorously. "Understood, Master." Chen Fan instructed. "Then you all may return. In 10 days, bring down all the herbs you have gathered. I will come by at night to receive them. Do remember." "Yes, Master." They chorused before hastily making their way back to the mountain. Once the rabbit demons had departed, Chen Fan also left the village and returned to the demon suppression office. Chapter 51. Confronting Su Feng. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Fan observed Tai Xing Tong anxiously pacing back and forth. As soon as he spotted Chen Fan, he rushed over. "Master." Intrigued, Chen Fan inquired, "You seem quite flustered. What has transpired?" Tai Xing Tong leaned in closer and whispered, "The families of the 2 individuals you ordered to be detained have come, demanding their release. I did not comply, and they do not dare to press the matter at the Demon Suppression Department. They are currently waiting for your return in the main hall. Master, if you wish to avoid them, you may return first. If they do not see anyone, they will eventually leave." With a cold smile, Chen Fan retorted, "Am I to be intimidated by them at the esteemed Demon Suppression Department? Come, let us meet them." He strode purposefully toward the Demon Suppression Department and entered the main hall. There, he found 2 individuals seated regally in the central chairs, enjoying tea, with guards standing protectively behind them. Nearby, a minor official from the Demon Suppression Department was ingratiating himself with one of the men, who appeared impatient and paid little attention. With a stern expression, Chen Fan addressed them. "Who are you?" "This hall is the operational domain of the Demon Suppression Department, and outsiders are not permitted entry." "Who granted you permission to enter?" One of the minor officials quickly rose and stepped before Chen Fan, replying, "I am Chen Xiaoqi, and this is Su Feng, the magistrate of Qingyang County. He has come to the Demon Suppression Department on urgent business, and it was I who allowed them to wait here. Please, come with me to meet Magistrate Su." This individual, Tian Yugang, was also a minor official, previously in the service of Wang Yin and closely associated with him. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at him. "Tian Xiaoqi, you are neither a 100 household nor a chief official. What right do you have to bring people into the main hall of the Demon Suppression Department?" Tian Yugang's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with indignation, as Chen Fan's words publicly humiliated him. Ignoring him, Chen Fan turned to the middle-aged man still seated. You are Su Feng, I presume? Tian Shaoqi interjected. Do you not understand the position of a magistrate? The magistrate's primary responsibilities include managing finances and overseeing punishments. One should be well-versed in the imperial decrees. Your ignorance of protocol is concerning, as it raises doubts about the governance and taxation of Qingyang County. Su Feng, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded vitality and was well-groomed. He had been awaiting Chen Fan's arrival, already displeased, for few were those in Qingyang County he deemed worthy of his respect. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter and immediately confront him, his frustration mounted. However, Chen Fan's remarks were not unfounded. According to protocol, the main hall of the Demon Suppression Department was not open to all, akin to the county office. Unless permitted by the county magistrate, outsiders could not enter freely. Yet, rules were one thing, and reality another. The decline of the Demon Suppression Department had been gradual. Once feared, it had been systematically suppressed, and now, aside from its name, too many in the Da'in dynasty regarded it with disdain. Internal strife within the Demon Suppression Department was rampant, as factions sought support from various external forces, resulting in chaos and further diminishing its reputation. Previously, Baihu Li Tong had little oversight, with all external interactions managed by Wang Yan, who was in cahoots with the prominent figures of Qingyang County, treating the Demon Suppression Department as a tool for profit while showing no respect to the lower-ranking officials. Su Feng had previously entered the Demon Suppression Department without any formalities. With a mere command, Wang Yan ensured everything was handled efficiently. He never anticipated that this time he would be confronted by a mere minor official, Chen Fan. Born and raised in Qingyang County, Su Feng belonged to a prominent local family and was accustomed to wielding considerable influence, with even the county magistrate showing him deference. This was the first time he faced such unabashed ridicule, and his fair complexion flushed with anger as he laughed derisively. You are Chen Fan? A mere minor official dares to be so arrogant, reprimanding a colleague and insulting an imperial official? How will this end? Chen Fan replied. You need not concern yourself. The Demon Suppression Department is unlike yours. We adhere to rules. The capable rise, while the inept fall. We will not allow the incompetent to occupy high positions. Magistrate Su. This is the main hall of the Demon Suppression Department, and outsiders are unwelcome. You would do well to leave at once, or we shall not show leniency. Su Feng scoffed, remaining seated and unyielding, his gaze piercing as he shot a look at the minor official Tian Yu Gang. What do you think your Demon Suppression Department can do to me? Tian Yu Gang, taken aback by Chen Fan's unexpected confrontation and now witnessing Chen Fan challenge Su Feng, felt a surge of delight. He knew the significance of Su Feng's stature in Qingyang County, and Chen Fan's affront could lead to dire consequences for him. However, Su Feng remained silent, casting a sharp glance at Tian Yu Gang, signaling his intent. In the hallowed halls of the Demon Suppression Department, even a man as arrogant as Su Feng would not dare to physically confront Chen Fan, lest it be reported to higher authorities as an affront to the establishment. Engaging in a verbal spar with Chen Fan held little merit for Su Feng. Defeating a minor official would bring him no honor, while losing would be a significant embarrassment. Tian Yu Gang had long been expected to defend Su Feng's honor, but had remained passive, inciting Su Feng's ire. At that moment, Chen Fan declared, If you do not leave, I shall have you removed by force. Tai Xing Tong, who had been waiting outside the hall, immediately entered with several strong men upon hearing Chen Fan's call. Master. He followed only Chen Fan's orders, disregarding Su Feng's authority. Chen Fan commanded, expel Magistrate Su. Tai Xing Tong readily complied and approached Su Feng. Tian Yu Gang interjected. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea of Su Feng's status in Qingyang County? How dare you attempt to throw him out? Do you really think the Demon Suppression Department is under your sole command? Come, protect Magistrate Su. With a loud shout, Tian Yu Gang summoned his subordinates, who rushed into the hall and positioned themselves protectively in front of Su Feng and his entourage. Tian Yu Gang confronted Chen Fan. With Baihu Li injured and Wang Zongqi deceased, the current state of the Demon Suppression Department has left us both as minor officials. It is not your place to dictate terms. My tenure in the Demon Suppression Department exceeds yours, and I possess greater experience. The current affairs of the department should be determined by me. With Tian Yu Gang's stance, what had begun as a confrontation between the Demon Suppression Department and Su Feng had devolved into infighting among the department itself, leaving Su Feng as a mere spectator. Chen Fan sighed, recognizing that the chaos instigated by Wang Yan had tarnished the reputation of the Demon Suppression Department, which was long overdue for reform. However, without having formally secured his position as chief official and with time pressing, he had refrained from taking action, only for the conflict to erupt prematurely. The faction allied with Wang Yan was evidently unwilling to accept Chen Fan's rise to prominence and had banded together in opposition against him. Chapter 52. The infighting of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The atmosphere in the hall began to grow tense as Chen Fan and Tian Yugong's factions stood in a line, confronting each other. The air was thick with apprehension. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall as another minor flag, Yu Sheng, entered with his entourage. Following the fierce battle 2 days prior, the elite members of the Demon Suppression Bureau had been thoroughly decimated under Li Tong's command. Several minor flags had perished, and replacements had yet to be appointed. Presently, only 3 minor flags remained: Chen Fan, Tian Yugong, and Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was the nephew of the long-ailing chief flag, Yu Wei, who had avoided the bureau for an extended period. During Wang Yan's domineering phase, even Li Tong had to bide his time, avoiding direct conflict with him. Yu Wei had also evaded Wang Yan's scrutiny, claiming illness and remaining absent from Qingyang County, thus rendering himself inconspicuous. His presence was neither missed nor particularly felt. Similarly, Yu Sheng had maintained a low profile, refraining from stirring trouble, and seldom appeared at the bureau. However, his entrance now signaled a newfound inclination. He positioned himself beside Tian Yugong, clearly indicating his allegiance. He greeted Su Feng, who responded with a dismissive nod, remaining silent. Yu Sheng spoke gravely. The Demon Suppression Bureau cannot function without a leader. A serpent cannot thrive without a head. The upper echelons have yet to make arrangements. Chen Fan, you are young and inexperienced, while Tian Xiaoqi possesses greater seniority and can command respect. I support Tian Xiaoqi to temporarily lead the bureau until the higher authorities appoint a chief. With Yu Sheng's arrival, Chen Fan found himself in the minority, as the factions starkly divided the hall, standing opposed to one another. Tension was palpable on the faces of Tai Xingtong and his companions. Yet they resolutely stood behind Chen Fan. They could not comprehend how the situation had deteriorated so swiftly. Chen Fan maintained his composure, reflecting that the Demon Suppression Bureau was undergoing a significant upheaval, with Yu Wei, who had long lurked in the shadows, now compelled to emerge and assert his presence through his nephew, thus complicating matters further. The depth of Yu Wei's collusion with Su Feng remained uncertain. Chen Fan addressed Yu Sheng. You've endured this turmoil for so long. Why stir the waters now? You are but a minor flag, while I am not. When Li Baihu departed, he submitted my promotion documents to the 1,000 Household Office. Unless the office negates them, I am the chief flag. By procedural standards, I am already the acting chief flag, whereas you hold the position of a minor flag. According to the Bureau's regulations, you are obligated to heed my command. Moreover, Li Baihu expressly stated that I am to temporarily manage the Bureau's affairs. He fixed his gaze on Yu Sheng and Tian Yugong, challenging them. Do you intend to defy authority? Tian Yugong trembled, fully aware of the implications. The news of Chen Fan's elevation to chief flag had circulated among the Bureau's members before Li Tong's departure. However, as an ally of Wang Yan, he was destined to oppose Chen Fan. Even if he refrained from instigating conflict, he feared Chen Fan would not spare him. Thus he sought refuge with the influential Su Feng. He glanced at Su Feng, who, while leisurely tapping the lid of his teacup, remarked, Isn't Chen Xiaoqi's assertion rather presumptuous? Li Baihu did not publicly designate you as the acting officer, did he? That is merely your perspective. While Li Tong may have intended to promote you, the approval from the 1,000 Household Office remains uncertain. Perhaps the office harbors other intentions. It's possible you may find your hopes dashed. Chen Fan replied coolly, I place my faith in Li Baihu and the 1,000 Household Office. This is not your county office. Su Feng scoffed, setting down his teacup. I have numerous connections within the 1,000 Household Office. I can assure you that your ascension to chief flag will be obstructed. His words implied that his influence would hinder Chen Fan's promotion. Yet, Chen Fan ignored him, turning his attention to the members of the Bureau. The Demon Suppression Bureau has suffered considerable losses. We are in dire need of personnel. I do not wish to escalate the situation unnecessarily. If any of you wish to withdraw from this turmoil, feel free to leave. These matters do not concern you. Focus on your work. He aimed to provide an opportunity for those who had been reluctantly involved. As he had stated, the Bureau was in need of experienced hands, and he did not desire to alienate everyone. He glanced at the warriors. Some displayed hesitation, while others appeared conflicted. However, aside from 2 or 3 who discreetly exited the hall, the majority remained steadfast behind Tian Yugong and Yu Sheng. Evidently, Su Feng's words had persuaded them to place their trust in their minor flag and the prominent figure of Su Feng, rather than in an uncertain acting chief flag. Sighing, Chen Fan realized that a purge within the Bureau was imminent, leaving him to wonder how many would remain afterward. He sternly declared, Tian Yugong, Yu Sheng, your insubordination and defiance of authority will not be tolerated. According to the Bureau's regulations, I command you to seize them. If he was to act, it must be decisive. Even if he had yet to secure the title of chief flag, his status as acting chief flag placed him above them. Confronting 2 factions directly, accusing them of defiance, left no room for rebuttal. The 1,000 Household Office could not retaliate against him. As he prepared to lead his men to seize Tian Yugong and his followers, a warrior burst into the hall. Upon seeing Chen Fan, he knelt, presenting a document and a box. Chen Xiaoqi, this is an urgent missive from the 1,000 Household Office and a box for your acceptance. Tian Yugong shouted, how can the Bureau's documents be handed to Chen Fan? Who authorized this? Hand it over to me. The warrior, visibly distressed, replied, but this document and box are specifically designated for Chen Xiaoqi. Tian Yugong's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? The warrior nodded, comprehending the unspoken implication. Indeed. Inside is Chen Xiaoqi's promotion document and a custom-made flying fish robe. Qin Shaoqi, no. Now he is Qin Zongqi. The hall erupted in astonishment as everyone turned to Qin Fan. Then to Tian Yugong and Yu Sheng, casting furtive glances at Su Feng. Initially, silence enveloped the room, but soon, Tai Xingtong and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. In stark contrast, Tian Yugong and Yu Sheng remained in shock, unable to process the revelation. Su Feng, seated, wore a grim expression. Chapter 53. Promotion to Chief Flag. Qin Fan received the appointment document and the box containing the Chief Flag officer's attire from the hands of the powerful. He placed the box on the table and opened the document. Upon inspection, it was inscribed in neat, formal script. It is hereby noted that Qin Fan, currently serving as the Chief Flag in the Demon Suppression Bureau of Qingyang County, is known for his integrity and dedication to the royal cause. He has slain the wolf demon in the Songling Mountains and eradicated 37 other vile creatures. Thus, in accordance with the Demon Suppression Regulations, official roles, Qin Fan is hereby promoted to Chief Flag of the 100 households of Qingyang County. Under the jurisdiction of the 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he is granted the authority to patrol, capture, and interrogate, and may command 5 small flags and 52 powerful warriors to safeguard the entirety of Qingyang. In the event of demonic disturbances or wickedness, he is permitted to strike first and report later, thereby demonstrating heavenly might. The document bore the seal of the Demon Suppression Bureau, unmistakably authentic. Qin Fan, holding the appointment letter, smiled at the 2 small flags, Tian Yugong and Yu Sheng, and inquired, "Would you like to verify the legitimacy of my appointment as Chief Flag?" Tian Yugong appeared ashen, and Yu Sheng's expression was equally grim. Both turned their gaze towards Su Feng, their only glimmer of hope. As Qin Fan had been a small flag, they felt they could still resist, banking on the idea that he would hesitate to act against them publicly. However, to their astonishment, Qin Fan showed no hesitation and was prepared to seize them without delay. Now, with his promotion to Chief Flag, he was in a position of undeniable authority, and they found themselves openly defying him. The only hope lay in Su Feng intervening to protect them from Qin Fan's impending actions. Qin Fan observed their hopeful glances directed at Su Feng and jested, "Su Diancher, do you not have connections within the 1,000 households? Why did you not prevent my rise to Chief Flag?" He sauntered over to Su Feng, mockingly stating, "I gave you an opportunity, yet you proved to be ineffectual." Su Feng's face darkened with fury. He had not anticipated that his earlier boasts about his connections would be so swiftly countered by Qin Fan's unabashed triumph. He retorted coldly, "Qin Fan, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Youthful exuberance is not a virtue. Even if you have become Chief Flag, this is still the 100 households. And you are not the sole authority here. There is another Chief Flag, Yu Wei, who still holds sway, and your reign will not go unchallenged." Qin Fan replied, "Ah, no wonder Yu Shaoqi stands with you. It appears that Chief Yu Wei is sided with you as well. But rest assured, convey my warm welcome to him. I shall ensure he is treated with utmost respect." He emphasized the last few words, revealing his malicious intent. Su Feng could no longer tolerate the humiliation. The Demon Suppression Bureau was not his domain, and today's complete debacle had only served to deepen his disgrace. He resolved to regain his honor later. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Qin Fan, my son Su Chun has been unjustly imprisoned by you. I have come today to retrieve him. Grant me this favor, and we shall consider our grievances settled, allowing us to coexist peacefully henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan erupted into a fit of laughter, gasping for breath before finally composing himself. He looked at Su Feng's increasingly distressed expression and remarked, "Su Feng, you are truly amusing. You think you have the authority to demand favors? The founding purpose of the Demon Suppression Bureau is not merely to quell demons, but also to oversee the conduct of officials. In the past, a mere small flag could imprison a county magistrate and subject him to rigorous interrogation. Many high-ranking officials trembled at the mere mention of our name. While the Bureau may have lost some of its former grandeur, it is certainly not a place where a lowly record keeper like you can assert dominance. Wang Yan, that worthless fool, has reduced the Bureau to a pitiful state, but rest assured, it shall once again become a sword hanging over your heads. Who do you think you are to threaten the Demon Suppression Bureau? Get out of my sight. Your son shall never see the light of day outside these prison walls. Mark my words. Leave." Su Feng was taken aback by Qin Fan's brazen words. Rising to his feet with murderous intent, he gritted his teeth and vowed, "Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this arrogance." With a dramatic flourish, he stormed out, flanked by his men, shedding the facade of amiability he usually wore in public, now consumed by thoughts of revenge against Qin Fan. Once Su Feng departed, Tian Yugong and Yu Sheng were left dumbfounded, their warriors sharing their despair. Qin Fan's merciless treatment of Su Feng left little hope for their own fates. Tian Yugong, trembling, fell to his knees before Qin Fan, forcing a smile that barely concealed his fear. "Congratulations, my lord, on your promotion to Chief Flag. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier transgressions. I was compelled by Su Feng's coercion and had no choice but to comply. Please, spare me." Behind him, the others followed suit, kneeling and pleading, "Chief Flag, we were forced into this. We shall henceforth follow your every command." Qin Fan regarded this pathetic display of submission. Recognizing their cowardice, Wang Yan had indeed surrounded himself with sycophants. The current state of the Demon Suppression Bureau, subject to ridicule and disdain, was a result of their collective failures. They were all fair-weather allies, quick to shift allegiance. Today they sided with him, but tomorrow they would just as easily betray him for someone more powerful. He shook his head. You were brandishing your weapons against me just moments ago. Your words were not so humble then. With a sigh, he continued, the higher authorities may be merciful, and I, too, possess a kind heart. So do not claim that I am without compassion. Your insubordination, openly defying your superiors with drawn blades, gives me ample justification to have you all captured or even executed under the Bureau's regulations. Yet, I choose not to kill you or imprison you. You have two choices. First, return with the heads of 10 demons, and I shall overlook your past offenses, allowing you to continue serving in the Bureau. Second, remove your uniforms and leave the Bureau, severing all ties with us from this day forth. Choose wisely. He had no intention of slaughtering these individuals. They were part of the Bureau, unlike the heinous acts committed by Wang Yan. Killing them would only tarnish his reputation further, and even with Sui Donqing's backing, he would struggle to ascend the ranks again. Imprisoning them would also create complications, as the 1,000 households would inevitably demand answers. By offering them choices, he aimed to identify those willing to prove their loyalty by returning with demon heads, thus demonstrating their strength and allegiance. Otherwise, they should vacate their positions, allowing Qin Fan to appoint those loyal to him. Chapter 54. Tian Yugong's choice. Faced with Qin Fan's two choices, Tian Yugong and the others exchanged glances. Uncertain of what to decide, they hesitated to leave the Demon Suppression Division, yet most lacked the ability to slay 10 demons. Qin Fan offered them no respite, demanding a response within 10 breaths. 10, 9, 8. As his countdown progressed, the tension became unbearable for some, prompting them to shed their garments and weapons, fleeing from the Demon Suppression Division. One by one, the remaining individuals followed suit, until only 3 or 4 remained. Among them were 3 burly warriors, each imposing in stature and fierce in appearance, noted for their exceptional skills within the Demon Suppression Division. Confident in their martial prowess and eager to remain, they chose to pursue the demons. Qin Fan remarked coolly, since you have opted to stay, prove your worth. Bring me the heads of 10 demons within a month, and you shall retain your status in the division. I shall treat you equally in the future. The sooner you complete the task, the greater your standing. I shall reserve a position for you as a small flag bearer. Whoever accomplishes the task first shall claim it. Excitement lit their faces. These warriors all aspired to ascend to the rank of flag bearer. Yes, my lord, they exclaimed in unison. Qin Fan then turned his gaze to the last remaining individual, surprised to see him still standing. You dare to remain? He queried. The man, wearing a broad smile, replied, I believe in you, my lord. Your vision is grand, and I trust you will provide me with opportunities. This individual was none other than Tian Yugong, the first to confront Qin Fan. Despite having offended him, he chose to stay rather than follow Yu Sheng's example and flee. My lord, Tian Yugong continued, I am a man of obedience. I follow whoever leads me. I served Wang Yan previously, and I followed his commands. Now, I shall heed your orders. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan waved for the others to leave, retaining only Tian Yugong. He settled into his chair, sipping tea. You have been under Wang Yan for quite some time. Tell me about everyone he has colluded with. Tian Yugong bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. I come from humble beginnings and have managed to enter the skin training realm. I have been a small flag bearer for 2 years, yet I have lacked support and opportunity. My family and friends all depend on me for sustenance. When Wang Yan arrived at the 100 House, his strength and background drew me to him. He has close ties with the 1,000 House and connections to the prominent families in the capital. However, my contact with him has been limited. I only once assisted him in hosting a gentleman from the capital named Su Mu, who appeared to be of noble lineage. Qin Fan nodded, committing this information to memory. Those associated with Wang Yan would inevitably become adversaries. In Xinjiang County, Wang Yan had not been discreet. Most officials and families maintained relations with him. He had taken them to dine with the county magistrate, Zhang Tao, and the historian, Su Feng, although the county lieutenant, Zhao Meng, had largely ignored him. Several prominent families in Xinjiang County, the Lu, Su, and Sun families, were also closely connected to him. Only the Zhou and Wu families kept their distance, avoiding any entanglement with him. Qin Fan inquired, and what of county magistrate Li Qingchen? What is his relationship with Wang Yan? Tian Yugong pondered for a moment before responding. Li Qingchen has had little interaction with Wang Yan, occasionally appearing at banquets but leaving shortly thereafter. However, I cannot ascertain their private dealings. My lord, you possess keen insight. Li Qingchen, as the county's leader, oversaw the demon suppression array in Xinjiang County. His position was critical, and it was imperative to discern his stance in the future. You remaining here has not gone unnoticed. Su Feng and his associates believe you have betrayed them. Are you not afraid? Qin Fan queried. Tian Yugong chuckled, my lord. Rest assured, I will inform them that I am merely an undercover agent for you, gathering intelligence on their behalf. They will need someone within the Demon Suppression Division and should not raise suspicions. Even if they do, they are unlikely to act immediately. Once I am established, I am confident that Qingyang County will belong to you. Who else would dare to challenge me but you? Oh, you have such faith in me. Chen Fan replied with raised eyebrows. Tian Yugong nodded vigorously. My lord, you are talented and resourceful, with powerful backing. No one will rival you in the future. Chen Fan's network in the Thousand House was stronger than Su Feng's. It was rumored that Zhuo Danqing held a favorable view of Chen Fan, which he had initially dismissed as gossip. However, it now seemed plausible, and this was a significant reason for Tian Yugong's allegiance. At just 17, having reached the bone refining stage, he was already a flag bearer, with ample opportunity to rise to the rank of 100 households or even the 1,000 house. In the realm of the fortunate, those who soar are often lifted by their companions, and Tian Yugong was willing to take a gamble. He understood that Chen Fan was in dire need of manpower. As the sole remaining small flag bearer, his loyalty would not be refused, especially since he had much to offer. Chen Fan spoke with purpose. You must have a network of informants. Have them disperse and keep watch on Su Feng, Zhang Tao, and the heads of the prominent families. Report your gathered intelligence to me daily without fail. Do you understand? Tian Yugong nodded eagerly. Rest assured, my lord. I will make arrangements immediately. He recognized that although Chen Fan might not fully trust him yet, as long as he was given tasks to undertake, he would gradually demonstrate his value and earn acceptance. After Tian Yugong departed, Tai Xingtong arrived with a warrior from the Thousand House. My lord, this warrior brings a letter from the Thousand House for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan involuntarily recalled Zhuo Danqing's striking figure. With Li Tong recuperating at home, Zhuo Danqing was the only one from the Thousand House still in contact with him. The warrior approached respectfully, presenting a package to Chen Fan. Chief Chen, this package is to be delivered personally to you by Zhuo Baihu of the Thousand House. It bears the seal of Zhuo Baihu to prevent tampering. Please verify its contents. Chen Fan opened the package to reveal a small box, sealed and marked with a fiery emblem, securely fastened. Chapter 55. The gift from Zhuo Danqing. Chen Fan examined the seal carefully, finding it intact, and nodded in approval, affirming its excellent preservation. The warrior clasped his fists and said, Since you have inspected it thoroughly, I shall take my leave. Do you have any correspondence that I should convey to Zhuo Baihu? Chen Fan contemplated writing a letter to inform Zhuo Danqing about recent events, but ultimately decided against it, thinking it would be better to visit the capital in person soon. To meet Zhuo Danqing, exchange some martial arts techniques and weaponry, and also to find Meng Qingxi to inform her about the progress with the medicinal materials. Urging her to prepare accordingly, he waved his hand and replied, No need. Please inform Zhuo Baihu that I will visit the Thousand Household office in the near future to pay my respects personally. After confirming his understanding, the warrior departed with Tai Xingtong. Chen Fan then laid out the items he had received that day on the table. There was an official appointment letter from the Demon Suppression Office, a case containing the badge and uniform of the chief of the Demon Suppression Office, and a box from Zhuo Danqing. He first opened the case, revealing the badge and the flying fish uniform. The junior flag did not have a badge. Only those of the chief rank and above possessed one. The badge was approximately 3 inches long, 2 inches wide, and half an inch thick, resembling a miniature version of the Demon Suppression arrow, with 9 serrated edges for demon suppression. The badge was made of copper, with rarer materials used for higher ranks, enhancing its efficacy. The front was embossed with the mythical creature, the Xiaji, depicted in a fierce stance as it trampled flames. Its single horn bracing against the inscription Chief Flag, written with vermilion that glowed both day and night. The back bore the characters Demon Suppression. And within the badge was a sigil array capable of identifying demons. When within 3 zhang of a transformed demon, the Xiaji's eyes would turn crimson. The flying fish uniform of the chief flag was similar to the junior flag but adorned with silver threads in certain areas, lending it an air of nobility. Once Chen Fan donned the chief flag uniform and attached the badge to his waist, he exuded a striking presence, imbued with an aura of authority that was both imposing and captivating. Next, he opened the box sent by Zhuo Danqing. The box was modest in size, with a letter sealed in wax on top, inscribed with the words for Chen Fan. Beneath it lay a beautifully crafted book, its cover emblazoned with 5 grand characters, dragon and tiger fishing for toads. This was indeed the pinnacle technique Zhuo Danqing had promised to procure for Chen Fan. Underneath the technique was a pair of vials containing elixirs. Chen Fan first opened the letter from Zhuo Danqing and began to read. She detailed the circumstances following her return to the Thousand Household office. Their recent battle had yielded valuable medicinal materials, which Zhuo Danqing swiftly arranged to transport back to the capital, causing discontent among the ranks, including a notable dissatisfaction from Qinhu Zhao Yuanqi. However, the Zhuo family utilized their extensive connections to claim most of the materials, particularly the rare ones, exacerbating the scarcity in the market and driving prices ever higher. Regarding Chen Fan's promotion to chief flag, despite the strong endorsement from Li Tong, there were still many who opposed it, citing his youth and lack of experience. Zhuo Danqing exerted considerable effort to secure his advancement. Chen Fan pondered this, realizing that the dissent was not only influenced by figures like Su Feng, but likely involved rivals from Zhuo Danqing's faction, and perhaps even Zhao Yuanqi was stirring the pot. Aligning with Zhuo Danqing's faction had its advantages, yet it also came with significant drawbacks. Future promotions would likely be more challenging. But he resolved that he would speak through his strength when the time came. In the remainder of the letter, Zhuo Danqing advised him to stay safe, directing him to seek her out at the Thousand Household office if any issues arose. She also provided detailed information about the technique dragon and tiger fishing for toads, along with the accompanying elixir Yin-Yang Meridian Powder and the breakthrough elixir Kinli Ice Soul Ointment needed to advance from the training stage to the blood transformation stage, which were the 2 vials contained within the box. In this era of soaring material prices, these elixirs were exceedingly precious, and Chen Fan wondered how Zhuo Danqing had acquired them. The letter concluded with Zhuo Danqing assuring him that she was gathering the top-tier technique Starfall Blood Transformation Divine Art and its matching elixirs, urging him not to worry. After finishing the letter, Chen Fan carefully stored it back in the envelope and placed it in the box. Zhuo Danqing had kept her word. While these were indeed her promises, they also represented a personal favor that he would need to express gratitude for during their next meeting. He took out the technique dragon and tiger fishing for toads and scrutinized it intently. This top-tier training method was created by the human cultivator Xianjizi. According to legend, during ancient times, the great shaman Long Yin of the Wu clan engaged in a fierce battle with the great sage Tun Yu Chan of the Demon clan at Yunming Marsh, resulting in their mutual destruction. Their mingled blood soaked a dragon bone and a piece of toad skin, which, after a millennium, transformed into a revered dragon-tiger-toad cauldron. Xianjizi stumbled upon this cauldron and, inspired by the shamanic and demonic symbols upon it, comprehended the dragon and tiger fishing for toads technique. This technique underwent numerous conflicts, eventually being collected by the ancestors of the Zhuo family during their dominance in the Demon Suppression Office, which preserved much of the martial arts of the world. While the original technique faded into obscurity, the essence of the technique lies in the struggle of dragons and tigers, blending softness and hardness. Through the sounds of dragons and tigers and the resonance of the golden toad, it vibrates the internal organs, crafting a comprehensive refinement of the 5 viscera without any dead angles, rendering it immensely powerful. The core tenet stated, the dragon and tiger serve as the raft, while fishing for the toad is the vessel. To reach the other shore, one must first descend into the abyss. After comprehensively absorbing the technique, prompts appeared in his mind, practicing technique, dragon and tiger fishing for toads, infusing demon essence. Chen Fan currently possessed several hundred years' worth of demon essence available for infusion into his training. Without hesitation, he began the process. You infuse demon essence, wholeheartedly practicing dragon and tiger fishing for toads. You practice for 5 years, achieving no progress, unable to grasp the fundamentals. The cultivation of dragon and tiger sounds shows no advancement. Only then did he realize that the practice of dragon and tiger fishing for toads required the assistance of elixirs. Chen Fan promptly halted the infusion of demon essence. In his previous cultivation, he had directly infused essence and forcibly practiced, achieving success despite considerable consumption. Lower-tier techniques focused on physical prowess, and as long as the body was sufficiently robust, breakthroughs were attainable. With his unique advantages, he had overcome numerous bottlenecks over endless years. Thus, he had momentarily forgotten that the more advanced the technique, the higher the required synergy with elixirs. At higher realms, cultivation involved not only the body but also the spirit. Without incantations or elixirs, time alone would not suffice to comprehend its essence. He quickly retrieved the Yin-Yang Meridian Powder provided by Zhuo Danqing. Its deep purple hue nearly black, with flecks of silver within the powder, resembling stardust against the night sky. It felt icy to the touch, exuding a faint bitter almond fragrance. Following the instructions in the book, he consumed it and proceeded to infuse demon essence into dragon and tiger fishing for toads, resuming his cultivation. Chapter 56. Cultivating the dragon-tiger fishing for toad technique as the elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth. The formerly rigid meridians became supple under the nourishing effects of the medicine. You have consumed the Yin-Yang Meridian Powder and commenced the practice of the dragon-tiger fishing for toad technique, infusing 20 years of demonic creature's lifespan. You toil day and night in your practice, gradually grasping the profound secrets of the dragon-tiger resonance. Your internal organs are continuously strengthened under the reverberations of the dragon-tiger resonance. Chen Fan could distinctly perceive the resonant sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls emanating from within him. This sound was not a tangible auditory phenomenon, but rather a subtle vibration. Each tremor caused his internal organs to quiver slightly, subsequently fortifying their resilience. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. At times, the intensity of the dragon-tiger resonance was overwhelming, causing his organs to feel as if they might rupture, inflicting unbearable pain. At other moments, it was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Fortunately, he possessed an inexhaustible supply of demonic creatures' lifespan to infuse into his practice, allowing him to continuously adjust the strength of the resonance and gradually master its intricacies. Infusing another 10 years of demonic creatures' lifespan. You have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. Your internal organs have attained their limit. You have consumed a second Yin-Yang Meridian Powder. You have broken through the bottleneck, and the strength of your internal organs has been further enhanced. Chun Fan felt the dragon tiger resonance within him becoming increasingly adept. The once crude vibrations transformed into a smooth and harmonious flow, akin to a beautiful melody circulating within his body. His internal organs, in the midst of constant oscillation, became extraordinarily resilient. Ordinary blows could no longer inflict damage upon him. Even severe strikes could be mitigated significantly by the dragon tiger resonance. He continued to infuse the lifespan of demonic creatures, infusing another 10 years of demonic creatures' lifespan. Your dragon tiger fishing for toad technique has achieved minor success. At this juncture, Chun Fan had cultivated the dragon tiger fishing for toad technique to a commendable level. He intended to reserve the remaining lifespan of demonic creatures for future breakthroughs during blood exchange. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated and empowered. The enhancement brought about by the dragon tiger fishing for toad technique had significantly elevated his capabilities, truly deserving of its reputation as a premier technique for refining the internal organs. Chun Fan silently praised its efficacy. At that moment, Tai Xingtong hurried into the hall. "My lord, there is someone seeking an audience outside. Who is it?" "It is Meng Qingxi, the steward of the Qingchuan Chamber of Commerce." Chun Fan's eyes brightened. "Let her in." Before long, Meng Qingxi gracefully entered the hall, adorned in a light blue gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty. "Congratulations, Chief Chun, on your promotion." She performed a courteous bow. Chun Fan waved his hand. "No need for excessive formalities. I was just thinking of seeking you out, yet you arrived first. I heard about your promotion, so I came specifically to congratulate you." Meng Qingxi smiled. "May I inquire what urgent matter you wish to discuss?" "It pertains to medicinal materials." Chun Fan lowered his voice. "I have secured a stable source of supply. Frost bone grass, red flame fruit, and heart twining vine can all be provided in abundance." Meng Qingxi's eyes sparkled. "Is that true? That would be splendid. Recently, the prices of medicinal materials have soared, and our chamber has been troubled by shortages. However, the first batch will not be ready until 10 days from now." Chun Fan stated. "Please make the necessary preparations." "Understood." Meng Qingxi nodded. "What price does the chief wish to offer?" "That is easily negotiable," Chun Fan replied with a smile. "Your chamber can propose a reasonable price. However, I also require some techniques and elixirs. I wonder if you could assist in procuring them?" "What kind of techniques?" "Techniques for cultivating mental strength," Chun Fan said. "Preferably of a higher level." Meng Qingxi contemplated. "There are indeed a few books on mental strength techniques, but they are mostly elementary. Advanced techniques are quite challenging to acquire. The basics will suffice. Please bring them for me to review." "Very well. I shall have someone prepare them upon my return," Meng Qingxi acknowledged. The two discussed further details. As Meng Qingxi departed, Chun Fan cautioned, "The matter of medicinal materials must remain confidential. Do not let others catch wind of it." "Rest assured, Chief. Our chamber values its reputation above all," Meng Qingxi replied with a radiant smile. After bidding Meng Qingxi farewell, Chun Fan immediately summoned Tai Xingtong. "From today onward, you are tasked with monitoring Su Feng and Zhang Tao. Report any unusual movements at once." "Yes, my lord." Tai Xingtong answered with a respectful salute. Chun Fan then called upon Tian Yugong, arranged for personnel to keep an eye on several prominent families, with a focus on their interactions with external forces. "Understood." Tian Yugong nodded. "I will see to it immediately." Having completed these arrangements, Chun Fan returned to his courtyard. He needed to seize the moment to cultivate and elevate his strength. A foreboding sense of an impending storm urged him to prepare diligently. In the days that followed, Chun Fan concentrated on his cultivation. Aside from attending to necessary affairs of the Demon Suppression Office, he devoted himself to the dragon tiger fishing for toad technique. The practice was remarkably intricate. The resonance of the dragon and tiger within him continuously oscillated, rendering his internal organs incredibly resilient. Ordinary strikes had become ineffective against him. At that moment, Tai Xingtong rushed in with alarming news. "My lord, an incident has occurred." "What is it?" Chun Fan inquired. "Just now, someone reported a fire at a residence in the southern part of the city. A family of 5 perished." "A fire?" Chun Fan frowned. "What are the circumstances?" "Based on the evidence at the scene, it appears to be arson." Moreover, Tai Xingtong lowered his voice. "The family had recently purchased a batch of medicinal materials from the county office." Chun Fan's expression hardened. This matter was anything but simple. With the recent surge in medicinal material prices, wealthy individuals were hoarding supplies. It was too coincidental that this family, having just acquired medicinal materials, met with such a calamity. "Let us investigate further," he commanded. They swiftly arrived at the scene, where a residence lay in ruins, reduced to charred remnants. The acrid stench of burnt debris lingered in the air. Chun Fan meticulously examined the site and indeed discovered signs of arson. The method employed was highly skilled, with the flames spreading rapidly, leaving the family no chance to escape. "Have we ascertained the background of this family?" Chun Fan inquired. "Yes," Tai Xingtong replied. "The deceased was named Lu Quan, a merchant who had spent a substantial sum on medicinal materials from the county office just days ago." "Medicinal materials sold by the county office?" Chun Fan pondered. Given the current scarcity, how could the county office have supplies to sell? It is said they were transported from outside, Tai Xingtong explained. The price was considerably lower than market rates. Chen Fan let out a cold chuckle. He began to piece together the situation. It appeared that someone was covertly manipulating the prices of medicinal materials, preventing others from selling at lower rates. Lu Quan, unaware of the underlying dangers, had purchased the discounted materials, thus sealing his fate. Investigate who else has recently purchased medicinal materials from the county office, Chen Fan instructed. Ensure their safety is prioritized. Yes. Tai Xingtong complied, departing swiftly. No sooner had he left than Tian Yugong arrived hastily. My lord, a significant discovery. What discovery? I had my men follow leads, and last night, several individuals in black entered the Su family residence. This morning, they quietly departed. Individuals in black. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Have we tracked their whereabouts? We lost them, Tian Yugong admitted with some embarrassment. However, I suspect the fire at the Lu residence may be connected to them. Chapter 57. The arrival of medicinal materials. Chen Fan nodded slightly. This matter was likely inextricably linked to Su Feng. Having captured his son, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Now, he was stirring up trouble over the medicinal materials. Continue to keep watch, Chen Fan instructed. Report immediately if there's any news. Understood. After sending off Tian Yugong, Chen Fan pondered alone. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Su Feng's faction was evidently manipulating the medicinal materials market from the shadows. Soon, he would engage in trade with the rabbit demon for a substantial quantity of materials, which might lead to conflict with them. It was imperative to devise a preemptive strategy. Just as he was deep in thought, someone arrived with news. My lord, another incident has occurred. A household in the west of the city has caught fire, and the entire family perished. Chen Fan's gaze hardened. Was it another family that purchased medicinal materials from the county office? Indeed. Damn it. Chen Fan slammed the table and ordered, initiate a city-wide lockdown. Any suspicious individuals found must be dealt with ruthlessly. These people were merciless. To control the medicinal materials market, they were resorting to indiscriminate slaughter. Since they disregarded the rules, he would not hold back either. Bring me the list of those who bought medicine from the county office. I will personally ensure their safety. Yes. Chen Fan prepared to set out. He was determined to see just how audacious these individuals could be. After receiving the list from the county office, Chen Fan scrutinized it carefully. More than 20 households had purchased medicinal materials, 2 of which had already perished, placing the remaining families in imminent danger. Swift action was necessary. Tai Xingtong, Chen Fan instructed, take people to protect these households. Notify me immediately if anything occurs. Understood. Chen Fan then summoned Tian Yugong again. Continue to monitor the Su family. Report at once if those cloaked figures reappear. Having arranged his personnel, Chen Fan began to set traps. Soon, he dispatched word that the Demon Suppression Division would send personnel to protect the merchants who purchased medicine. As anticipated, this stirred activity. That very night, a group of cloaked figures infiltrated a household. Chen Fan had long been lying in wait nearby. He observed that these individuals possessed exceptional skills, clearly trained assassins. However, they were still no match for him. Attack. With Chen Fan's command, the hidden warriors sprang into action. Though the cloaked figures fought valiantly, their numbers were insufficient, and they were swiftly subdued. Speak. Who sent you? Chen Fan demanded sternly. The cloaked figures gritted their teeth in silence. Chen Fan sneered. Refusing to speak, are we? Then don't blame me for being ungracious. He produced a pouch of powdered medicine and scattered it across the faces of the cloaked figures. This was a specially formulated interrogation powder. Once inhaled, it induced excruciating pain, and few could endure it. Indeed, it wasn't long before the cloaked figures confessed. They were assassins hired by Su Feng from outside, specifically targeting those who had purchased the cheaper medicinal materials. Where did the county office's medicinal materials come from? Chen Fan pressed further. I heard. They were transported from the south, the cloaked figure replied laboriously. The south? Chen Fan mused. It seemed this batch of medicinal materials had dubious origins, likely linked to the demon clans. No wonder Su Feng was so anxious. Just as he intended to continue the interrogation, a sudden clamor arose outside. Another group of cloaked figures had arrived, aiming to rescue their comrades. Seeking death, Chen Fan drew his blade to engage. His strength had significantly increased during this period. The cloaked figures were no match for him and were dispatched quickly. My lord. Tai Xingtong rushed to report. 2 more locations have been identified with cloaked figures. They are attempting to disperse our forces. Chen Fan scoffed. Let us go confront them. Throughout the night, Chen Fan led his men on a relentless pursuit, systematically eliminating several groups of cloaked figures. Although these individuals were skilled, they paled in comparison to Chen Fan. As dawn broke, the fighting finally ceased. Chen Fan counted the captured cloaked figures. Over 20 had been apprehended, and more than 10 had been killed. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory. My lord, what are your orders now? Tai Xingtong inquired. First, we must interrogate these individuals, Chen Fan replied. We must uncover the mastermind behind this. He was acutely aware that Su Feng could not be the ultimate orchestrator. There were certainly others lurking in the shadows, and he aimed to trace the roots of this scheme, exposing them all. Just as he was speaking, Tian Yugong hurried in. My lord, A grave incident has occurred. What is it? Su Feng is dead. What? Chen Fan was taken aback. How did he die? He took his own life, Tian Yugong explained. This morning, a servant found him hanging in his study. Chen Fan's expression darkened. Su Feng's sudden suicide was undoubtedly suspicious. Someone was intent on silencing him. Let us go to the Su residence. By the time Chen Fan arrived at the Su residence, numerous officials were already present, including County Magistrate Li Qingchen and Chen Zongqi. Li Qingchen spoke calmly. Chen Zongqi, Su Darren has passed. There is no need for further investigation. Chen Fan cupped his fists in greeting. I have come to pay my respects upon hearing of Su Darren's misfortune. Li Qingchen nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Chen Fan meticulously examined the scene. The evidence indeed suggested suicide, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. My lord, Chen Fan addressed Li Qingchen. This matter may not be as simple as it appears. I suggest a thorough investigation. Li Qingchen regarded him coolly. Chen Zongqi, since Su Darren has departed, it is best not to pursue the matter further. Yes, your wisdom is noted, my lord. After leaving the Su residence, Chen Fan immediately convened a meeting with his trusted aides. This situation was growing increasingly complex. Su Feng's abrupt death was clearly an attempt to silence him. Continue to observe closely, Chen Fan instructed. We must ascertain who is truly orchestrating these events. 10 days swiftly passed. That evening, Chen Fan ventured alone to an abandoned village, preparing to receive the first batch of medicinal materials from the rabbit demon. He found a concealed spot to wait. Before long, he heard rustling sounds. Several rabbit demons cautiously emerged from their burrow, each burdened with a large bundle. Upon spotting Chen Fan, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Have you brought the medicinal materials? Chen Fan inquired. All here, replied the rabbit demon chief, presenting a ledger. This is the detailed inventory. Chen Fan accepted it and reviewed the contents. The first batch of medicinal materials was substantial. 500 pounds of frostbone grass, 300 pounds of crimson flame fruit, along with various assorted herbs. However, the quantity of heart-binding vine was rather scarce, totaling only 50 pounds. Well done, Chen Fan praised. Maintain this diligence. Thank you for your kind words, master. The rabbit demon chief beamed. We shall continue to strive. Chen Fan then inquired about the situation in the mountains. The rabbit demon chief reported that all had been peaceful lately, with no unusual occurrences. However, the monkey demons in the Blackwood Forest seemed somewhat restless, frequently roaming about. Exercise caution with the monkey demons, Chen Fan advised. Do not provoke them. After completing the transfer of medicinal materials, Chen Fan instructed the rabbit demons to return to the mountains promptly. He intended to store these materials at a secret location until the opportune moment to hand them over to Meng Qingxi. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching from a distance. Chen Fan's expression grew serious as he quickly concealed himself. Chapter 58, A Battle of Wits. Suddenly, a dozen riders galloped forth, with the leader being County Officer Zhao Meng. These individuals appeared hurried, as though they had pressing matters to attend to. Intrigued, Chen Fan smirked. Zhao Meng's late-night departure from the city undoubtedly hinted at some hidden agenda. Once they had receded into the distance, Chen Fan promptly dispatched someone to follow them for further investigation. Shortly thereafter, a scout returned with news. Zhao Meng and his men had headed south, seemingly to rendezvous with someone. The south? Chen Fan pondered. Hadn't the dark-clad man interrogated days ago mentioned that the county's medicinal herbs were transported from the south? It appeared that a storm was brewing. Chen Fan resolved to secure the herbs first, waiting for the tumult to subside before proceeding. He hastily sought out Meng Qingxi, informing her of the situation. The herbs are secured, but I cannot deliver them to you just yet. Why not? Meng Qingxi inquired, puzzled. Chen Fan succinctly recounted the recent events. The situation remains uncertain. Caution is advisable. Meng Qingxi nodded in understanding. I see. However, the set of mental cultivation techniques is ready. Shall I provide them to you now? Yes. The techniques consisted of 2 volumes, both rather elementary. One was titled Concentration Technique, and the other, Calm Heart Mantra. Chen Fan glanced through them. While they may not have been unparalleled methods, they sufficed for an introduction. Thank you, he expressed. Once the turmoil passes, I shall hand over the herbs to you. No rush, Meng Qingxi smiled. I have faith in your judgment. After bidding her farewell, Chen Fan immediately commenced his training in mental cultivation. With these techniques, he could increase the number of creatures he could subdue. You begin practicing concentration technique, infusing 50 years of creature lifespan. Your mental strength begins to amplify. The number of creatures you can subdue increases to 12. Chen Fan was quite pleased with this outcome. Though the increase was modest, it marked progress. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Further advancements were anticipated. Just as he intended to continue his training, a commotion erupted outside. Stepping out, he beheld flames shooting into the sky, suggesting a fire had ignited in the southern part of the city. This is bad. Chen Fan quickly gathered his men to investigate. Upon arrival at the scene, they discovered a grand estate ablaze. The owner of the estate was none other than Zhang Tao. Investigate, Chen Fan commanded sternly. We must ascertain the cause of this incident. It seemed that the tempest was indeed approaching. Zhang Tao's estate had been thoroughly consumed by flames. By the time the fire was extinguished, it had nearly been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Zhang Tao was not home, thus avoiding disaster. Chen Fan meticulously examined the site. The arson methods employed were markedly different from before, clearly intended to erase any evidence. It appeared Zhang Tao possessed knowledge of certain secrets, prompting someone to eliminate him. Sir. Tai Xingtong approached to report. We found that Zhang Tao was last seen at a tavern in the southern part of the city. Lead the way. The two swiftly made their way to the tavern. The innkeeper revealed that Zhang Tao had come with several strangers and had hastily departed after their meal. When did this occur? About the time of the Shen hour. Chen Fan nodded. Based on the timeline, it seemed Zhang Tao had received some news and fled ahead of time, thus narrowly escaping the inferno. Continue the search, Chen Fan instructed. We must locate Zhang Tao. As he spoke, Tian Yugong hurriedly arrived. Sir, we have made an important discovery. What discovery? Tonight, Zhao Meng left the city to retrieve a shipment of goods. That shipment is medicinal herbs. Indeed. Chen Fan's eyes brightened. The dark-clad man had previously stated that the county's medicinal herbs were transported from the south. And it appeared to be true. When will they arrive? Tomorrow morning. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. You and your men continue to monitor. Inform me once the goods arrive in the city. After dismissing Tian Yugong, Chen Fan began to analyze the situation. The current state of affairs was dire. With Su Feng's sudden death and Zhang Tao's estate set ablaze, it was evident someone was tidying up loose ends. Furthermore, Zhao Meng's timely retrieval of the herbs seemed too coincidental. Might it be? Chen Fan contemplated. Just then, another scout arrived with news. The county magistrate, Li Qingchun, has summoned all officials for an urgent meeting. Intriguing. Chen Fan smirked. It appeared a spectacle was about to unfold. He promptly gathered his trusted aides and assigned tasks. One group would continue searching for Zhang Tao, another would keep an eye on Zhao Meng's herbs, and a third would monitor the county office's movements. After organizing these directives, Chen Fan resumed his training. Practicing Calm Heart Mantra. Infusing 100 years of creature lifespan. Your mental strength continues to amplify. The number of creatures you can subdue increases to 15, while in the midst of his training. A sudden uproar interrupted him. Chen Fan stepped outside to find dawn breaking in the horizon. Sir, Tai Xingtong rushed over. Zhao Meng's herbs have entered the city. The two hastened to the city gate, where a procession of horse-drawn carts was slowly making its way in. Each cart was laden with goods, meticulously covered with oilcloth. Zhao Meng rode alongside, occasionally surveying his surroundings. He had dispatched numerous soldiers for protection, clearly valuing this shipment. Follow closely, Chen Fan quietly instructed. The convoy proceeded northward, ultimately halting at a compound behind the county office. The area was heavily guarded, preventing any outsiders from entering. Have we ascertained the origins of these medicinal herbs? Chen Fan inquired. We are still investigating. However, Tai Xingtong lowered his voice. It is said they were transported from the mountains in the south. The mountains? Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. It seemed this batch of herbs was likely linked to the demonic creatures. No wonder such caution was exercised. Just as he intended to continue observing, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure stealthily slipping into the compound. Zhang Tao. Chen Fan was taken aback. Hadn't he gone missing? How could he be here? This situation was proving more intricate than anticipated. Zhang Tao's unexpected appearance led Chen Fan to realize that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. He quietly maneuvered to the back of the compound, seeking a concealed vantage point. Zhang Tao cautiously entered a side room, and before long, he emerged hurriedly, clutching a package. His demeanor suggested he was keen to avoid detection. How intriguing, Chen Fan chuckled to himself. This Zhang Tao, ostensibly the victim of arson, was evidently entangled in the affairs of the herbs. He signaled Tai Xingtong, send someone to follow him and discover his destination. Chen Fan resumed his observation of the compound. Zhao Meng was directing personnel to unload the goods, transporting the herbs into a warehouse. Once completed, he personally locked the door and affixed a seal to it. Such stringent precautions, Chen Fan contemplated. At that moment, Tian Yugong rushed in. Sir, I've uncovered some information. Speak. This batch of herbs indeed originated from the south. However, it remains unclear who supplied them. Tian Yugong lowered his voice. I had my men examine the ledgers and found that several shipments of similar herbs have arrived over the past 6 months. Oh, Chen Fan's interest was piqued. Were the quantities substantial?